The Day's Work ******. The Day's Work by Rudyard Kipling contents the bridge builders a walking delegate, the ship that found herself the tomb of his ancestors, the devil and the deep sea, William the Conqueror. Part I. Part 2007. The Maltese cat bred upon the waters, an error in the fourth dimension. My Sunday at home. The brushwood boy. The bridge builders, the least that find lesson of the Public Works Department expected was ACIE. He dreamed of ACSI. Indeed, his friends told him that he deserved more. For 3 years he had endured heat and cold, disappointment, discomfort, danger, and disease, with responsibility almost too heavy for one pair of shoulders, and day by day, through that time, the great Kashi Bridge over the Ganges had grown under his charge. Now, in less than 3 months, if all went well, His Excellency the Viceroy would open the bridge in state, an archbishop would bless it, and the first trainload of soldiers would come over it, and there would be speeches. Find Layson, CE, sat in his trolley on a construction line that ran along one of the main revetments, the huge stone-faced banks that flared away north and south for 3 miles on either side of the river, and permitted himself to think of the end. With its approaches, his work was 1 mile and 3/4 in length, a lattice girder bridge, trussed with the Find Layson truss, standing on 27 brick piers. Each one of those piers was 24 feet in diameter, capped with red Agra stone and sunk 80 feet below the shifting sand of the Ganges bed. Above them was a railway line 15 feet broad, above that, again, a cart road of 18 feet, flanked with footpaths. At either end rose towers of red brick, loopholed for musketry and pierced for big guns, and the ramp of the road was being pushed forward to their haunches. The raw earth ends were crawling and alive with hundreds upon hundreds of tiny asses climbing out of the yawning borrow pit below with sackfuls of stuff, and the hot afternoon air was filled with the noise of hooves, the rattle of the drivers' sticks, and the swish and roll down of the dirt. The river was very low, and on the dazzling white sand between the 3 center piers stood squat cribs of railway sleepers, filled within and daubed without with mud, to support the last of the girders as those were riveted up. In the little deep water left by the drought, an overhead crane traveled to and fro along its spile pier, jerking sections of iron into place, snorting and backing and grunting as an elephant grunts in the timber yard. Riveters by the hundred swarmed about the lattice sidework and the iron roof of the railway line, hung from invisible staging under the bellies of the girders, clustered round the throats of the piers, and rode on the overhang of the footpath stanchions, their fire pots and the spurts of flame that answered each hammer-stroke showing no more than pale yellow in the sun's glare. East and west and north and south the construction trains rattled and shrieked up and down the embankments, the piled trucks of brown and white stone banging behind them till the sideboards were unpinned, and with a roar and a grumble a few thousand tons more material were flung out to hold the river in place. Find Layson, CE, turned on his trolley and looked over the face of the country that he had changed for 7 miles around. Looked back on the humming village of 5,000 workmen, upstream and down, along the vista of spurs and sand, across the river to the far piers, lessening in the haze, overhead to the guard towers, and only he knew how strong those were, and with a sigh of contentment saw that his work was good. There stood his bridge before him in the sunlight, lacking only a few weeks' work on the girders of the 3 middle piers, his bridge, raw and ugly as original sin, but pucker, permanent, to endure when all memory of the builder, yea, even of the splendid Findlayson truss, had perished. Practically, the thing was done. Hitchcock, his assistant, cantered along the line on a little switch-tailed Kabuli pony who through long practice could have trotted securely over a trestle, and nodded to his chief. "All but," said he, with a smile. "I've been thinking about it," the senior answered. "Not half a bad job for 2 men, is it?" 1.5. Gad, what a Cooper's Hill cub I was when I came on the works. Hitchcock felt very old in the crowded experiences of the past 3 years, that had taught him power and responsibility. "You were rather a cold," said Findlayson. "I wonder how you'll like going back to office work when this job's over." "I shall hate it," said the young man, and as he went on his eye followed Findlayson's, and he muttered, "Isn't it damned good?" "I think we'll go up the service together," Findlayson said to himself. "You're too good a youngster to waste on another man. Cub thou wast, assistant thou art. Personal assistant, and at Simla, thou shalt be, if any credit comes to me out of the business." Indeed, the burden of the work had fallen altogether on Findlayson and his assistant, the young man whom he had chosen because of his rawness to break to his own needs. There were labor contractors by the 500, fitters and riveters, European, borrowed from the railway workshops, with, perhaps, 20 white and half-caste subordinates to direct, under direction, the bevies of workmen, but none knew better than these 2, who trusted each other, how the underlings were not to be trusted. They had been tried many times in sudden crises, by slipping of booms, by breaking of tackle, failure of cranes, and the wrath of the river, but no stress had brought to light any man among men whom Findlayson and Hitchcock would have honored by working as remorselessly as they worked themselves. Findlayson thought it over from the beginning, the months of office work destroyed at a blow when the government of India, at the last moment, added 2 feet to the width of the bridge, under the impression that bridges were cut out of paper, and so brought to ruin at least half an acre of calculations, and Hitchcock, new to disappointment, buried his head in his arms and wept. The heart-breaking delays over the filling of the contracts in England, the futile correspondences hinting at great wealth of commissions if one, only one, rather doubtful consignment were passed, the war that followed the refusal, the careful, polite obstruction at the other end that followed the war, till young Hitchcock, putting 1 month's leave to another month, and borrowing 10 days from Findlayson, spent his poor little savings of a year in a wild dash to London, and there, as his own tongue asserted and the later consignments proved, put the fear of God into a man so great that he feared only Parliament, and said so till Hitchcock wrought with him across his own dinner table, and he feared the Kashi Bridge and all who spoke in its name. Then there was the cholera that came in the night to the village by the bridge works, and after the cholera smote the smallpox. The fever they had always with them. Hitchcock had been appointed a magistrate of the third class with whipping powers, for the better government of the community, and Findlayson watched him wield his powers temperately, learning what to overlook and what to look after. It was a long, long reverie, and it covered storm, sudden freshes, death in every manner and shape, violent and awful rage against red tape, half frenzying a mind that knows it should be busy on other things, drought, sanitation, finance, birth, wedding, burial, and riot in the village of 20 warring castes, argument, expostulation, persuasion, and the blank despair that a man goes to bed upon, thankful that his rifle is all in pieces in the gun case. Behind everything rose the black frame of the Kashi Bridge, plate by plate, girder by girder, span by span, and each pier of it recalled Hitchcock, the all-round man, who had stood by his chief without failing from the very first to this last. So the bridge was two men's work, unless one counted Prue, as Prue certainly counted himself. He was a Lascar, a carver from Bulsar, familiar with every port between Rockhampton and London, who had risen to the rank of Sarang on the British India boats, but wearying of routine musters and clean clothes, had thrown up the service and gone inland, where men of his caliber were sure of employment. For his knowledge of tackle and the handling of heavy weights, Prue was worth almost any price he might have chosen to put upon his services, but custom decreed the wage of the overhead men, and Prue was not within many silver pieces of his proper value. Neither running water nor extreme heights made him afraid, and, as an ex-Sarang, he knew how to hold authority. No piece of iron was so big or so badly placed that Prue could not devise a tackle to lift it, a loose-ended, sagging arrangement, rigged with a scandalous amount of talking, but perfectly equal to the work in hand. It was Prue who had saved the girder of number 7 pier from destruction when the new wire rope jammed in the eye of the crane, and the huge plate tilted in its slings, threatening to slide out sideways. Then the native workmen lost their heads with great shoutings, and Hitchcock's right arm was broken by a falling T-plate, and he buttoned it up in his coat and swooned, and came to and directed for 4 hours till Prue, from the top of the crane, reported all's well and the plate swung home. There was no one like Prue, Sarang, to lash, and guy, and hold to control the donkey engines, to hoist a fallen locomotive craftily out of the borrow pit into which it had tumbled, to strip, and dive, if need be, to see how the concrete blocks round the piers stood the scouring of Mother Gunga, or to adventure upstream on a monsoon night and report on the state of the embankment facings. He would interrupt the field councils of Findlayson and Hitchcock without fear, till his wonderful English, or his still more wonderful lingua franca, half Portuguese and half Malay, ran out and he was forced to take string and show the knots that he would recommend. He controlled his own gang of tacklemen, mysterious relatives from Kutch Manvi gathered month by month and tried to the uttermost. No consideration of family or kin allowed Prue to keep weak hands or a giddy head on the payroll. "My honor is the honor of this bridge," he would say to the about to be dismissed. "What do I care for your honor? Go and work on a steamer. That is all you are fit for. The little cluster of huts where he and his gang lived centered round the tattered dwelling of a sea priest, one who had never set foot on black water, but had been chosen as ghostly counselor by 2 generations of sea rovers, all unaffected by port missions or those creeds which are thrust upon sailors by agencies along Thames bank. The priest of the Lascara had nothing to do with their caste, or indeed with anything at all. He ate the offerings of his church, and slept and smoked, and slept again, for said Prue, who had hailed him 1,000 miles inland, he is a very holy man. He never cares what you eat so long as you do not eat beef, and that is good, because on land we worship Shiva, we carvers, but at sea on the company's boats we attend strictly to the orders of the Baramalam, the first mate, and on this bridge we observe what Finlinson Sahib says. Finlinson Sahib had that day given orders to clear the scaffolding from the guard tower on the right bank, and Prue with his mates was casting loose and lowering down the bamboo poles and planks as swiftly as ever they had whipped the cargo out of a coaster. From his trolley he could hear the whistle of the Srung's silver pipe and the creak and clatter of the pulleys. Prue was standing on the topmost coping of the tower, clad in the blue dungaree of his abandoned service, and as Findlayson motioned to him to be careful, for his was no life to throw away, he gripped the last pole, and, shading his eyes ship fashion, answered with the long-drawn wail of the for CSLE lookout, "Ham deck to high, I am looking out." Findlayson laughed and then sighed. It was years since he had seen a steamer, and he was sick for home. As his trolley passed under the tower, Prue descended by a rope, ape fashion, and cried, "It looks well now, Sahib. Our bridge is all but done. What think you Mother Gunga will say when the rail runs over? She has said little so far. It was never Mother Gunga that delayed us. There is always time for her, and nonetheless there has been delay. Has the Sahib forgotten last autumn's flood, when the stone boats were sunk without warning, or only a half-day's warning? Yes, but nothing save a big flood could hurt us now. The spurs are holding well on the west bank. Mother Gunga eats great allowances. There is always room for more stone on the revetments. I tell this to the Shotter Sahib," he meant Hitchcock, "and he laughs. No matter, Prue. Another year thou wilt be able to build a bridge in thine own fashion." The Lascar grinned. "Then it will not be in this way, with stonework sunk under water, as the Quetta was sunk. I like Sue's suspension bridges that fly from bank to bank, with one big step, like a gangplank. Then no water can hurt. When does the Lord Sahib come to open the bridge?" "In 3 months, when the weather is cooler." "Ho, ho. He is like the Baramalam. He sleeps below while the work is being done. Then he comes upon the quarterdeck and touches with his finger, and says, 'This is not clean. Damn Jibunwala.' But the Lord Sahib does not call me a damn Jibunwala, Prue. No, Sahib, but he does not come on deck till the work is all finished. Even the Baramalam of the Nirbuda said once at Tuticorin, 'Bah! Go. I am busy. I, also, said Prue, with an unshaken countenance. May I take the light dinghy now and row along the spurs? To hold them with thy hands. They are, I think, sufficiently heavy. Nay, Sahib. It is thus. At sea, on the black water, we have room to be blown up and down without care. Here we have no room at all. Look you, we have put the river into a dock, and run her between stone sills. Findlayson smiled at the we. We have bitted and bridled her. She is not like the sea, that can beat against a soft beach. She is Mother Gunga, in irons. His voice fell a little. Prue, thou hast been up and down the world more even than I speak true talk, now. How much dost thou in thy heart believe of Mother Gunga? All that our priest says. London is London, Sahib. Sydney is Sydney, and Port Darwin is Port Darwin. Also Mother Gunga is Mother Gunga, and when I come back to her banks I know this and worship. In London I did puja to the big temple by the river for the sake of the god within. Yes, I will not take the cushions in the dinghy. Findlayson mounted his horse and trotted to the shed of a bungalow that he shared with his assistant. The place had become home to him in the last 3 years. He had grilled in the heat, sweated in the rains, and shivered with fever under the rude thatch roof. The lime wash beside the door was covered with rough drawings and formulae, and the centre path trodden in the matting of the veranda showed where he had walked alone. There is no 8-hour limit to an engineer's work, and the evening meal with Hitchcock was eaten booted and spurred. Over their cigars they listened to the hum of the village as the gangs came up from the riverbed and the lights began to twinkle. Prue has gone up the spurs in your dinghy. He's taken a couple of nephews with him, and he's lolling in the stern like a commodore, said Hitchcock. That's all right. He's got something on his mind. You'd think that 10 years in the British India boats would have knocked most of his religion out of him. So it has, said Hitchcock, chuckling. I overheard him the other day in the middle of a most atheistical talk with that fat old guru of theirs. Prue denied the efficacy of prayer, and wanted the guru to go to sea and watch a gale out with him, and see if he could stop a monsoon. All the same, if you carried off his guru he'd leave us like a shot. He was yawning away to me about praying to the dome of St. Paul's when he was in London. He told me that the first time he went into the engine room of a steamer, when he was a boy, he prayed to the low-pressure cylinder. Not half a bad thing to pray to, either. He's propitiating his own gods now, and he wants to know what Mother Gunga will think of a bridge being run across her. Who's there? A shadow darkened the doorway, and a telegram was put into Hitchcock's hand. She ought to be pretty well used to it by this time. Only a tar. It ought to be Raleigh's answer about the new rivets. Great heavens! Hitchcock jumped to his feet. What is it? Said the senior, and took the form. That's what Mother Gunga thinks, is it? He said, reading. Keep cool, young UN. We've got all our work cut out for us. Let's see. Muir wired half an hour ago, floods on the Ramgunga. Look out! Well, that gives us 1, 2, 9.5 for the flood to reach Malipagout and 7, 16.5 to Ladoli, say 15 hours before it comes down to us. Curse that hill-fed sewer of a Ramgunga. Find Layson. This is 2 months before anything could have been expected, and the left bank is littered up with stuff still. 2 full months before the time. That's why it comes. I've only known Indian rivers for 25 years, and I don't pretend to understand. Here comes another tar. Find Layson opened the telegram. Cochrane, this time, from the Ganges Canal, heavy rains here. Bad. He might have saved the last word. Well, we don't want to know any more. We've got to work the gangs all night and clean up the riverbed. You'll take the east bank and work out to meet me in the middle. Get everything that floats below the bridge. We shall have quite enough rivercraft coming down adrift anyhow, without letting the stone boats ram the piers. What have you got on the east bank that needs looking after? Pontoon, one big pontoon with the overhead crane on it. T'other overhead crane on the mended pontoon, with the cart road rivets from 20 to 23 piers, 2 construction lines, and a turning spur. The pilework must take its chance, said Hitchcock. All right. Roll up everything you can lay hands on. We'll give the gang 15 minutes more to eat their grub. Close to the veranda stood a big night gong, never used except for flood or fire in the village. Hitchcock had called for a fresh horse, and was off to his side of the bridge when Find Layson took the cloth-bound stick and smote with the rubbing stroke that brings out the full thunder of the metal. Long before the last rumble ceased, every night gong in the village had taken up the warning. To these were added the hoarse screaming of conchs in the little temples, the throbbing of drums and tom-toms, and, from the European quarters, where the riveters lived, Macartney's bugle, a weapon of offence on Sundays and festivals, brayed desperately, calling to stables. Engine after engine toiling home along the spurs at the end of her day's work whistled in answer till the whistles were answered from the far bank. Then the big gong thundered thrice for a sign that it was flood and not fire. Conch, drum, and whistle echoed the call, and the village quivered to the sound of bare feet running upon soft earth. The order in all cases was to stand by the day's work and wait instructions. The gangs poured by in the dusk, men stopping to knot a loincloth or fasten a sandal, gang foremen shouting to their subordinates as they ran or paused by the tool-issue sheds for bars and mattocks, locomotives creeping down their tracks wheel-deep in the crowd, till the brown torrent disappeared into the dusk of the riverbed, raced over the pilework, swarmed along the lattices, clustered by the cranes, and stood still, each man in his place. Then the troubled beating of the gong carried the order to take up everything and bear it beyond high water mark, and the flare lamps broke out by the hundred between the webs of dull iron as the riveters began a night's work, racing against the flood that was to come. The girders of the 3 centre piers, those that stood on the cribs, were all but in position. They needed just as many rivets as could be driven into them, for the flood would assuredly wash out their supports, and the ironwork would settle down on the caps of stone if they were not blocked at the ends. 100 crowbars strained at the sleepers of the temporary line that fed the unfinished piers. It was heaved up in lengths, loaded into trucks, and backed up the bank beyond flood level by the groaning locomotives. The tool sheds on the sands melted away before the attack of shouting armies, and with them went the stacked ranks of government stores, iron-bound boxes of rivets, pliers, cutters, duplicate parts of the riveting machines, spare pumps and chains. The big crane would be the last to be shifted, for she was hoisting all the heavy stuff up to the main structure of the bridge. The concrete blocks on the fleet of stone boats were dropped overside, where there was any depth of water, to guard the piers, and the empty boats themselves were poled under the bridge downstream. It was here that Prue's pipe shrilled loudest, for the first stroke of the big gong had brought the dinghy back at racing speed, and Prue and his people were stripped to the waist, working for the honor and credit which are better than life. "I knew she would speak," he cried. "I knew, but the telegraph gives us good warning. O sons of unthinkable begetting, children of unspeakable shame, are we here for the look of the thing?" It was 2 feet of wire rope frayed at the ends, and it did wonders as Prue leaped from gunwale to gunwale, shouting the language of the sea. Findlayson was more troubled for the stone boats than anything else. Macartney, with his gangs, was blocking up the ends of the 3 doubtful spans, but boats adrift, if the flood chanced to be a high one, might endanger the girders, and there was a very fleet in the shrunken channel. "Get them behind the swell of the guard tower," he shouted down to Prue. "It will be dead water there. Get them below the bridge." "Okay. Very good. I know, we are mooring them with wire rope," was the answer. "He. Listen to the shotter, Sahib. He is working hard." From across the river came an almost continuous whistling of locomotives, backed by the rumble of stone. Hitchcock at the last minute was spending a few hundred more trucks of Turkey stone in reinforcing his spurs and embankments. "The bridge challenges Mother Gunga," said Prue, with a laugh. "But when she talks I know whose voice will be the loudest." For hours the naked men worked, screaming and shouting under the lights. It was a hot, moonless night. The end of it was darkened by clouds and a sudden squall that made Findlayson very grave. "She moves," said Prue, just before the dawn. "Mother Gunga is awake. Here." He dipped his hand over the side of a boat and the current mumbled on it. A little wave hit the side of a pier with a crisp slap. 6 hours before her time," said Findlayson, mopping his forehead savagely. "Now we can't depend on anything. We'd better clear all hands out of the riverbed." Again the big gong beat, and a second time there was the rushing of naked feet on earth and ringing iron. The clatter of tools ceased. In the silence, men heard the dry yawn of water crawling over thirsty sand. Foreman after foreman shouted to Findlayson, who had posted himself by the guard tower, that his section of the riverbed had been cleaned out, and when the last voice dropped, Findlayson hurried over the bridge till the iron plating of the permanent way gave place to the temporary plank walk over the 3 center piers, and there he met Hitchcock. "All clear your side," said Findlayson. The whisper rang in the box of latticework. "Yes, and the east channel's filling now. We're utterly out of our reckoning. When is this thing down on us? There's no saying. She's filling as fast as she can. Look." Findlayson pointed to the planks below his feet, where the sand, burned and defiled by months of work, was beginning to whisper and fizz. "What orders?" said Hitchcock. "Call the roll, count stores, sit on your hunkers, and pray for the bridge. That's all I can think of. Good night. Don't risk your life trying to fish out anything that may go downstream. Oh, I'll be as prudent as you are. Night. Heavens, how she's filling. Here's the rain in earnest." Findlayson picked his way back to his bank, sweeping the last of McCartney's riveters before him. The gangs had spread themselves along the embankments, regardless of the cold rain of the dawn, and there they waited for the flood. Only Prue kept his men together behind the swell of the guard tower, where the stone boats lay tied fore and aft with hawsers, wire rope, and chains. A shrill wail ran along the line, growing to a yell, half fear and half wonder. The face of the river whitened from bank to bank between the stone facings, and the faraway spurs went out in spouts of foam. Mother Gunga had come bank high in haste, and a wall of chocolate-colored water was her messenger. There was a shriek above the roar of the water, the complaint of the spans coming down on their blocks as the cribs were whirled out from under their bellies. The stone boats groaned and ground each other in the eddy that swung round the abutment, and their clumsy masts rose higher and higher against the dim skyline. Before she was shut between these walls we knew what she would do. Now she is thus cramped, God only knows what she will do, said Prue, watching the furious turmoil round the guard tower. "Oh, fight, then. Fight hard, for it is thus that a woman wears herself out." But Mother Gunga would not fight as Prue desired. After the first downstream plunge there came no more walls of water, but the river lifted herself bodily, as a snake when she drinks in midsummer, plucking and fingering along the revetments, and banking up behind the piers till even Findlayson began to recalculate the strength of his work. When day came the village gasped. Only last night, men said, turning to each other, it was as a town in the riverbed. Look now. And they looked and wondered afresh at the deep water, the racing water that licked the throat of the piers. The farther bank was veiled by rain, into which the bridge ran out and vanished. The spurs upstream were marked by no more than eddies and spoutings, and downstream the pent river, once freed of her guidelines, had spread like a sea to the horizon. Then hurried by, rolling in the water, dead men and oxen together, with here and there a patch of thatched roof that melted when it touched a pier. Big flood, said Prue, and Findlayson nodded. It was as big a flood as he had any wish to watch. His bridge would stand what was upon her now, but not very much more, and if by any of 1,000 chances there happened to be a weakness in the embankments, Mother Gunga would carry his honor to the sea with the other raffle. Worst of all, there was nothing to do except to sit still, and Findlayson sat still under his mackintosh till his helmet became pulp on his head, and his boots were over ankle in mire. He took no count of time, for the river was marking the hours, inch by inch and foot by foot, along the embankment, and he listened, numb and hungry, to the straining of the stone boats, the hollow thunder under the piers, and the 100 noises that make the full note of a flood. Once a dripping servant brought him food, but he could not eat, and once he thought that he heard a faint toot from a locomotive across the river, and then he smiled. The bridge's failure would hurt his assistant not a little, but Hitchcock was a young man with his big work yet to do. For himself the crash meant everything, everything that made a hard life worth the living. They would say, the men of his own profession. He remembered the half-pitying things that he himself had said when Lockhart's new waterworks burst and broke down in brick heaps and sludge, and Lockhart's spirit broke in him and he died. He remembered what he himself had said when the Sumao Bridge went out in the big cyclone by the sea, and most he remembered poor Hartop's face 3 weeks later, when the shame had marked it. His bridge was twice the size of Hartop's, and it carried the Findlayson truss as well as the new pier shoe, the Findlayson bolted shoe. There were no excuses in his service. Government might listen, perhaps, but his own kind would judge him by his bridge, as that stood or fell. He went over it in his head, plate by plate, span by span, brick by brick, pier by pier, remembering, comparing, estimating, and recalculating, lest there should be any mistake, and through the long hours and through the flights of formulae that danced and wheeled before him, a cold fear would come to pinch his heart. His side of the sum was beyond question, but what man knew Mother Gunga's arithmetic? Even as he was making all sure by the multiplication table, the river might be scooping a pothole to the very bottom of any one of those 80-foot piers that carried his reputation. Again a servant came to him with food, but his mouth was dry, and he could only drink and return to the decimals in his brain. And the river was still rising. Prue, in a mat shelter coat, crouched at his feet, watching now his face and now the face of the river, but saying nothing. At last the Lascar rose and floundered through the mud towards the village, but he was careful to leave an ally to watch the boats. Presently he returned, most irreverently driving before him the priest of his creed, a fat old man, with a grey beard that whipped the wind with the wet cloth that blew over his shoulder. Never was seen so lamentable a guru. What good are offerings and little kerosene lamps and dry grain, shouted Prue, if squatting in the mud is all that thou canst do? Thou hast dealt long with the gods when they were contented and well-wishing. Now they are angry. Speak to them. What is a man against the wrath of gods? Whined the priest, cowering as the wind took him. Let me go to the temple, and I will pray there. Son of a pig, pray here. Is there no return for salt fish and curry powder and dried onions? Call aloud. Tell Mother Gunga we have had enough, bid her be still for the night. I cannot pray, but I have been serving in the company's boats, and when men did not obey my orders a flourish of the wire rope colt rounded the sentence, and the priest, breaking free from his disciple, fled to the village. Fat pig, said Prue. After all that we have done for him. When the flood is down I will see to it that we get a new guru. Finlinson Sahib, it darkens for night now, and since yesterday nothing has been eaten. Be wise, Sahib. No man can endure watching and great thinking on an empty belly. Lie down, Sahib. The river will do what the river will do. The bridge is mine, I cannot leave it. Wilt thou hold it up with thy hands, then, said Prue, laughing. I was troubled for my boats and shears before the flood came. Now we are in the hands of the gods. The Sahib will not eat and lie down. Take these, then. They are meat and good toddy together, and they kill all weariness, besides the fever that follows the rain. I have eaten nothing else today at all. He took a small tin tobacco box from his sodden waist belt and thrust it into Findlayson's hand, saying, Nay, do not be afraid. It is no more than opium, clean Malwa opium. Findlayson shook 2 or 3 of the dark brown pellets into his hand, and hardly knowing what he did, swallowed them. The stuff was at least a good guard against fever, the fever that was creeping upon him out of the wet mud, and he had seen what Prue could do in the stewing mists of autumn on the strength of a dose from the tin box. Prue nodded with bright eyes. In a little the Sahib will find that he thinks well again. I too will. He dived into his treasure box, resettled the raincoat over his head, and squatted down to watch the boats. It was too dark now to see beyond the first pier, and the night seemed to have given the river new strength. Findlayson stood with his chin on his chest, thinking. There was one point about one of the piers, the 7th, that he had not fully settled in his mind. The figures would not shape themselves to the eye except one by one and at enormous intervals of time. There was a sound rich and mellow in his ears like the deepest note of a double bass, an entrancing sound upon which he pondered for several hours, as it seemed. Then Prue was at his elbow, shouting that a wire hawser had snapped and the stone boats were loose. Findlayson saw the fleet open and swing out fanwise to a long-drawn shriek of wire straining across gunwales. A tree hit them. They will all go, cried Prue. The main hawser has parted. What does the Sahib do? An immensely complex plan had suddenly flashed into Findlayson's mind. He saw the ropes running from boat to boat in straight lines and angles, each rope a line of white fire. But there was one rope which was the master rope. He could see that rope. If he could pull it once, it was absolutely and mathematically certain that the disordered fleet would reassemble itself in the backwater behind the guard tower. But why, he wondered, was Prue clinging so desperately to his waist as he hastened down the bank? It was necessary to put the lascar aside, gently and slowly, because it was necessary to save the boats, and, further, to demonstrate the extreme ease of the problem that looked so difficult. And then, but it was of no conceivable importance, a wire raced through his hand, burning it. The high bank disappeared, and with it all the slowly dispersing factors of the problem. He was sitting in the rainy darkness, sitting in a boat that spun like a top, and Prue was standing over him. "I had forgotten," said the Lascar, slowly, "that to those fasting and unused, the opium is worse than any wine. Those who die in Gunga go to the gods. Still, I have no desire to present myself before such great ones. Can the Sahib swim?" "What need? He can fly as swiftly as the wind," was the thick answer. "He is mad," muttered Prue, under his breath. "And he threw me aside like a bundle of dung cakes. Well, he will not know his death. The boat cannot live an hour here even if she strike nothing. It is not good to look at death with a clear eye." He refreshed himself again from the tin box, squatted down in the bows of the reeling, pegged, and stitched craft, staring through the mist at the nothing that was there. A warm drowsiness crept over Findlayson, the chief engineer, whose duty was with his bridge. The heavy raindrops struck him with 1,000 tingling little thrills, and the weight of all time since time was made hung heavy on his eyelids. He thought and perceived that he was perfectly secure, for the water was so solid that a man could surely step out upon it, and, standing still with his legs apart to keep his balance, this was the most important point, would be borne with great and easy speed to the shore. But yet a better plan came to him. It needed only an exertion of will for the soul to hurl the body ashore as wind drives paper, to waft it kite fashion to the bank. Thereafter, the boat spun dizzily. Suppose the high wind got under the freed body. Would it tower up like a kite and pitch headlong on the faraway sands, or would it duck about, beyond control, through all eternity? Findlayson gripped the gunwale to anchor himself, for it seemed that he was on the edge of taking the flight before he had settled all his plans. Opium has more effect on the white man than the black. Prue was only comfortably indifferent to accidents. "She cannot live," he grunted. "Her seam's open already. If she were even a dinghy with oars we could have ridden it out, but a box with holes is no good. Finlinson Sahib, she fills. Akka. I am going away. Come thou also." In his mind, Findlayson had already escaped from the boat, and was circling high in air to find a rest for the sole of his foot. His body, he was really sorry for its gross helplessness, lay in the stern, the water rushing about its knees. "How very ridiculous," he said to himself, from his eyrie, "that is Findlayson, chief of the Kashi Bridge. The poor beast is going to be drowned, too. Drowned when it's close to shore. I'm on shore already. Why doesn't it come along?" To his intense disgust, he found his soul back in his body again, and that body spluttering and choking in deep water. The pain of the reunion was atrocious, but it was necessary, also, to fight for the body. He was conscious of grasping wildly at wet sand, and striding prodigiously, as one strides in a dream, to keep foothold in the swirling water, till at last he hauled himself clear of the hold of the river, and dropped, panting, on wet earth. "Not this night," said Prue, in his ear. "The gods have protected us." The Lascar moved his feet cautiously, and they rustled among dried stumps. "This is some island of last year's indigo crop," he went on. "We shall find no men here, but have great care, Sahib. All the snakes of 100 miles have been flooded out. Here comes the lightning, on the heels of the wind. Now we shall be able to look, but walk carefully." Findlayson was far and far beyond any fear of snakes, or indeed any merely human emotion. He saw, after he had rubbed the water from his eyes, with an immense clearness, and trod, so it seemed to himself, with world-encompassing strides. Somewhere in the night of time he had built a bridge that spanned illimitable levels of shining seas, but the deluge had swept it away, leaving this one island under heaven for Findlayson and his companion, sole survivors of the breed of man. An incessant lightning, forked and blue, showed all that there was to be seen on the little patch in the flood, a clump of thorn, a clump of swaying creaking bamboos, and a grey-gnarled peepul overshadowing a Hindu shrine, from whose dome floated a tattered red flag. The holy man whose summer resting place it was had long since abandoned it, and the weather had broken the red-daubed image of his god. The two men stumbled, heavy-limbed and heavy-eyed, over the ashes of a brick-set cooking place, and dropped down under the shelter of the branches, while the rain and river roared together. The stumps of the indigo crackled, and there was a smell of cattle, as a huge and dripping Brahmini bull shouldered his way under the tree. The flashes revealed the trident mark of Shiva on his flank, the insolence of head and hump, the luminous stag-like eyes, the brow crowned with a wreath of sodden marigold blooms, and the silky dewlap that almost swept the ground. There was a noise behind him of other beasts coming up from the floodline through the thicket, a sound of heavy feet and deep breathing. "Here be more beside ourselves," said Findlayson, his head against the tree pole, looking through half-shut eyes, wholly at ease. "Truly," said Prue, thickly, "and no small ones." "What are they, then?" "I do not see clearly." "The gods." "Who else?" "Look." "Ah, true. The gods surely, the gods." Findlayson smiled as his head fell forward on his chest. Prue was eminently right. After the flood, who should be alive in the land except the gods that made it, the gods to whom his village prayed nightly, the gods who were in all men's mouths and about all men's ways? He could not raise his head or stir a finger for the trance that held him, and Prue was smiling vacantly at the lightning. The bull paused by the shrine, his head lowered to the damp earth. A green parrot in the branches preened his wet wings and screamed against the thunder as the circle under the tree filled with the shifting shadows of beasts. There was a black buck at the bull's heels, such a buck as Findlayson in his faraway life upon earth might have seen in dreams, a buck with a royal head, ebon back, silver belly, and gleaming straight horns. Beside him, her head bowed to the ground, the green eyes burning under the heavy brows, with restless tail switching the dead grass, paced a tigress, full-bellied and deep-jowled. The bull crouched beside the shrine, and there leaped from the darkness a monstrous grey ape, who seated himself man-wise in the place of the fallen image, and the rain spilled like jewels from the hair of his neck and shoulders. Other shadows came and went behind the circle, among them a drunken man flourishing staff and drinking bottle. Then a hoarse bellow broke out from near the ground. The flood lessens even now, it cried. Hour by hour the water falls, and their bridge still stands. My bridge, said Findlayson to himself. That must be very old work now. What have the gods to do with my bridge? His eyes rolled in the darkness following the roar. A mugger, the blunt-nosed, ford-haunting mugger of the Ganges, draggled herself before the beasts, lashing furiously to right and left with her tail. They have made it too strong for me. In all this night I have only torn away a handful of planks. The walls stand. The towers stand. They have chained my flood, and the river is not free any more. Heavenly ones, take this yoke away. Give me clear water between bank and bank. It is I, Mother Ganga, that speak. The justice of the gods. Deal me the justice of the gods. What said I? Whispered Prue. This is in truth a panchayat of the gods. Now we know that all the world is dead, save you and I, Sahib. The parrot screamed and fluttered again, and the tigress, her ears flat to her head, snarled wickedly. Somewhere in the shadow, a great trunk and gleaming tusks swayed to and fro, and a low gurgle broke the silence that followed on the snarl. We be here, said a deep voice, the great ones. One only and very many. Shiv, my father, is here, with Indra. Kali has spoken already. Hanuman listens also. Kashi is without her kotwal tonight, shouted the man with the drinking bottle, flinging his staff to the ground, while the island rang to the baying of hounds. Give her the justice of the gods. Ye were still when they polluted my waters, the great crocodile bellowed. Ye made no sign when my river was trapped between the walls. I had no help save my own strength, and that failed. The strength of Mother Ganga failed, before their guard towers. What could I do? I have done everything. Finish now, heavenly ones. I brought the death, I rode the spotted sickness from hut to hut of their workmen, and yet they would not cease. A nose-slitten, hide-worn ass, lame, scissor-legged, and galled, limped forward. I cast the death at them out of my nostrils, but they would not cease. Prue would have moved, but the opium lay heavy upon him. Bah, he said, spitting. Here is Sitala herself, Mata, the smallpox. Has the Sahib a handkerchief to put over his face? Little help. They fed me the corpses for a month, and I flung them out on my sandbars, but their work went forward. Demons they are, and sons of demons. And ye left Mother Ganga alone for their fire carriage to make a mock of. The justice of the gods on the bridge builders. The bull turned the cud in his mouth and answered slowly, "If the justice of the gods caught all who made a mock of holy things, there would be many dark altars in the land, mother." "But this goes beyond a mock," said the tigress, darting forward a griping paw. "Thou knowest, Shiv, and ye, too, heavenly ones, ye know that they have defiled Gunga. Surely they must come to the destroyer. Let Indra judge." The buck made no movement as he answered, "How long has this evil been?" 3 years, as men count years," said the mugger, close pressed to the earth. "Does Mother Gunga die, then, in a year, that she is so anxious to see vengeance now? The deep sea was where she runs but yesterday, and tomorrow the sea shall cover her again, as the gods count that which men call time. Can any say that this their bridge endures till tomorrow?" said the buck. There was a long hush, and in the clearing of the storm the full moon stood up above the dripping trees. "Judge ye, then," said the river, sullenly. "I have spoken my shame. The flood falls still. I can do no more. For my own part, it was the voice of the great ape seated within the shrine. It pleases me well to watch these men, remembering that I also builded no small bridge in the world's youth. They say, too," snarled the tiger, "that these men came of the wreck of thy armies, Hanuman, and therefore thou hast aided. They toil as my armies toiled in Lanka, and they believe that their toil endures. Indra is too high, but Shiv, thou knowest how the land is threaded with their fire carriages." "Yea, I know," said the bull. "Their gods instructed them in the matter." A laugh ran round the circle. "Their gods? What should their gods know? They were born yesterday, and those that made them are scarcely yet cold," said the mugger. "Tomorrow their gods will die." "Ho," said Prue. "Mother Gunga talks good talk. I told that to the Padri Sahib who preached on the Mombasa, and he asked the Baramalam to put me in irons for a great rudeness." "Surely they make these things to please their gods," said the bull again. "Not altogether," the elephant rolled forth. "It is for the profit of my Mahajans, my fat moneylenders that worship me at each new year, when they draw my image at the head of the account books. I, looking over their shoulders by lamplight, see that the names in the books are those of men in far places, for all the towns are drawn together by the fire carriage, and the money comes and goes swiftly, and the account books grow as fat as myself. And I, who am Ganesh of good luck, I bless my peoples. They have changed the face of the land which is my land. They have killed and made new towns on my banks," said the mugger. "It is but the shifting of a little dirt. Let the dirt dig in the dirt if it pleases the dirt," answered the elephant. "But afterwards," said the tiger. "Afterwards they will see that Mother Gunga can avenge no insult, and they fall away from her first, and later from us all, one by one. In the end, Ganesh, we are left with naked altars." The drunken man staggered to his feet, and hiccuped vehemently. "Kali lies. My sister lies. Also this my stick is the Kotwal of Kashi, and he keeps tally of my pilgrims. When the time comes to worship Bayan, and it is always time, the fire carriages move one by one, and each bears 1,000 pilgrims. They do not come afoot any more, but rolling upon wheels, and my honor is increased. Gunga, I have seen thy bed at Prayag black with the pilgrims, said the ape, leaning forward, and but for the fire carriage they would have come slowly and in fewer numbers. Remember, they come to me always. Bayan went on thickly. By day and night they pray to me, all the common people in the fields and the roads. Who is like Bayan today? What talk is this of changing faiths? Is my staff Kotwal of Kashi for nothing? He keeps the tally, and he says that never were so many altars as today, and the fire carriage serves them well. Bayan am I, Bayan of the common people, and the chiefest of the heavenly ones today. Also my staff says, Peace, thou, load the bull. The worship of the schools is mine, and they talk very wisely, asking whether I be one or many, as is the delight of my people, and ye know what I am. Kali, my wife, thou knowest also. Yea, I know, said the tigress, with lowered head. Greater am I than Gunga also. For ye know who moved the minds of men that they should count Gunga holy among the rivers. Who die in that water, ye know how men say, Come to us without punishment, and Gunga knows that the fire carriage has borne to her scores upon scores of such anxious ones, and Kali knows that she has held her chiefest festivals among the pilgrimages that are fed by the fire carriage. Who smote at Pori, under the image there, her thousands in a day and a night, and bound the sickness to the wheels of the fire carriages, so that it ran from one end of the land to the other. Who but Kali? Before the fire carriage came it was a heavy toil. The fire carriages have served thee well, mother of death. But I speak for mine own altars, who am not Bayan of the common folk, but Shiv. Men go to and fro, making words and telling talk of strange gods, and I listen. Faith follows faith among my people in the schools, and I have no anger, for when all words are said, and the new talk is ended, to Shiv men return at the last. True. It is true, murmured Hanuman. To Shiv and to the others, mother, they return. I creep from temple to temple in the north, where they worship one God and his prophet, and presently my image is alone within their shrines. Small thanks, said the buck, turning his head slowly. I am that one and his prophet also. Even so, father, said Hanuman. And to the south I go, who am the oldest of the gods as men know the gods, and presently I touch the shrines of the new faith and the woman whom we know is hewn 12-armed, and still they call her Mary. Small thanks, brother, said the tigress. I am that woman. Even so, sister, and I go west among the fire carriages, and stand before the bridge builders in many shapes, and because of me they change their faiths and are very wise. Ho! Ho! I am the builder of bridges, indeed, bridges between this and that, and each bridge leads surely to us in the end. Be content, Gunga. Neither these men nor those that follow them mock thee at all. Am I alone, then, heavenly ones? Shall I smooth out my flood lest unhappily I bear away their walls? Will Indra dry my springs in the hills and make me crawl humbly between their wharfs? Shall I bury me in the sand ere I offend? And all for the sake of a little iron bar with the fire carriage atop. Truly, Mother Ganga is always young, said Ganesh the elephant. A child had not spoken more foolishly. Let the dirt dig in the dirt ere it return to the dirt. I know only that my people grow rich and praise me. Shiv has said that the men of the schools do not forget. Bayan is content for his crowd of the common people, and Hanuman laughs. Surely I laugh, said the ape. My altars are few beside those of Ganesh or Bayan, but the fire carriages bring me new worshippers from beyond the black water, the men who believe that their god is toil. I run before them beckoning, and they follow Hanuman. Give them the toil that they desire, then said the river. Make a bar across my flood and throw the water back upon the bridge. Once thou wast strong in Lanka, Hanuman. Stoop and lift my bed. Who gives life can take life. The ape scratched in the mud with a long forefinger. And yet, who would profit by the killing? Very many would die. There came up from the water a snatch of a love song such as the boys sing when they watch their cattle in the noon heats of late spring. The parrot screamed joyously, sidling along his branch with lowered head as the song grew louder, and in a patch of clear moonlight stood revealed the young herd, the darling of the gopis, the idol of dreaming maids and of mothers ere their children are born, Krishna the well-beloved. He stooped to knot up his long wet hair, and the parrot fluttered to his shoulder. Fleeting and singing and fleeting hiccuped Bayan. Those make thee late for the council, brother. And then, said Krishna, with a laugh, throwing back his head. Ye can do little without me or Karma here. He fondled the parrot's plumage and laughed again. What is this sitting and talking together? I heard Mother Ganga roaring in the dark, and so came quickly from a hut where I lay warm. And what have ye done to Karma, that he is so wet and silent? And what does Mother Ganga here? Are the heavens full that ye must come paddling in the mud beast-wise? Karma, what do they do? Ganga has prayed for a vengeance on the bridge builders, and Kali is with her. Now she bids Hanuman whelm the bridge, that her honor may be made great, cried the parrot. I waited here, knowing that thou wouldst come, O my master. And the heavenly ones said nothing. Did Ganga and the mother of sorrows out-talk them? Did none speak for my people? Nay, said Ganesh, moving uneasily from foot to foot, I said it was but dirt at play, and why should we stamp it flat? I was content to let them toil, well content, said Hanuman. What had I to do with Ganga's anger, said the bull. I am Bayan of the common folk, and this my staff is Kotwal of all Kashi. I spoke for the common people. Thou. The young god's eyes sparkled. Am I not the first of the gods in their mouths today, returned Bayan, unabashed. For the sake of the common people I said very many wise things which I have now forgotten, but this my staff. Krishna turned impatiently, saw the mugger at his feet, and kneeling, slipped an arm round the cold neck. Mother, he said gently, get thee to thy flood again. This matter is not for thee. What harm shall thy honor take of this live dirt? Thou'st given them their fields new year after year, and by thy flood they are made strong. They come all to thee at the last. What need to slay them now? Have pity, mother, for a little, and it is only for a little. If it be only for a little, the slow beast began. Are they gods, then? Krishna returned with a laugh, his eyes looking into the dull eyes of the river. Be certain that it is only for a little. The heavenly ones have heard thee, and presently justice will be done. Go now, mother, to the flood again. Men and cattle are thick on the waters, the banks fall, the villages melt because of thee. But the bridge stands. The mugger turned grunting into the undergrowth as Krishna rose. It is ended, said the tigress, viciously. There is no more justice from the heavenly ones. Ye have made shame and sport of Ganga, who asked no more than a few score lives. Of my people, who lie under the leaf roofs of the village yonder, of the young girls, and the young men who sing to them in the dark, of the child that will be born next morn, of that which was begotten tonight, said Krishna. And when all is done, what profit? Tomorrow sees them at work. If ye swept the bridge out from end to end, they would begin anew. Hear me. Bayan is drunk always. Hanuman mocks his people with new riddles. Nay, but they are very old ones, the ape said, laughing. Shiv hears the talk of the schools and the dreams of the holy men. Ganesh thinks only of his fat traders. But I live with these my people, asking for no gifts, and so receiving them hourly. And very tender art thou of thy people, said the tigress. They are my own. The old women dream of me turning in their sleep, the maids look and listen for me when they go to fill their lotas by the river. I walk by the young men waiting without the gates at dusk, and I call over my shoulder to the white beards. Ye know, heavenly ones, that I alone of us all walk upon the earth continually, and have no pleasure in our heavens so long as a green blade springs here, or there are two voices at twilight in the standing crops. Wise are ye, but ye live far off, forgetting whence ye came. So do I not forget. And the fire carriage feeds your shrines, ye say. And the fire carriages bring 1,000 pilgrims where but 10 came in the old years. True. That is true, today. But tomorrow they are dead, brother, said Ganesh. Peace, said the bull, as Hanuman leaned forward again. And tomorrow, beloved, what of tomorrow? This only. A new word creeping from mouth to mouth among the common folk, a word that neither man nor God can lay hold of, an evil word, a little lazy word among the common folk, saying, and none know who set that word afoot, that they weary of ye, heavenly ones. The gods laughed together softly. And then, beloved, they said, and to cover that weariness they, my people, will bring to thee, Shiv, and to thee, Ganesh, at first greater offerings and a louder noise of worship. But the word has gone abroad, and, after, they will pay fewer dues to our fat Brahmins. Next they will forget your altars, but so slowly that no man can say how his forgetfulness began. I knew. I spoke this also, but they would not hear, said the tigress. We should have slain. It is too late now. Ye should have slain at the beginning when the men from across the water had taught our folk nothing. Now my people see their work, and go away thinking. They do not think of the heavenly ones altogether. They think of the fire carriage and the other things that the bridge builders have done, and when your priests thrust forward hands asking alms, they give a little unwillingly. That is the beginning, among 1 or 2, or 5 or 10, for I, moving among my people, know what is in their hearts. And the end, jester of the gods. What shall the end be, said Ganesh. The end shall be as it was in the beginning, O slothful son of Shiv. The flame shall die upon the altars and the prayer upon the tongue till ye become little gods again, gods of the jungle, names that the hunters of rats and nooses of dogs whisper in the thicket and among the caves, rag gods, pot godlings of the tree, and the village mark, as ye were at the beginning. That is the end, Ganesh, for thee, and for Bayan of the common people. It is very far away, grunted Bayan. Also, it is a lie. Many women have kissed Krishna. They told him this to cheer their own hearts when the grey hairs came, and he has told us the tale, said the bull, below his breath. Their gods came, and we changed them. I took the woman and made her 12-armed. So shall we twist all their gods, said Hanuman. Their gods. This is no question of their gods, 1 or 3, man or woman. The matter is with the people. They move, and not the gods of the bridge builders, said Krishna. So be it. I have made a man worship the fire carriage as it stood still breathing smoke, and he knew not that he worshipped me, said Hanuman the ape. They will only change a little the names of their gods. I shall lead the builders of the bridges as of old. Shiv shall be worshipped in the schools by such as doubt and despise their fellows. Ganesh shall have his Mahajans, and Bayan the donkey drivers, the pilgrims, and the sellers of toys. Beloved, they will do no more than change the names, and that we have seen 1,000 times. Surely they will do no more than change the names, echoed Ganesh, but there was an uneasy movement among the gods. They will change more than the names. Me alone they cannot kill, so long as a maiden and a man meet together or the spring follows the winter rains. Heavenly ones, not for nothing have I walked upon the earth. My people know not now what they know, but I, who live with them, I read their hearts. Great kings, the beginning of the end is born already. The fire carriages shout the names of new gods that are not the old under new names. Drink now and eat greatly. Bathe your faces in the smoke of the altars before they grow cold. Take dews and listen to the cymbals and the drums, heavenly ones, while yet there are flowers and songs. As men count time the end is far off, but as we who know reckon it is today. I have spoken. The young god ceased, and his brethren looked at each other long in silence. This I have not heard before, Prue whispered in his companion's ear. And yet sometimes, when I oiled the brasses in the engine room of the Gurkha, I have wondered if our priests were so wise, so wise. The day is coming, Sahib. They will be gone by the morning. A yellow light broadened in the sky, and the tone of the river changed as the darkness withdrew. Suddenly the elephant trumpeted aloud as though man had goaded him. Let Indra judge. Father of all, speak thou. What of the things we have heard? Has Krishna lied indeed? Or, ye know, said the buck, rising to his feet. Ye know the riddle of the gods. When Brahm ceases to dream, the heavens and the hells and earth disappear. Be content. Brahm dreams still. The dreams come and go, and the nature of the dreams changes, but still Brahm dreams. Krishna has walked too long upon earth, and yet I love him the more for the tale he has told. The gods change, beloved, all save one. All save one that makes love in the hearts of men, said Krishna, knotting his girdle. It is but a little time to wait, and ye shall know if I lie. Truly it is but a little time, as thou sayest, and we shall know. Get thee to thy huts again, beloved, and make sport for the young things, for still Brahm dreams. Go, my children. Brahm dreams, until he wakes the gods die not. Whither went they, said the Lascar, awestruck, shivering a little with the cold. God knows, said Findlayson. The river and the island lay in full daylight now, and there was never mark of hoof or pug on the wet earth under the peepul. Only a parrot screamed in the branches, bringing down showers of water drops as he fluttered his wings. Up! We are cramped with cold. Has the opium died out? Canst thou move, Sahib? Findlayson staggered to his feet and shook himself. His head swam and ached, but the work of the opium was over, and, as he sluiced his forehead in a pool, the chief engineer of the Kashi bridge was wondering how he had managed to fall upon the island, what chances the day offered of return, and, above all, how his work stood. Prue, I have forgotten much. I was under the guard tower watching the river, and then. Did the flood sweep us away? No. The boats broke loose, Sahib, and, if the Sahib had forgotten about the opium, decidedly Prue would not remind him, in striving to retrieve them, so it seemed to me, but it was dark. A rope caught the Sahib and threw him upon a boat. Considering that we too, with Hitchcock Sahib, built, as it were, that bridge, I came also upon the boat, which came riding on horseback, as it were, on the nose of this island, and so, splitting, cast us ashore. I made a great cry when the boat left the wharf, and without doubt Hitchcock Sahib will come for us. As for the bridge, so many have died in the building that it cannot fall. A fierce sun, that drew out all the smell of the sodden land, had followed the storm, and in that clear light there was no room for a man to think of the dreams of the dark. Findlayson stared upstream, across the blaze of moving water, till his eyes ached. There was no sign of any bank to the Ganges, much less of a bridge line. We came down far, he said. It was wonderful that we were not drowned 100 times. That was the least of the wonder, for no man dies before his time. I have seen Sydney, I have seen London, and 20 great ports, but, Prue looked at the damp, discoloured shrine under the peephole, never man has seen that we saw here. What? Has the Sahib forgotten, or do we black men only see the gods? There was a fever upon me. Findlayson was still looking uneasily across the water. It seemed that the island was full of beasts and men talking, but I do not remember. A boat could live in this water now, I think. Aho! Then it is true, when Brahm ceases to dream, the gods die. Now I know, indeed, what he meant. Once, too, the Guru said as much to me, but then I did not understand. Now I am wise. What? Said Findlayson, over his shoulder. Prue went on as if he were talking to himself. 6, 7, 10 monsoons since, I was watch on the FCSLE of the Ruwa, the company's big boat, and there was a big tufan, green and black water beating, and I held fast to the lifelines, joking under the waters. Then I thought of the gods, of those whom we saw tonight. He stared curiously at Findlayson's back, but the white man was looking across the flood. Yes, I say, of those whom we saw this night past, and I called upon them to protect me. And while I prayed, still keeping my lookout, a big wave came and threw me forward upon the ring of the great black Boincha, and the Ruwa rose high and high, leaning towards the left-hand side, and the water drew away from beneath her nose, and I lay upon my belly, holding the ring, and looking down into those great deeps. Then I thought, even in the face of death, if I lose hold I die, and for me neither the Ruwa nor my place by the galley where the rice is cooked, nor Bombay, nor Calcutta, nor even London, will be any more for me. How shall I be sure, I said, that the gods to whom I pray will abide at all? This I thought, and the Ruwa dropped her nose as a hammer falls, and all the sea came in and slid me backwards along the FCSLE and over the break of the FCSLE, and I very badly bruised my shin against the donkey engine, but I did not die, and I have seen the gods. They are good for live men, but for the dead. They have spoken themselves. Therefore, when I come to the village I will beat the Guru for talking riddles which are no riddles. When Brahm ceases to dream the gods go. Look upstream. The light blinds. Is there smoke yonder? Prue shaded his eyes with his hands. He is a wise man and quick. Hitchcock Sahib would not trust a rowboat. He has borrowed the Rao Sahib's steam launch, and comes to look for us. I have always said that there should have been a steam launch on the bridge works for us. The territory of the Rao of Beron lay within 10 miles of the bridge, and Findlayson and Hitchcock had spent a fair portion of their scanty leisure in playing billiards and shooting blackbuck with the young man. He had been beled by an English tutor of sporting tastes for some 5 or 6 years, and was now royally wasting the revenues accumulated during his minority by the Indian government. His steam launch, with its silver-plated rails, striped silk awning, and mahogany decks, was a new toy which Findlayson had found horribly in the way when the Rel came to look at the bridge works. "It's great luck," murmured Findlayson, but he was none the less afraid, wondering what news might be of the bridge. The gaudy blue and white funnel came downstream swiftly. They could see Hitchcock in the bows, with a pair of opera glasses, and his face was unusually white. Then Prue hailed, and the launch made for the tail of the island. The Rao Sahib, in tweed shooting suit and a seven-hued turban, waved his royal hand, and Hitchcock shouted. But he need have asked no questions, for Findlayson's first demand was for his bridge. "All serene." "Gad, I never expected to see you again, Findlayson. You're 7 kos downstream." "Yes, there's not a stone shifted anywhere, but how are you?" "I borrowed the Rao Sahib's launch, and he was good enough to come along." "Jump in." "Ah, Finlinson, you are very well, eh? That was most unprecedented calamity last night, eh? My royal palace, too, it leaks like the devil, and the crops will also be short all about my country. Now you shall back her out, Hitchcock." I do not understand steam engines." "You are wet. You are cold, Finlinson. I have some things to eat here, and you will take a good drink." "I'm immensely grateful, Rao Sahib. I believe you've saved my life." "How did Hitchcock, aho?" "His hair was upon end. He rode to me in the middle of the night and woke me up in the arms of Morpheus. I was most truly concerned, Finlinson, so I came to. My head priest, he is very angry just now." "We will go quick, Mr. Hitchcock. I am due to attend at 12:45 in the State Temple, where we sanctify some new idol. If not so, I would have asked you to spend the day with me." "They are damn bore, these religious ceremonies, Finlinson, eh?" Prue, well known to the crew, had possessed himself of the inlaid wheel, and was taking the launch craftily upstream. But while he steered he was, in his mind, handling 2 feet of partially untwisted wire rope, and the back upon which he beat was the back of his guru. A walking delegate according to the custom of Vermont, Sunday afternoon is salting time on the farm, and, unless something very important happens, we attend to the salting ourselves. Dave and Pete, the red oxen, are treated first. They stay in the home meadow ready for work on Monday. Then come the cows, with Pan, the calf, who should have been turned into veal long ago, but survived on account of his manners, and lastly the horses, scattered through the 70 acres of the back pasture. You must go down by the brook that feeds the clicking, bubbling water ram, up through the sugar bush, where the young maple undergrowth closes round you like a shallow sea. Next follow the faint line of an old county road running past 2 green hollows fringed with wild rose that mark the cellars of 2 ruined houses, then by Lost Orchard, where nobody ever comes except in cider time, then across another brook, and so into the back pasture. Half of it is pine and hemlock and spruce, with sumac and little juniper bushes, and the other half is grey rock and boulder and moss, with green streaks of brake and swamp, but the horses like it well enough, our own, and the others that are turned down there to feed at 50 cents a week. Most people walk to the back pasture, and find it very rough work, but one can get there in a buggy, if the horse knows what is expected of him. The safest conveyance is our coupe. This began life as a buckboard, and we bought it for $5 from a sorrowful man who had no other sort of possessions, and the seat came off one night when we were turning a corner in a hurry. After that alteration it made a beautiful salting machine, if you held tight, because there was nothing to catch your feet when you fell out, and the slats rattled tunes. One Sunday afternoon we went out with the salt as usual. It was a broiling hot day, and we could not find the horses anywhere till we let Tedda Gabler, the bobtailed mare who throws up the dirt with her big hooves exactly as a tedder throws hay, have her head. Clever as she is, she tipped the coupe over in a hidden brook before she came out on a ledge of rock where all the horses had gathered, and were switching flies. The deacon was the first to call to her. He is a very dark iron-grey 4-year-old, son of Grandee. He has been handled since he was 2, was driven in a light cart before he was 3, and now ranks as an absolutely steady lady's horse, proof against steamrollers, grade crossings, and street processions. "Salt," said the deacon, joyfully. "You're dreadful late, Tedda. Any place to cramp the coupe?" Tedda panted. "It weighs terribly this weather. I'd a come sooner, but they didn't know what they wanted, nohow. Fell out twice, both of 'em. I don't understand sech foolishness. You look considerably cheated up. Guess you'd better cramp her under them pines, and cool off a piece." Tedda scrambled on the ledge, and cramped the coupe in the shade of a tiny little wood of pines, while my companion and I lay down among the brown, silky needles, and gasped. All the home horses were gathered round us, enjoying their Sunday leisure. There were Rod and Rick, the seniors on the farm. They were the regular road pair, bay with black points, full brothers, aged, sons of a Hambletonian sire and a Morgan dam. There were Nip and Tuck, seal browns, rising 6, brother and sister, black hawks by birth, perfectly matched, just finishing their education, and as handsome a pair as man could wish to find in a 40-mile drive. There was Muldoon, our ex-car horse, bought at a venture, and any color you choose that is not white, and Tweezy, who comes from Kentucky, with an affliction of his left hip, which makes him a little uncertain how his hind legs are moving. He and Muldoon had been hauling gravel all the week for our new road. The deacon you know already. Last of all, and eating something, was our faithful Marcus Aurelius Antoninus, the black buggy horse, who had seen us through every state of weather and road, the horse who was always standing in harness before some door or other, a philosopher with the appetite of a shark and the manners of an archbishop. Tedda Gabler was a new trade with a reputation for vice which was really the result of bad driving. She had one working gait, which she could hold till further notice, a Roman nose, a large, prominent eye, a shaving brush of a tail, and an irritable temper. She took her salt through her bridle, but the others trotted up nuzzling and wickering for theirs, till we emptied it on the clean rocks. They were all standing at ease, on 3 legs for the most part, talking the ordinary gossip of the back pasture, about the scarcity of water, and gaps in the fence, and how the early windfalls tasted that season, when little Rick blew the last few grains of his allowance into a crevice, and said, "Hurry, boys. Might ha' knowed that Liverpool would be around." We heard a clatter of hooves, and there climbed up from the ravine below a 50-center transient, a wall-eyed, yellow-frame house of a horse, sent up to board from a livery stable in town, where they called him the Lamb and never let him out except at night and to strangers. My companion, who knew and had broken most of the horses, looked at the ragged hammerhead as it rose, and said quietly, "Nice beast. Man-eater, if he gets the chance, see his eye. Kicker, too, see his hocks. Western horse." The animal lumbered up, snuffling and grunting. His feet showed that he had not worked for weeks and weeks, and our creatures drew together significantly. "As usual," he said, with an underhung sneer, "bow in your heads before the oppressor that comes to spend his leisure gloating over you." "Mine's done," said the deacon. He licked up the remnant of his salt, dropped his nose in his master's hand, and sang a little grace all to himself. "The deacon has the most enchanting manners of anyone I know. And fawning on them for what is your inalienable right." "It's humiliating," said the yellow horse, sniffing to see if he could find a few spare grains. "Go downhill, then, Boney," the deacon replied. "Guess you'll find something to eat still, if your hain't hogged it all. You've et more'n any 3 of us today, and day for that, and the last 2 months, since you've been here." I am not addressing myself to the young and immature. I am speaking to those whose opinion and experience commands respect. I saw Rod raise his head as though he were about to make a remark, then he dropped it again, and stood 3-cornered, like a plow horse. Rod can cover his mile in a shade under 3 minutes on an ordinary road to an ordinary buggy. He is tremendously powerful behind, but, like most Hambletonians, he grows a trifle sullen as he gets older. No one can love Rod very much, but no one can help respecting him. "I wish to wake those," the yellow horse went on, "to an abiding sense o' their wrongs and their injuries and their outrages." "How's that?" said Marcus Aurelius Antoninus, dreamily. He thought Boney was talking of some kind of feed. "And when I say outrages and injuries," Boney waved his tail furiously, "I mean too. Great oats. That's just what I do mean, plain and straight." "The gentleman talks quite earnest," said Tuck, the mare, to Nip, her brother. "There's no doubt thinking broadens the horizons o' the mind. His language is quite lofty." "Hesh," Sisnip answered. "He hain't widened nothing 'cept the circle he's et in pasture. They feed words fur beddin' where he comes from. It's elegant talking, though Tuck returned, with an unconvinced toss of her pretty, lean little head. The yellow horse heard her, and struck an attitude which he meant to be extremely impressive. It made him look as though he had been badly stuffed. Now I ask you without prejudice and without favor, what has man the oppressor ever done for you? Are you not inalienably entitled to the free air o' heaven, blow in across this boundless prairie? Have ye ever wintered here? Said the deacon, merrily, while the others snickered. It's kinda cool. Not yet, said Boney. I come from the boundless confines o' Kansas, where the noblest of our kind have their abiding place among the sunflowers on the threshold o' the settin' sun in his glory. And they sent you ahead as a sample, said Rick, with an amused quiver of his long, beautifully groomed tail, as thick and as fine and as wavy as a quadroon's back hair. Kansas, sir, needs no advertisement. Her native sons rely on themselves and their native sires. Yes, sir. Then Tweezy lifted up his wise and polite old head. His affliction makes him bashful as a rule, but he is ever the most courteous of horses. Excuse me, sir, he said slowly, but, unless I have been misinformed, most of your prominent shiars, sir, are imported from Kentucky, and I'm from Paducah. There was the least little touch of pride in the last words. Any horse that knows beans, said Muldoon, suddenly. He had been standing with his hairy chin on Tweezy's broad quarters, gets out of Kansas 4-day grip his shoes. I blew in deer from Iowa in the days o' me youth and innocence, and I was grateful when they boxed me for N York. You can't tell me anything about Kansas, I don't want to forget. De Beltline stables ain't no Hoffman house, but Dairy Vanderbilt's longside o' Kansas. What the horses o' Kansas think today, the horses of America will think tomorrow, and I tell you that when the horses of America rise in their might, the day o' the oppressor is ended. There was a pause, till Rick said, with a little grunt, "If you put it that way, every one of us has risen his might, 'cept Marcus, Meb. Marky, J ever rise in your might?" "Nope," said Marcus Aurelius Antoninus, thoughtfully quidding over a mouthful of grass. "I seen a heap o' fools try, though." "You admit that you rise," said the Kansas horse, excitedly. "Then why in Kansas did you ever go under again?" "Horse can't walk on his hind legs all the time," said the deacon. "Not when he's jerked over on his back, for he knows what fetched him." "We've all done it," Boney said Rick. "Nip and Tuck they tried it, spite o' what the deacon told 'em, and the deacon he tried it, spite o' what me and Rod told him, and me and Rod tried it, spite o' what Grandy told us, and I guess Grandy he tried it, spite o' what his dam told him. It's the same old circus from generation to generation. Colt can't see why he's called on to back. Same old rearing on end, straight up. Same old feeling that you've bested 'em this time. Same old little yank at your mouth when you're up good and tall. Same old Pegasus act, wondering where you'll light. Same old whop when you hit the dirt with your head where your tail should be, and your innards shook up like a bran mash. Same old voice in your ear, "Well, you little fool, and what did you reckon to make by that? We're through with ricin' in our mite on this farm. We go to polar single, accordine as we're hitched. And man, the oppressor sets and gloats over you, same as he's set in now. Hain't he that been your experience, madam?" This last remark was addressed to Tedder, and anyone could see with half an eye that poor, old anxious, fidgety Tedder, stamping at the flies, must have left a wild and tumultuous youth behind her. "Pens on the man," she answered, shifting from one foot to the other, and addressing herself to the home horses. "They abused me drefful when I was young. I guess I was sperity and nervous some, but they didn't allow for that. 'Twas in Monroe County, New York, and since then till I come here, I've run away with more men than you'd fill a boardin' house. Why, the man that sold me here, he says to the boss, he, mind, now, I've warned you. 'Toon't he be none of my fault if she sheds you down the road. Don't you drive her in a top buggy, n'thout winkers, he, n'thout this bit if you look to come home behind her.' And the first thing the boss did was to git the top buggy. "Can't say as I like top buggies," said Rick, "they don't balance good." "Suit me to a har," said Marcus Aurelius Antoninus. "Top buggy means the baby's in behind, and I kin stop while she gathers the pretty flowers, yes, and pick a mouthful, too. The women folk all say I have to be humored, and I don't carry things to the sweatin' point. Course I've no prejudice against a top buggy as long's I can see it," Tedder went on quickly. "It's hard seeing the pesky thing bobbin' and balancin' behind the winkers gets on my nerves." Then the boss looked at the bit they'd sold with me, and he, "Jiminy Christmas. This you'd make a clothes horse stand on end." Then he gave me a plain bar bit, and fitted it if there was some feeling to my mouth. "Hain't ye got any, Miss Tedder?" said Tuck, who has a mouth like velvet, and knows it. "Might a had, Miss Tuck, but I forgot." Then he give me an open bridle, my style's an open bridle, and I dunno as I ought to tell this by rights, he give me a kiss. "My," said Tuck, "I can't tell further shoes o' me what makes some men so fresh." "Pshaw, sis," said Nip, "what's the sense in actin' so? You git a kiss regular's hitchin' up time." "Well, you needn't tell, smarty," said Tuck, with a squeal and a kick. "I'd heard o' kisses, o' course," Tedder went on, "but they hadn't come my way specially. I don't mind telling I was that took aback at that man's doin' he might ha' lit firecrackers on my saddle. Then we went out jest's if a kiss was nothing, and I wasn't 3 strides into my gate 'fore I felt the boss know his business, and was trustin' me. So I studied to please him, and he never took the whip from the dash. A whip drives me plumb distracted, and the upshot was that, well, I've come up the back pasture today, and the coupe's tipped clear over twice, and I've waited till 'twas fixed each time. You kin judge for yourselves. I don't set up to be no better than my neighbors, 'specially with my tail snipped off the way 'tis, But I want you all to know Tedder's quit fightin' in harness or out of it, 'cept when there's a born fool in the pasture, stuffin' his stomach with board that ain't rightly his'n, 'cause he hain't earned it. Meanin' me, madam, said the yellow horse. Ef the shoe fits, clinch it, said Tedder, snorting. I named no names, though, to be sure, some folks are mean enough and greedy enough to do thout 'em. There's a deal to be forgiven to ignorance, said the yellow horse, with an ugly look in his blue eye. Seemin' lie, yes, or some folks you'd ha' been kicked round the pasture 'bout on't a minute since they came, board or no board. But what you do not understand, if you will excuse me, madam, is that the whole principle o' servitude, which includes keep and feed, starts from a radically false basis, and I am proud to say that me and the majority o' the horses o' Kansas think the entire concern should be relegated to the limbo of exploded superstitions. I say we're too progressive for that. I say we're too enlightened for that. 'Twas good enough's long's we didn't think, but nao, a new luminary has arisen on the horizon. Meanin' you, said the deacon. The horses o' Kansas are behind me with their multitudinous thunderin' hoofs, and we say, simply but grandly, that we take our stand with all 4 feet on the inalienable rights of the horse, pure and simple, the high-toned child o' nature, fed by the same waven grass, cooled by the same ripplin' brook, yes, and warmed by the same generous sun as falls impartially on the outside and the inside of the pampered machine o' the trotting track, or the bloated coupe horses o' these yer eastern cities. Are we not the same flesh and blood? Not by a bushel and a half, said the deacon, under his breath. Grandy never was in Kansas. My! Ain't that elegant, though, about the waven grass and the ripplin' brooks? Tuck whispered in Nip's ear. The gentleman's real convincin', I think. I say we are the same flesh and blood. Are we to be separated, horse from horse, by the artificial barriers of a trotting record, or are we to look down upon each other on the strength o' the gifts o' nature, an extra inch below the knee, or slightly more powerful quarters? What's the use o' them advantages to you? Man, the oppressor comes along, and sees you're likely and good-looking, and grinds you to the face o' the earth. What for? For his own pleasure, for his own convenience. Young and old, black and bay, white and grey, there's no distinctions made between us. We're ground up together under the remorseless teeth o' the engines of oppression. Guess his breechin' must ha' broke going downhill, said the deacon. Slippery road, maybe, and the buggy come onto him, and he didn't know 'nough to hold back. That don't feel like teeth, though. Maybe he busted a shaft, and it pricked him. And I come to you from Kansas, wavin' the tail o' friendship to all and sundry, and in the name of the uncounted millions o' pure-minded, high-toned horses now struggling towards the light o' freedom, I say to you, rub noses with us in our sacred and holy cause. The power is yin. Without you, I say, man, the oppressor cannot move himself from place to place. Without you he cannot reap, he cannot sow, he cannot plow. Mighty odd place, Kansas, said Marcus Aurelius Antoninus. Seamen lie they reap in the spring and plow in the fall. Guess it's right for them, but 'twould make me kinda giddy. The products of your untiring industry would rot on the ground if you did not weakly consent to help him. Let 'em rot, I say. Let him call you to the stables in vain and nevermore. Let him shake his ensnaring oats under your nose in vain. Let the Brahmas roost in the buggy, and the rats run riot round the reaper. Let him walk on his 2 hind feet till they blame well drop off. Win no more soul-destroying races for his pleasure. Then, and not till then, will man the oppressor know where he's at. Quit working, fellow sufferers and slaves. Kick. Rear. Plunge. Lie down on the shafts, and voila. Smash and destroy. The conflict will be but short, and the victory is certain. After that we can press our inalienable rights to 8 quarts o' oats a day, 2 good blankets, and a fly net and the best o' stabling. The yellow horse shut his yellow teeth with a triumphant snap, and Tuck said, with a sigh, "Seems 'sif something ought to be done. Don't seem right, somehow, oppressin' us and all, to my way o' thinking," said Muldoon, in a faraway and sleepy voice, who in Vermont's going to hold a inalienable oats. Day way like Sam Hill, and 60 bushel at that allowance ain't going to last 3 weeks here. And dear's the winter hay for 5 morns. We can settle those minor details when the great cause is won, said the yellow horse. Let us return simply but grandly to our inalienable rights, the right o' freedom on these yere verdant hills, and no invidious distinctions o' track and pedigree. What in stables jer call an invidious distinction, said the deacon, stiffly. For one thing, being a bloated, pampered trotter just because you happen to be raised that way, and couldn't no more help trottin' than eating. Do ye know anything about trotters, said the deacon. I've seen 'em trot. That was enough for me. I don't want to know any more. Trottin's immoral. Well, I'll tell you this much. They don't bloat, and they don't pamp, much. I don't hold out to be no trotter myself, though I am free to say I had hopes that way, on't. But I do say, for I've seen 'em trained, that a trotter don't trot with his feet, he trots with his head, and he does more work, if you know what that is, in a week than you or your sire ever done in all your lives. He's everlastingly at it, a trotter is, and when he isn't, he's studyin' how. You seen 'em trot? Much you hev. You was hitched to a rail, back o' the stand, in a buckboard with a soapbox nailed on the slats, and a frowsy buffalo atop, while your man peddled rum for lemonade to little boys as thought they was actin' manly, till you was both run off the track and jailed, you into'd, shufflin', sway-backed, wind-sucking skate, you. Don't get het up, Deacon said Tweezy, quietly. Now, sir, would you consider a fox-trot, and single foot, and rack, and pace, and amble, distinctions not worth distinguishin'? I swear you, gentlemen, there was a time before I was afflicted in my hip, if you'll pardon me, Miss Tuck, when I was quite celebrated in Paducah for all those gates, and in my opinion the deacon's correct when he says that a hoese of any position in society gets his gates by his head, and not by his limbs, Miss Tuck. I reckon I'm very little good now, but I'm rememberin' the things I used to do before I took to transpotin' real estate with the help and assistance of this gentleman here. He looked at Muldoon. "In which just artificial hind legs," said the ex-car horse, with a grunt of contempt. "On the belt line we don't reckon no horse worth his keep less he kin switch the car off the track, run her round on the cobbles, and dump her in ahead o' the truck what's blockin' him. There is a way o' swingin' your quarters when the driver says yank her out, boys, that takes a year to learn. On't your git onto it. Yous kin yank a cable car outer a manhole. I don't advertise myself for no circus horse, but I knew that trick better than most, and they was good to me in the stables, for I saved time on the belt, and time's what they hunt in York." "But the simple child o' nature," the yellow horse began. "Oh, go and unscrew your splints. You're talking through your bandages," said Muldoon, with a hoarse laugh. "There ain't no loose box for the simple child o' nature on the belt line, with the Paris coming in and the Teutonic going out, and the trucks and the coupes saying things, and a heavy freight moving down for the Boston boat 'bout 3 o'clock of an August afternoon, in the middle of a hot wave when the fat Canyukes and Western horses drops dead on the block. The simple child o' nature had better chase himself inter the water. Every man at the end of his lines is mad or loaded or silly, and the cops madder and loadeder and sillier than the rest. They all take it out o' the horses. There's no wavin' brooks nor ripplin' grass on the belt line. Run her out on the cobbles with the sparks flying, and stop when the cop slugs you on the bone o' your nose. That's York, see. I was always told society in New York was drefful refined and high-toned," said Tuck. "We're looking to go there one o' these days, Nip and me." "Oh, you won't see no belt business where you'll go, miss. The man that wants you'll want you bad, and he'll summer you on Long Island or at Newport, with a winky-pinky silver harness and an English coachman. You'll make a star hitch, you and your brother, miss. But I guess you won't have no nice smooth bar bit. Dey checks 'em, and dey bangs de tails, and dey bits 'em, de city folk, and dey says it's English, you know, and dey darsn't cut a horse loose so de cops. York's no place for a horse, less he's on the belt, and can go round with the boys. Wished I was in the fire department. But did you never stop to consider the degrading servitude of it all?" said the yellow horse. "You don't stop on the belt, cully. You're stopped. And we was all in the servitude business, man and horse, and Jimmy that sold the papers. Guess the passengers weren't out to grass neither, by the way they acted. I done my turn, and I'm none o' Barnum's crowd, but any horse that's worked on the belt 4 years don't train with no simple child o' nature, not by the whole length o' York. But can it be possible that with your experience, and at your time of life, You do not believe that all horses are free and equal, said the yellow horse. Not till they're dead, Muldoon answered quietly. And then it depends on the gross total o' buttons and mucilage they gets out to use at Barren Island. They tell me you're a prominent philosopher. The yellow horse turned to Marcus. Can you deny a basic and pivotal statement such as this? I don't deny anything, said Marcus Aurelius Antoninus, cautiously, but if you asked me, I should say 'twas more different sorts o' cliptotes of a lie than anything I've had my teeth into since I was foaled. Are you a horse? Said the yellow horse. Them that knows me best lo I am. Ain't I a horse? Yep, one kind of. Then ain't you and me equal? How fur can you go in a day to a loaded buggy, draw in 500 pounds? Marcus asked carelessly. That has nothing to do with the case, the yellow horse answered excitedly. There's nothing I know has more to do with the case, Marcus replied. Can you yank a full car out of the tracks 10 times in the morning, said Muldoon. Can you go to Keene, 42 mile in an afternoon, with a mate, said Rick, and turn out bright and early next morning? Was there ever any time in your career, sir, I am not referring to the present circumstances, but our mutual glorious past, when you could carry a pretty girl to market handsome, and let her knit all the way on account o' the smoothness o' the motion, said Tweezy. Can you keep your feet through the West River Bridge, with the Norrigate coming in on one side, and the Montreal Flyer the other, and the old bridge teeter in between, said the deacon. Can you put your nose down on the cowcatcher of a locomotive when you're waiting at the depot and let 'em play Curfew Shall Not Ring Tonight with the big brass bell? Can you hold back when the britchin breaks? Can you stop for orders when your nigh hind legs over your trace and ye feel good of a frosty morning, said Nip, who had only learned that trick last winter, and thought it was the crown of horsely knowledge. What's the use o' talking, said Tedder Gabler, scornfully. What can ye do? I rely on my simple rights, the inalienable rights o' my unfettered horsehood. And I am proud to say I have never, since my first shoes, lowered myself to obeyin' the will o' man. Must ha' had a heap o' whips broke over your yoller back, said Tedder. Have ye found it paid any? Sorrow has been my portion since the day I was foaled. Blows and boots and whips and insults, injury, outrage, and oppression. I would not endure the degrading badges o' servitude that connect us with the buggy and the farm wagon. It's amazin' difficult to draw a buggy 'thout traces collar breast strap somethin', said Marcus. A power machine for sawin' wood is most the only thing there's no straps to. I've helped saw as much as 3 cord in an afternoon in a power machine. Slip, too, most o' the time, I did. But t'ain't he half as interestin' as going down in the Concorde. Concorde don't hinder you going to sleep any, said Nip. My throat lash. D'you remember when you lay down in the shafts last week, waiting at the piazza? Pshaw! That didn't hurt the shafts. They was good and wide, and I lay down careful. The folks kept me hitched up nigh an hour 'fore they started, and laughed. Why, they all but lay down themselves with laughing. Say, Boney, if you've got to be hitched to anything that goes on wheels, you've got to be hitched with something. Go and join a circus, said Muldoon, and walk on your hind legs. All the horses that knows too much to work, he pronounced it woik New York fashion, join a circus. I am not saying anything again work, said the yellow horse. Work is the finest thing in the world. Seems too fine for some of us, Tedder snorted. I only ask that each horse should work for himself, and enjoy the profit of his labors. Let him work intelligently, and not as a machine. There ain't no horse that works like a machine, Marcus began. There's no way o' working that doesn't mean going to polar single. They never put me in the power machine, under saddle, said Rick. Oh, shucks. We're talking same as we graze, said Nip, round and round in circles. Rod, we hain't heard from you yet, and you've more know-how than any span here. Rod, the off-horse of the pair, had been standing with one hip lifted, like a tired cow, and you could only tell by the quick flutter of the haw across his eye, from time to time, that he was paying any attention to the argument. He thrust his jaw out sidewise, as his habit is when he pulls, and changed his leg. His voice was hard and heavy, and his ears were close to his big, plain Hambletonian head. How old are you? He said to the yellow horse. Nigh 13, I guess. Mean age, ugly age, I'm gettin' that way myself. How long have ye been pourin' this fire-fanged stable litter? If you mean my principles, I've held 'em since I was 3. Mean age, ugly age, teeth give heaps o' trouble then. Set a cold to actin' crazy for a while. You've kep' it up, seemin' Do ye talk much to your neighbors for a steady thing? I uphold the principles o' the cause wherever I am pastured. Done a heap o' good, I guess. I am proud to say I have taught a few of my companions the principles o' freedom and liberty. Meanin' they ran away or kicked when they got the chanst. I was talking in the abstract, and not in the concrete. My teachings educated them. What a horse, specially a young horse, hears in the abstract, he's liable to do in the concord. You was handled late, I presume. 4, Ricin 5. That's where the trouble began. Driv by a woman, like as not, eh? Not for long, said the yellow horse, with a snap of his teeth. Spilled her. I heard she never drove again. Any children? Buckboards full of 'em. Men too. I have shed considerable men in my time. By kickin'. Any way that come along. Falling back over the dash is as handy as most. They must be terribly afraid o' you down. They've sent me here to get rid o' me. I guess they spend their time talking over my campaigns. I want to know. Yes, sir. Now, all you gentlemen have asked me what I can do. I'll just show you. See them 2 fellas lying down by the buggy? Yep, one of 'em owns me. T'other broke me, said Rod. Get out here in the open, and I'll show you something. Lemme hide back you peoples, so's they won't see what I'm at. Meanin' kill Rod drawled. There was a shudder of horror through the others, but the yellow horse never noticed. I'll catch by the back o' the neck, and I'll drive a piece. They can suit themselves about living when I'm through with Shouldn't wonder if they did, said Rod. The yellow horse had hidden himself very cleverly behind the others as they stood in a group, and was swaying his head close to the ground with a curious scythe-like motion, looking sidewise out of his wicked eyes. You can never mistake a man-eater getting ready to knock a man down. We had had one to pasture the year before. See that, said my companion, turning over on the pine needles. Nice for a woman walking cross lots, wouldn't it be? Bring out, said the yellow horse, hunching his sharp back. There's no chance among them tall trees. Bring out the, ouch. It was a right and left kick from Muldoon. I had no idea that the old car horse could lift so quickly. Both blows caught the yellow horse full and fair in the ribs, and knocked the breath out of him. What's that for? He said angrily, when he recovered himself, but I noticed he did not draw any nearer to Muldoon than was necessary. Muldoon never answered, but discoursed to himself in the whining grunt that he uses when he is going downhill in front of a heavy load. We call it singing, but I think it's something much worse, really. The yellow horse blustered and squealed a little, and at last said that, if it was a horsefly that had stung Muldoon, he would accept an apology. You'll get it, said Muldoon, in de sweet by and by, all de apology you've any use for. Excuse me interruptin' you, Mr. Rod, but I'm like Tweezy, I've a southern drawback in me hind legs. Nao, I want you all here to take notice, and you'll learn something, Rod went on. This yellow-backed skate comes to our pasture not having paid his board, put in Tedder. Not having earned his board, and talks smooth to us about rippling brooks and waving grass, and his high-toned, pure-souled horsehood, which don't hinder him shedding women and children, and falling over the dash onto men. You heard his talk, and you thought it mighty fine, some o' you. Tuck looked guilty here, but she did not say anything. Bit by bit he goes on as you have heard. I was talking in the abstract, said the yellow horse, in an altered voice. Abstract be switched. As I've said, it's this your blamed abstract business that makes the young uns cut up in the Concord, an abstract or no abstract. He crept on and on till he come to killin' plain and straight, killin' them as never done him no harm, just because they owned horses. And knowed how to manage 'em, said Tedder. That makes it worse. Well, he didn't kill 'em, anyway, said Marcus. He'd been half killed if he had tried. Makes no differ, Rod answered. He meant to, and if he hadn't, s'pose we want the back pasture turned into a biffin' ground on our only day rest. S'pose we want our men walking round with bits lead pipe and a twitch, and their hands full o' stones to throw at us, same's if we was hogs hooky cows. More'n that, leaving out Tedda here, and I guess it's more her mouth than her manners stands in her light. There ain't a horse on this farm that ain't a woman's horse, and proud of it. And this your bog-spavined Kansas sunflower goes up and down the length o' the country, traded off and traded on, boastin' as he's shed women, and children. I don't say as a woman in a buggy ain't a fool. I don't say as she ain't the lastin'est kind o' fool, no I don't say a child ain't worse, spattin' the lines and standing up and hollerin', but I do say, 'tain't none of our business to shed 'em down the road. We don't, said the deacon. The baby tried to git some o' my tail for a souvenir last fall when I was up to the house, and I didn't kick. Boney's talk ain't going to hurt us any. We ain't colts. That's what you think. Bimeby you git into a tight corner, 'lection day a valley fair, like's not, down, when you're all het and lathery, and pestered with flies, and thirsty, and sick o' being worked in and out tween buggies. Then something whispers inside o' your winkers, bringing up all that talk about servitude and inalienable truck and sec like, and just then a militia gun goes off, your wheels hit, and, well, you're only another horse as can't be trusted. I've been there time and again. Boys, for I've seen you all bought or broke, on my solemn reputation for a 3-minute clip, I ain't giving you no bran mash o' my own fixin'. I'm telling you my experiences, and I've had as heavy a load and as high a check's any horse here. I was born with a splint on my near for as big's a walnut, and the cussed, 3-cornered Hambletonian temper that sours up and curdles down as you git older. I've favored my splint, even little Rick he don't know what it's cost me to keep my end up sometimes, and I've fit my temper in stall and harness, hitched up and at pasture, till the sweat trickled off my hooves, and they thought I was off condition, and drenched me. When my affliction came, said Tweezy, gently, I was very near to losing my manners. Allow me to extend to you my sympathy, sir. Rick said nothing, but he looked at Rod curiously. Rick is a sunny-tempered child who never bears malice, and I don't think he quite understood. He gets his temper from his mother, as a horse should. I've been there too, Rod said Tedda. Open confession's good for the soul, and all Monroe County knows I've had my experiences. But if you will excuse me, sir, that pusson, Tweezy looked unspeakable things at the yellow horse, that pusson who has insulted our intelligences comes from Kansas. And what a ho-essy of his position, and Kansas at that, says cannot, by any stretch of the halter, concern gentlemen of our position. There's no shadow of equal tie, sir, not even for one kick. He's beneath our contempt. Let him talk, said Marcus. It's always interesting to know what another horse thinks. It don't take us. And he talks so, too, said Tuck. I've never heard anything so smart for a long time. Again Rod stuck out his jaws sidewise, and went on slowly, as though he were slugging on a plain bit at the end of a 30-mile drive. I want all you here to understand that there ain't no Kansas, no Kentucky, yet no Vermont, in our business. There's just two kind o' horse in the United States. Them as can and will do their work after being properly broken handled, and them as won't. I'm sick and tired o' this everlastin' tail switchin' and wickerin' about one state or another. A horse kin be proud o' his state, and swap lies about it in stall or when he's hitched to a block, ef he cares to put in fly time that way, but he hain't no right to let that pride o' his'n interfere with his work, nor to make it an excuse for claimin' he's different. That's colt's talk, and don't you forget it, Tweezy. And, Marcus, you remember that being a philosopher, and anxious to save trouble, for you are, don't excuse you from jumpin' with all your feet on a slack-jawed, crazy claybank like Boney here. It's leaving 'em alone that gives 'em their chance to ruin colts and kill folks. And, Tuck, well, you're a mare anyways, but when a horse comes along and covers up all his talk o' killin' with ripplin' brooks, and wavin' grass, and 8 quarts of oats a day free, after killin' his man, don't you be run away with by his yap. You're too young and too nervous. I'll have nervous prostration sure ef there's a fight here, said Tuck, who saw what was in Rod's eye. I'm that sympathetic I'd run away clear to next county. Yep, I know that kind o' sympathy. Just lasts long enough to start a fuss, and then lights out to make new trouble. I hain't been 10 years in harness for nothing. No, we're going to keep school with Boney for a spell. Say, look here, you ain't going to hurt me, are you? Remember, I belong to a man in town, cried the yellow horse, uneasily. Muldoon kept behind him so that he could not run away. I know it. There must be some poor deluded fool in this state has a right to the loose end o' your hitchin' strap. I'm blame sorry for him, but he shall have his rights when we're through with you, said Rod. If it's all the same, gentlemen, I'd ruther change pasture. Guess I'll do it now. Can't always have your druthers. Guess you won't, said Rod. But look here. All of you ain't so blame unfriendly to a stranger. S'pose we count noses. What in Vermont for, said Rod, putting up his eyebrows. The idea of settling a question by counting noses is the very last thing that ever enters the head of a well-broken horse. To see how many's on my side. Here's Miss Tuck, anyway, and Colonel Tweezy yonder's neutral, and Judge Marcus, and I guess the Reverend, the yellow horse meant the deacon, might see that I had my rights. He's the likeliest looking trotter I've ever set eyes on. Pshaw! Boys! You ain't going to pound me, be you? Why, we've gone round in pasture, all colts together, this month o' Sundays, hain't we, as friendly as could be. There ain't a horse alive, I don't care who he is, has a higher opinion o' you, Mr. Rod, than I have. Let's do it fair and true and above the exe. Let's count noses same's they do in Kansas. Here he dropped his voice a little and turned to Marcus. Say, Judge, there's some green food I know, back o' the brook, no one hain't touched yet. After this little fracas is fixed up, you and me'll make up a party and tend to it. Marcus did not answer for a long time, then he said, "There's a pup up to the house 'bout 8 weeks old. He'll yap till he gets a lick in, and when he sees it coming he lies on his back, and yowls. But he don't go through no circuitous nose countin' first. I've seen a new light since Rod spoke. You'll better stand up to what's served. I'm going to philosophize all over your carcass. I'm going to do your up in brown paper," said Muldoon. "I can fit you on apologies. Hold on. If we all biffed you now, these same men you've been so dead anxious to kill, you'd call us off. Guess we'll wait till they go back to the house, and you'll have time to think cool and quiet," said Rod. "Have you no respect whatever for the dignity o' our common horsehood?" the yellow horse squealed. "Nary respect unless the horse kin do something. America's paved with the kind o' horse you are, just plain yoller dog horse, waiting ter be whipped inter shape. We call 'em yearlings and colts when they're young. When they're aged we pound 'em, in this pasture. Horse, sonny, is what you start from. We know all about horse here, and he ain't any high-toned, pure-souled child o' nature. Horse, plain horse, same as you, is chock full o' tricks, and meannesses, and cussednesses, and shirkins, and monkeyshines, which he's took over from his sire and his dam, and thickened up with his own special fancy in the way o' going crooked. That's horse, and that's about his dignity and the size of his soul, for he's been broken raw-hided a piece. Now we ain't going to give ornery unsitched horse, that hain't he done northin' worth a quarter votes since he was foaled, pet names that would be good enough for Nancy Hanks, or Alex, or Directum, who have. Don't you try to back off across them rocks. Wait where you are. If I let my Hambletonian temper git the better o' me, I'd frazzle you out finer than rice straw inside o' 3 minutes, you woman scarin', kid killin', dash breakin', unbroke, unshod, ungated, pasture hoggin', sore-backed, shark-mouthed, hair-trunk thrown in trade son of a bronco and a sewing machine. I think we'd better get home, I said to my companion, when Rod had finished, and we climbed into the coupe, Tedder whinnying, as we bumped over the ledges. "Well, I'm drefful sorry I can't stay further sociable, but I hope and trust my friends'll take a ticket for me." "Bet your natchal," said Muldoon, cheerfully, and the horses scattered before us, trotting into the ravine. Next morning we sent back to the livery stable what was left of the yellow horse. It seemed tired, but anxious to go. The ship that found herself, it was her first voyage, and though she was but a cargo steamer of 2,500 tons, she was the very best of her kind, the outcome of 40 years of experiments and improvements in framework and machinery, and her designers and owner thought as much of her as though she had been the Lucania. Anyone can make a floating hotel that will pay expenses, if he puts enough money into the saloon, and charges for private baths, suites of rooms, and such like. But in these days of competition and low freights, every square inch of a cargo boat must be built for cheapness, great hold capacity, and a certain steady speed. This boat was, perhaps, 240 feet long and 32 feet wide, with arrangements that enabled her to carry cattle on her main and sheep on her upper deck if she wanted to, but her great glory was the amount of cargo that she could store away in her holds. Her owners, they were a very well-known Scotch firm, came round with her from the north, where she had been launched and christened and fitted, to Liverpool, where she was to take cargo for New York, and the owner's daughter, Miss Fraser, went to and fro on the clean decks, admiring the new paint and the brass work, and the patent winches, and particularly the strong, straight bow, over which she had cracked a bottle of champagne when she named the steamer the Dimula. It was a beautiful September afternoon, and the boat in all her newness, she was painted lead color with a red funnel, looked very fine indeed. Her house flag was flying, and her whistle from time to time acknowledged the salutes of friendly boats, who saw that she was new to the high and narrow seas and wished to make her welcome. "And now," said Miss Fraser, delightedly, to the captain, "she's a real ship, isn't she? It seems only the other day father gave the order for her, and now, isn't she a beauty?" The girl was proud of the firm, and talked as though she were the controlling partner. "Oh, she's no so bad," the skipper replied cautiously. "But I'm saying that it takes more than christening to make a ship. In the nature o' things, Miss Fraser, if ye follow me, she's just irons and rivets and plates put into the form of a ship. She has to find herself yet. I thought father said she was exceptionally well found." "So she is," said the skipper, with a laugh. "But it's this way wi' ships, Miss Fraser. She's all here, but the parts of her have not learned to work together yet. They've had no chance. The engines are working beautifully. I can hear them. Yes, indeed. But there's more than engines to a ship. Every inch of her, ye'll understand, has to be livened up and made to work wi' its neighbor, sweetening her, we call it, technically." "And how will you do it?" the girl asked. "We can no more than drive and steer her and so forth, but if we have rough weather this trip, it's likely she'll learn the rest by heart. For a ship, ye'll observe, Miss Fraser, is in no sense a rigid body closed at both ends. She's a highly complex structure o' various and conflicting strains, wi' tissues that must give and tak according to her personal modulus of elasticity." Mr. Buchanan, the chief engineer, was coming towards them. "I'm saying to Miss Fraser, here, that our little Dimula has to be sweetened yet, and nothing but a gale will do it. How's all wi' your engines, Buck?" "Well enough, true by plumb and rule, o' course, but there's no spontaneity yet." He turned to the girl. "Take my word, Miss Fraser, and maybe ye'll comprehend later, even after a pretty girl's christened a ship, it does not follow that there's such a thing as a ship under the men that work her." "I was saying the very same, Mr. Buchanan," the skipper interrupted. "That's more metaphysical than I can follow," said Miss Fraser, laughing. "Why so?" "Ye're good Scotch, an' I knew your mother's father, he was fra Dumfries, ye've a vested right in metaphysics, "Miss Fraser, just as ye have in the Dimula," the engineer said. Well, we must go down to the deep waters, and earn Miss Fraser her dividends." "Will you not come to my cabin for tea?" said the skipper. "We'll be in dock the night, and when you're going back to Glasgow ye can think of us loading her down and driving her forth, all for your sake." In the next few days they stowed some 4,000 tons deadweight into the Dimula, and took her out from Liverpool. As soon as she met the lift of the open water, she naturally began to talk. If you lay your ear to the side of the cabin, the next time you are in a steamer, you will hear hundreds of little voices in every direction, thrilling and buzzing, and whispering and popping, and gurgling and sobbing and squeaking exactly like a telephone in a thunderstorm. Wooden ships shriek and growl and grunt, but iron vessels throb and quiver through all their hundreds of ribs and thousands of rivets. The Dimula was very strongly built, and every piece of her had a letter or a number, or both, to describe it, and every piece had been hammered, or forged, or rolled, or punched by man, and had lived in the roar and rattle of the shipyard for months. Therefore, every piece had its own separate voice, in exact proportion to the amount of trouble spent upon it. Cast iron, as a rule, says very little, but mild steel plates and wrought iron, and ribs and beams that have been much bent and welded and riveted, talk continuously. Their conversation, of course, is not half as wise as our human talk, because they are all, though they do not know it, bound down one to the other in a black darkness, where they cannot tell what is happening near them, nor what will overtake them next. As soon as she had cleared the Irish coast, a sullen, grey-headed old wave of the Atlantic climbed leisurely over her straight bows, and sat down on the steam capstan used for hauling up the anchor. Now the capstan and the engine that drove it had been newly painted red and green, besides which, nobody likes being ducked. "Don't you do that again," the capstan sputtered through the teeth of his cogs. "Hi! Where's the fellow gone?" The wave had slouched overside with a plop and a chuckle, but plenty more where he came from, said a brother wave, and went through and over the capstan, who was bolted firmly to an iron plate on the iron deck beams below. "Can't you keep still up there?" said the deck beams. "What's the matter with you? One minute you weigh twice as much as you ought to, and the next you don't." "It isn't my fault," said the capstan. "There's a green brute outside that comes and hits me on the head. Tell that to the shipwrights. You've been in position for months and you've never wriggled like this before. If you aren't careful you'll strain us." "Talking of strain," said a low, rasping, unpleasant voice, "are any of you fellows, you deck beams, we mean, aware that those exceedingly ugly knees of yours happen to be riveted into our structure, ours?" "Who might you be?" the deck beams inquired. "Oh, nobody in particular," was the answer. "We're only the port and starboard upper deck stringers, and if you persist in heaving and hiking like this, we shall be reluctantly compelled to take steps. Now the stringers of the ship are long iron girders, so to speak, that run lengthways from stern to bow. They keep the iron frames, what are called ribs in a wooden ship, in place, and also help to hold the ends of the deck beams, which go from side to side of the ship. Stringers always consider themselves most important, because they are so long. You will take steps, will you? This was a long echoing rumble. It came from the frames, scores and scores of them, each one about 18 inches distant from the next, and each riveted to the stringers in 4 places. We think you will have a certain amount of trouble in that, and thousands of the little rivets that held everything together whispered, "You will. You will. Stop quivering and be quiet. Hold on, brethren. Hold on. Hot punches. What's that?" Rivets have no teeth, so they cannot chatter with fright, but they did their best as a fluttering jar swept along the ship from stern to bow, and she shook like a rat in a terrier's mouth. An unusually severe pitch, for the sea was rising, had lifted the big throbbing screw nearly to the surface, and it was spinning round in a kind of soda water, half sea and half air, going much faster than was proper, because there was no deep water for it to work in. As it sank again, the engines, and they were triple expansion, 3 cylinders in a row, snorted through all their 3 pistons. Was that a joke, you fellow outside? It's an uncommonly poor one. How are we to do our work if you fly off the handle that way? I didn't fly off the handle, said the screw, twirling huskily at the end of the screw shaft. If I had, you'd have been scrap iron by this time. The sea dropped away from under me, and I had nothing to catch onto. That's all. That's all, do you call it, said the thrust block, whose business it is to take the push of the screw, for if a screw had nothing to hold it back it would crawl right into the engine room. It is the holding back of the screwing action that gives the drive to a ship. I know I do my work deep down and out of sight, but I warn you I expect justice. All I ask for is bare justice. Why can't you push steadily and evenly, instead of whizzing like a whirligig, and making me hot under all my collars? The thrust block had 6 collars, each faced with brass, and he did not wish to get them heated. All the bearings that supported the 50 feet of screw shaft as it ran to the stern whispered, "Justice, give us justice." "I can only give you what I can get," the screw answered. "Look out! It's coming again." He rose with a roar as the demurrer plunged, and whack, flack, whack, whack went the engines, furiously, for they had little to check them. "I'm the noblest outcome of human ingenuity, Mr. Buchanan says so," squealed the high-pressure cylinder. "This is simply ridiculous." The piston went up savagely, and choked, for half the steam behind it was mixed with dirty water. "Help! Oiler! Fitter! Stoker! Help! I'm choking," it gasped. Never in the history of maritime invention has such a calamity overtaken one so young and strong. "And if I go, who's to drive the ship?" "Hush, oh, hush," whispered the steam, who, of course, had been to sea many times before. He used to spend his leisure ashore in a cloud, or a gutter, or a flower pot, or a thunderstorm, or anywhere else where water was needed. That's only a little priming, a little carrying over, as they call it. It'll happen all night, on and off. I don't say it's nice, but it's the best we can do under the circumstances. What difference can circumstances make? I'm here to do my work, on clean, dry steam. Blow circumstances, the cylinder roared. The circumstances will attend to the blowing. I've worked on the North Atlantic run a good many times. It's going to be rough before morning. It isn't distressingly calm now, said the extra strong frames, they were called web frames, in the engine room. There's an upward thrust that we don't understand, and there's a twist that is very bad for our brackets and diamond plates. And there's a sort of west-northwesterly pull that follows the twist, which seriously annoys us. We mention this because we happen to cost a good deal of money, and we feel sure that the owner would not approve of our being treated in this frivolous way. I'm afraid the matter is out of owner's hands for the present, said the steam, slipping into the condenser. You're left to your own devices till the weather betters. I wouldn't mind the weather, said a flat bass voice below. It's this confounded cargo that's breaking my heart. I'm the garboard strake, and I'm twice as thick as most of the others, and I ought to know something. The garboard strake is the lowest plate in the bottom of a ship, and the Dimula's garboard strake was nearly 3/4 of an inch mild steel. The sea pushes me up in a way I should never have expected, the strake grunted, and the cargo pushes me down, and, between the two, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. When in doubt, hold on, rumbled the steam, making head in the boilers. Yes, but there's only dark, and cold, and hurry, down here, and how do I know whether the other plates are doing their duty? Those bulwark plates up above, I've heard, ain't more than 5/16 of an inch thick. Scandalous, I call it. I agree with you, said a huge web frame, by the main cargo hatch. He was deeper and thicker than all the others, and curved halfway across the ship in the shape of half an arch, to support the deck where deck beams would have been in the way of cargo coming up and down. I work entirely unsupported, and I observe that I am the sole strength of this vessel, so far as my vision extends. The responsibility, I assure you, is enormous. I believe the money value of the cargo is over £150,000. Think of that. And every pound of it is dependent on my personal exertions. Here spoke a sea valve that communicated directly with the water outside, and was seated not very far from the garboard strake. I rejoice to think that I am a Prince Hyde valve, with best para rubber facings. 5 patents cover me. I mention this without pride. 5 separate and several patents, each one finer than the other. At present I am screwed fast. Should I open, you would immediately be swamped. This is incontrovertible. Patent things always use the longest words they can. It is a trick that they pick up from their inventors. That's news, said a big centrifugal bilge pump. I had an idea that you were employed to clean decks and things with. At least, I've used you for that more than once. I forget the precise number, in thousands, of gallons which I am guaranteed to throw per hour, but I assure you, my complaining friends, that there is not the least danger. I alone am capable of clearing any water that may find its way here. By my biggest deliveries, we pitched then. The sea was getting up in Werman-like style. It was a dead westerly gale, blown from under a ragged opening of green sky, narrowed on all sides by fat, grey clouds, and the wind bit like pincers as it fretted the spray into lasswork on the flanks of the waves. I tell you what, it is, the foremast telephoned down its wire stays. I'm up here, and I can take a dispassionate view of things. There's an organized conspiracy against us. I'm sure of it, because every single one of these waves is heading directly for our bows. The whole sea is concerned in it, and so's the wind. It's awful. What's awful? Said a wave, drowning the capstan for the 100th time. This organized conspiracy on your part, the capstan gurgled, taking his cue from the mast. Organized bubbles and spindrift. There has been a depression in the Gulf of Mexico. Excuse me. He leaped overside, but his friends took up the tale one after another. Which has advanced? That wave hove green water over the funnel. As far as Cape Hatteras, he drenched the bridge. And is now going out to sea, to sea, to sea. The third went out in 3 surges, making a clean sweep of a boat, which turned bottom up and sank in the darkening troughs alongside, while the broken falls whipped the davits. That's all there is to it, seethed the white water roaring through the scuppers. There's no animus in our proceedings. We're only meteorological corollaries. Is it going to get any worse? Said the bow anchor, chained down to the deck, where he could only breathe once in 5 minutes. Not knowing, can't say. Wind may blow a bit by midnight. Thanks awfully. Goodbye. The wave that spoke so politely had travelled some distance aft, and found itself all mixed up on the deck amidships, which was a well deck sunk between high bulwarks. One of the bulwark plates, which was hung on hinges to open outward, had swung out, and passed the bulk of the water back to the sea again with a clean smack. Evidently that's what I'm made for, said the plate, closing again with a sputter of pride. Oh, no, you don't, my friend. The top of a wave was trying to get in from the outside, but as the plate did not open in that direction, the defeated water spurted back. Not bad for 5/16 of an inch, said the bulwark plate. My work, I see, is laid down for the night, and it began opening and shutting, as it was designed to do, with the motion of the ship. We are not what you might call idle, groaned all the frames together, as the Dimula climbed a big wave, lay on her side at the top, and shot into the next hollow, twisting in the descent. A huge swell pushed up exactly under her middle, and her bow and stern hung free with nothing to support them. Then one joking wave caught her up at the bow, and another at the stern, while the rest of the water slunk away from under her just to see how she would like it. So she was held up at her 2 ends only, and the weight of the cargo and the machinery fell on the groaning iron keels and bilge stringers. Ease off. Ease off, there, roared the garbed strake. I want 1/8 of an inch fair play. Do you hear me, you rivets? Ease off. Ease off, cried the bilge stringers. Don't hold us so tight to the frames. Ease off, grunted the deck beams, as the dimula rolled fearfully. You've cramped our knees into the stringers, and we can't move. Ease off, you flat-headed little nuisances. Then 2 converging seas hit the bows, one on each side, and fell away in torrents of streaming thunder. Ease off, shouted the forward collision bulkhead. I want to crumple up, but I'm stiffened in every direction. Ease off, you dirty little forge filings. Let me breathe. All the hundreds of plates that are riveted to the frames, and make the outside skin of every steamer, echoed the call, for each plate wanted to shift and creep a little, and each plate, according to its position, complained against the rivets. We can't help it. We can't help it, they murmured in reply. We're put here to hold you, and we're going to do it. You never pull us twice in the same direction. If you'd say what you were going to do next, we'd try to meet your views. As far as I could feel, said the upper deck planking, and that was 4 inches thick, every single iron near me was pushing or pulling in opposite directions. Now, what's the sense of that? My friends, let us all pull together. Pull any way you please, roared the funnel, so long as you don't try your experiments on me. I need 14 wire ropes, all pulling in different directions, to hold me steady. Isn't that so? We believe you, my boy, whistled the funnel stays through their clenched teeth, as they twanged in the wind from the top of the funnel to the deck. Nonsense. We must all pull together, the decks repeated. Pull lengthways. Very good, said the stringers, then stop pushing sideways when you get wet. Be content to run gracefully fore and aft, and curve in at the ends as we do. No, no curves at the end. A very slight worm-like curve from side to side, with a good grip at each knee, and little pieces welded on, said the deck beams. Fiddle, cried the iron pillars of the deep, dark hold. Who ever heard of curves? Stand up straight, be a perfectly round column, and carry tons of good solid weight, like that. There. A big sea smashed on the deck above, and the pillars stiffened themselves to the load. Straight up and down is not bad, said the frames, who ran that way in the sides of the ship, but you must also expand yourselves sideways. Expansion is the law of life, children. Open out. Open out. Come back, said the deck beams, savagely, as the upward heave of the sea made the frames try to open. Come back to your bearings, you slack-jawed irons. Rigidity. Rigidity. Rigidity, thumped the engines. Absolute, unvarying rigidity, rigidity. You see, whined the rivets, in chorus. No two of you will ever pull alike, and you blame it all on us. We only know how to go through a plate and bite down on both sides so that it can't, and mustn't, and shan't move. I've got 1/fraction of an inch play, at any rate, said the garboard strake, triumphantly. So he had, and all the bottom of the ship felt the easier for it. Then we're no good, sobbed the bottom rivets. We were ordered, never to give, and we've given, and the sea will come in, and we'll all go to the bottom together. First we're blamed for everything unpleasant, and now we haven't the consolation of having done our work. Don't say I told you, whispered the steam, consolingly, but, between you and me and the last cloud I came from, it was bound to happen sooner or later. You had to give a fraction, and you've given without knowing it. Now, hold on, as before. What's the use? A few hundred rivets chattered. We've given, and the sooner we confess that we can't keep the ship together, and go off our little heads, the easier it will be. No rivet forged can stand this strain. No one rivet was ever meant to share it among you, the steam answered. The others can have my share. I'm going to pull out, said a rivet in one of the forward plates. If you go, others will follow, hissed the steam. There's nothing so contagious in a boat as rivets going. Why, I knew a little chap like you, he was 1/8 of an inch fatter, though, on a steamer, to be sure, she was only 1,200 tons, now I come to think of it, in exactly the same place as you are. He pulled out in a bit of a bobble of a sea, not half as bad as this, and he started all his friends on the same butt strap, and the plates opened like a furnace door, and I had to climb into the nearest fog bank, while the boat went down. Now that's peculiarly disgraceful, said the rivet. Fatter than me, was he, and in a steamer not half our tonnage. Reedy little peg. I blush for the family, sir. He settled himself more firmly than ever in his place, and the steam chuckled. You see, he went on, quite gravely, a rivet, and especially a rivet in your position, is really the one indispensable part of the ship. The steam did not say that he had whispered the very same thing to every single piece of iron aboard. There is no sense in telling too much. And all that while the little demurrer pitched and chopped, and swung and slewed, and lay down as though she were going to die, and got up as though she had been stung, and threw her nose round and round in circles 6 times as she dipped, for the gale was at its worst. It was inky black, in spite of the tearing white froth on the waves, and, to top everything, the rain began to fall in sheets, so that you could not see your hand before your face. This did not make much difference to the ironwork below, but it troubled the foremast a good deal. Now it's all finished, he said dismally. The conspiracy is too strong for us. There is nothing left but to hurrah. Brrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr horn, till the decks quivered. Don't be frightened, below. It's only me, just throwing out a few words, in case anyone happens to be rolling round tonight. You don't mean to say there's anyone except us on the sea in such weather, said the funnel, in a husky snuffle. Scores of them, said the steam, clearing its throat. Ra-ra-ra-ra. Pra-ra-ra. P-r-r-r-p. It's a trifle windy up here, and, great boilers, how it rains. We're drowning, said the scuppers. They had been doing nothing else all night, but this steady thrash of rain above them seemed to be the end of the world. That's all right. We'll be easier in an hour or two. First the wind and then the rain. Soon you may make sail again. Gra-ah-ah-ah. Dra-ah-ah. D-ah-ah-ah-p. I have a notion that the sea is going down already. If it does, you'll learn something about rolling. We've only pitched till now. By the way, aren't you chaps in the hold a little easier than you were? There was just as much groaning and straining as ever, but it was not so loud or squeaky in tone, and when the ship quivered she did not jar stiffly, like a poker hit on the floor, but gave with a supple little waggle, like a perfectly balanced golf club. We have made a most amazing discovery, said the stringers, one after another. A discovery that entirely changes the situation. We have found, for the first time in the history of shipbuilding, that the inward pull of the deck beams and the outward thrust of the frames locks us, as it were, more closely in our places, and enables us to endure a strain which is entirely without parallel in the records of marine architecture. The steam turned a laugh quickly into a roar up the foghorn. What massive intellects you great stringers have, he said softly, when he had finished. We also began the deck beams, our discoverers and geniuses. We are of opinion that the support of the hold pillars materially helps us. We find that we lock up on them when we are subjected to a heavy and singular weight of sea above. Here the Dimula shot down a hollow, lying almost on her side, righting at the bottom with a wrench and a spasm. In these cases, are you aware of this, steam, the plating at the bows, and particularly at the stern? We would also mention the floors beneath us, help us to resist any tendency to spring. The frames spoke, in the solemn awed voice which people use when they have just come across something entirely new for the very first time. I'm only a poor puffy little flutterer, said the steam, but I have to stand a good deal of pressure in my business. It's all tremendously interesting. Tell us some more. You fellows are so strong. Watch us and you'll see, said the bow plates, proudly. Ready, behind there. Here's the father and mother of waves coming. Sit tight, rivets all. A great sluicing comber thundered by, but through the scuffle and confusion the steam could hear the low, quick cries of the ironwork as the various strains took them, cries like these: easy, now, easy. Now push for all your strength. Hold out. Give a fraction. Hold up. Pull in. Shove crossways. Mind the strain at the ends. Grip, now. Bite tight. Let the water get away from under, and there she goes. The wave raced off into the darkness, shouting, "Not bad, that, if it's your first run," and the drenched and ducked ship throbbed to the beat of the engines inside her. All 3 cylinders were white with the salt spray that had come down through the engine room hatch. There was white fur on the canvas-bound steam pipes, and even the bright work deep below was speckled and soiled, but the cylinders had learned to make the most of steam that was half water, and were pounding along cheerfully. "How's the noblest outcome of human ingenuity hitting it?" said the steam, as he whirled through the engine room. "Nothing for nothing in this world of woe," the cylinders answered, as though they had been working for centuries, and precious little for 75 pounds head. "We've made 2 knots this last hour and a quarter. Rather humiliating for 800 horsepower, isn't it?" "Well, it's better than drifting astern, at any rate." "You seem rather less, how shall I put it, stiff in the back than you were. If you'd been hammered as we've been this night, you wouldn't be stiff, if, either." "Theory, retty, Cowley, of course, rigidity is the thing. Practically, there has to be a little give and take. We found that out by working on our sides for 5 minutes at a stretch. Chchh. How's the weather?" "Sea's going down fast," said the steam. "Good business," said the high-pressure cylinder. "Whack her up, boys. They've given us 5 pounds more steam," and he began humming the first bars of "Said the Young Obadiah to the Old Obadiah," which, as you may have noticed, is a pet tune among engines not built for high speed. Racing liners with twin screws sing the Turkish Patrol and the overture to the Bronze Horse and Madame Angot till something goes wrong, and then they render Gounod's funeral march of a marionette with variations. "You'll learn a song of your own some fine day," said the steam, as he flew up the foghorn for one last bellow. Next day the sky cleared and the sea dropped a little, and the Dimula began to roll from side to side till every inch of iron in her was sick and giddy. But luckily they did not all feel ill at the same time, otherwise she would have opened out like a wet paper box. The steam whistled warnings as he went about his business. It is in this short, quick roll and tumble that follows a heavy sea that most of the accidents happen, for then everything thinks that the worst is over and goes off guard. So he orated and chattered till the beams and frames and floors and stringers and things had learned how to lock down and lock up on one another, and endure this new kind of strain. They found ample time to practice, for they were 16 days at sea, and it was foul weather till within 100 miles of New York. The Dimula picked up her pilot, and came in covered with salt and red rust. Her funnel was dirty grey from top to bottom, 2 boats had been carried away, 3 copper ventilators looked like hats after a fight with the police. The bridge had a dimple in the middle of it. The house that covered the steam steering gear was split as with hatchets. There was a bill for small repairs in the engine room almost as long as the screw shaft. The forward cargo hatch fell into bucket staves when they raised the iron crossbars, and the steam capstan had been badly wrenched on its bed. Altogether, as the skipper said, it was a pretty general average. "But she's suppled," he said to Mr. Buchanan. "For all her dead weight she rode like a yacht. Ye mind that last blow off the banks, I am proud of her, Buck." "It's vera good," said the chief engineer, looking along the dishevelled decks. "Now, a man judging superficially would say we were a wreck, but we know otherwise, by experience. Naturally everything in the Dimula fairly stiffened with pride, and the foremast and the forward collision bulkhead, who are pushing creatures, begged the steam to warn the port of New York of their arrival. "Tell those big boats all about us," they said. They seemed to take us quite as a matter of course. It was a glorious, clear, dead calm morning, and in single file, with less than half a mile between each, their bands playing and their tugboats shouting and waving handkerchiefs, were the Majestic, the Paris, the Touraine, the Servia, the Kaiser Wilhelm II, and the Wirkendam, all statelily going out to sea. As the Dimula shifted her helm to give the great boats clear way, the steam, who knows far too much to mind making an exhibition of himself now and then, shouted, "Boys! Boys! Boys! Princes, dukes, and barons of the high seas! Know ye by these presents, we are the Dimula, 15 days 9 hours from Liverpool, having crossed the Atlantic with 4,000 ton of cargo for the first time in our career. We have not foundered. We are here. 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 We are not disabled. But we have had a time wholly unparalleled in the annals of shipbuilding. Our decks were swept. We pitched, we rolled. We thought we were going to die. Hi. Hi. But we didn't. We wish to give notice that we have come to New York all the way across the Atlantic, through the worst weather in the world, and we are the Dimula. We are, ha, 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 ha. The beautiful line of boats swept by as steadily as the procession of the seasons. The Dimula heard the Majestic say, "HMPH," and the Paris grunted, "How," and the Touraine said, "OUI," with a little coquettish flicker of steam, and the Servia said, "Ho," and the Kaiser and the Wirkendam said, "Hock." Dutch fashion, and that was absolutely all. "I did my best," said the steam, gravely, "but I don't think they were much impressed with us, somehow." "Do you?" "It's simply disgusting," said the bow plates. "They might have seen what we've been through. There isn't a ship on the sea that has suffered as we have, is there, now?" "Well, I wouldn't go so far as that," said the steam, "because I've worked on some of those boats, and sent them through weather quite as bad as the fortnight that we've had, in 6 days, and some of them are a little over 10,000 tons, I believe. Now I've seen the Majestic, for instance, ducked from her bows to her funnel, and I've helped the Arizona, I think she was, to back off an iceberg she met with one dark night, and I had to run out of the Paris's engine room, one day, because there was 30 foot of water in it. Of course, I don't deny, the steam shut off suddenly, as a tugboat, loaded with a political club and a brass band, that had been to see a New York senator off to Europe, crossed their bows, going to Hoboken. There was a long silence that reached, without a break, from the cutwater to the propeller blades of the Dimula. Then a new, big voice said slowly and thickly, as though the owner had just waked up, "It's my conviction that I have made a fool of myself." The steam knew what had happened at once, for when a ship finds herself, all the talking of the separate pieces ceases and melts into one voice, which is the soul of the ship. "Who are you?" he said, with a laugh. "I am the Dimula, of course. I've never been anything else except that, and a fool." The tugboat, which was doing its very best to be run down, got away just in time, its band playing clashily and brassily a popular but impolite air, "In the days of old Ramses, are you on? In the days of old Ramses, are you on? In the days of old Ramses, that story had Persis, are you on, are you on, are you on?" "Well, I'm glad you've found yourself," said the steam. "To tell the truth, I was a little tired of talking to all those ribs and stringers. Here's quarantine. After that we'll go to our wharf and clean up a little, and next month we'll do it all over again." The tomb of his ancestors. Some people will tell you that if there were but a single loaf of bread in all India it would be divided equally between the Plodans, the Trevors, the Bedons, and the Ravet Karnaks. That is only one way of saying that certain families serve India generation after generation, as dolphins follow in line across the open sea. Let us take a small and obscure case. There has been at least one representative of the Devonshire Chins in or near central India since the days of Lieutenant Fireworker Humphrey Chin, of the Bombay European Regiment, who assisted at the capture of Seringapatam in 1799. Alfred Ellis Chin, Humphrey's younger brother, commanded a regiment of Bombay Grenadiers from 1804 to 1813, when he saw some mixed fighting, and in 1834 John Chin of the same family, we will call him John Chin I, came to light as a level-headed administrator in time of trouble at a place called Mundazur. He died young, but left his mark on the new country, and the Board of Directors of the Honourable the East India Company embodied his virtues in a stately resolution, and paid for the expenses of his tomb among the Satpura Hills. He was succeeded by his son, Lionel Chin, who left the little old Devonshire home just in time to be severely wounded in the mutiny. He spent his working life within 150 miles of John Chin's grave, and rose to the command of a regiment of small, wild hill men, most of whom had known his father. His son John was born in the small thatched-roofed, mud-walled cantonment, which is even today 80 miles from the nearest railway, in the heart of a scrubby, tigerish country. Colonel Lionel Chin served 30 years and retired. In the canal his steamer passed the outward-bound troop ship, carrying his son eastward to the family duty. The Chins are luckier than most folk, because they know exactly what they must do. A clever Chin passes for the Bombay Civil Service, and gets away to central India, where everybody is glad to see him. A dull Chin enters the police department or the woods and forest, and sooner or later he, too, appears in central India, and that is what gave rise to the saying, "Central India is inhabited by Bhils, Mez, and Chins, all very much alike." The breed is small-boned, dark, and silent, and the stupidest of them are good shots. John Chin II was rather clever, but as the eldest son he entered the army, according to Chin tradition. His duty was to abide in his father's regiment for the term of his natural life, though the corps was one which most men would have paid heavily to avoid. They were irregulars, small, dark, and blackish, clothed in rifle green with black leather trimmings, and friends called them the Vuddars, which means a race of low-caste people who dig up rats to eat. But the Vuddars did not resent it. They were the only Vuddars, and their points of pride were these: firstly, they had fewer English officers than any native regiment. Secondly, their subalterns were not mounted on parade, as is the general rule, but walked at the head of their men. A man who can hold his own with the Vuddars at their quick step must be sound in wind and limb. Thirdly, they were the most pukka shikaris, out-and-out hunters, in all India. Fourthly, up to 100thly, they were the Vuddars, Chin's irregular Bhil levies of the old days, but now, henceforward and forever, the Vuddars. No Englishman entered their mess except for love or through family usage. The officers talked to their soldiers in a tongue not 200 white folk in India understood, and the men were their children, all drawn from the Bhils, who are, perhaps, the strangest of the many strange races in India. They were, and at heart are, wild men, furtive, shy, full of untold superstitions. The races whom we call natives of the country found the Bhil in possession of the land when they first broke into that part of the world thousands of years ago. The books call them pre-Aryan, Aboriginal, Dravidian, and so forth, and, in other words, that is what the Bhils call themselves. When a Rajput chief whose bards can sing his pedigree backwards for 1200 years is set on the throne, his investiture is not complete till he has been marked on the forehead with blood from the veins of a Bhil. The Rajputs say the ceremony has no meaning, but the Bhil knows that it is the last shadow of his old rights as the long-ago owner of the soil. Centuries of oppression and massacre made the Bhil a cruel and half-crazy thief and cattle stealer, and when the English came he seemed to be almost as open to civilization as the tigers of his own jungles. But John Chin I, father of Lionel, grandfather of our John, went into his country, lived with him, learned his language, shot the deer that stole his poor crops, and won his confidence, so that some Bhils learned to plough and sow, while others were coaxed into the company's service to police their friends. When they understood that standing in line did not mean instant execution, they accepted soldiering as a cumbrous but amusing kind of sport, and were zealous to keep the wild Bhils under control. That was the thin edge of the wedge. John Chin I gave them written promises that, if they were good from a certain date, the government would overlook previous offences, and since John Chin was never known to break his word, he promised once to hang a Bhil locally esteemed invulnerable, and hanged him in front of his tribe for 7 proved murders. The Bhils settled down as steadily as they knew how. It was slow, unseen work, of the sort that is being done all over India today, and though John Chin's only reward came, as I have said, in the shape of a grave at government expense, the little people of the hills never forgot him. Colonel Lionel Chin knew and loved them, too, and they were very fairly civilized, for Bhils, before his service ended. Many of them could hardly be distinguished from low-caste Hindu farmers, but in the south, where John Chin I was buried, The wildest still clung to the Satpura ranges, cherishing a legend that someday Jan Chin, as they called him, would return to his own. In the meantime they mistrusted the white man and his ways. The least excitement would stampede them, plundering, at random, and now and then killing, but if they were handled discreetly they grieved like children, and promised never to do it again. The Bhils of the regiment, the uniformed men, were virtuous in many ways, but they needed humoring. They felt bored and homesick unless taken after tiger as beaters, and their cold-blooded daring. All Vadars shoot tigers on foot, it is their caste mark, made even the officers wonder. They would follow up a wounded tiger as unconcernedly as though it were a sparrow with a broken wing, and this through a country full of caves and rifts and pits, where a wild beast could hold a dozen men at his mercy. Now and then some little man was brought to barracks with his head smashed in or his ribs torn away, but his companions never learned caution, they contented themselves with settling the tiger. Young John Chin was decanted at the veranda of the Vadar's lonely mess house from the back seat of a two-wheeled cart, his gun cases cascading all round him. The slender little, hooky-nosed boy looked forlorn as a strayed goat when he slapped the white dust off his knees, and the cart jolted down the glaring road. But in his heart he was contented. After all, this was the place where he had been born, and things were not much changed since he had been sent to England, a child, 15 years ago. There were a few new buildings, but the air and the smell and the sunshine were the same, and the little green men who crossed the parade ground looked very familiar. 3 weeks ago John Chin would have said he did not remember a word of the Bhil tongue, but at the mess door he found his lips moving in sentences that he did not understand, bits of old nursery rhymes, and tail ends of such orders as his father used to give the men. The colonel watched him come up the steps, and laughed. "Look," he said to the major. "No need to ask the young UN's breed. He's a pucker chin. Might be his father in the 50s over again." "Hope he'll shoot us straight," said the major. "He's brought enough ironmongery with him. Wouldn't be a chin if he didn't. Watch him blow in his nose. Regular chin beak. Flourishes his handkerchief like his father. It's the second edition, line for line. Fairy tale, by Jove," said the major, peering through the slats of the jalousies. "If he's the lawful heir, he'll." Now old Chin could no more pass that chick without fiddling with it than his son, said the colonel, jumping up. "Well, I be blowed," said the major. The boy's eye had been caught by a split reed screen that hung on a slough between the veranda pillars, and, mechanically, he had tweaked the edge to set it level. Old Chin had sworn 3 times a day at that screen for many years, he could never get it to his satisfaction. His son entered the anteroom in the middle of a 5-fold silence. They made him welcome for his father's sake and, as they took stock of him, for his own. He was ridiculously like the portrait of the colonel on the wall, and when he had washed a little of the dust from his throat he went to his quarters with the old man's short, noiseless jungle step. So much for heredity, said the Major. That comes of 4 generations among the Phils. And the men know it, said a wing officer. They've been waiting for this youth with their tongues hanging out. I am persuaded that, unless he absolutely beats them over the head, they'll lie down by companies and worship him. Nothing like having a father before you, said the Major. I'm a parvenu with my chaps. I've only been 20 years in the regiment, and my revered parent, he was a simple squire. There's no getting at the bottom of a Phil's mind. Now, why is the superior bearer that young Chin brought with him fleeing across country with his bundle? He stepped into the veranda, and shouted after the man, a typical new-joined subaltern servant who speaks English and cheats in proportion. What is it? He called. Plenty bad man here. I going, SAR, was the reply. Have taken Sahib's keys, and say we'll shoot. Deuced lucid, deuced convincing. How those up-country thieves can leg it. He has been badly frightened by someone. The Major strolled to his quarters to dress for mess. Young Chin, walking like a man in a dream, had fetched a compass round the entire cantonment before going to his own tiny cottage. The captain's quarters, in which he had been born, delayed him for a little. Then he looked at the well on the parade ground, where he had sat of evenings with his nurse, and at the 10-by-14 church, where the officers went to service if a chaplain of any official creed happened to come along. It seemed very small as compared with the gigantic buildings he used to stare up at, but it was the same place. From time to time he passed a knot of silent soldiers, who saluted. They might have been the very men who had carried him on their backs when he was in his first knickerbockers. A faint light burned in his room, and, as he entered, hands clasped his feet, and a voice murmured from the floor. "Who is it?" said young Chin, not knowing he spoke in the Phil tongue. "I bore you in my arms, Sahib, when I was a strong man and you were a small one, crying, crying, crying. I am your servant, as I was your father's before you. We are all your servants." Young Chin could not trust himself to reply, and the voice went on, "I have taken your keys from that fat foreigner, and sent him away, and the studs are in the shirt for mess. Who should know, if I do not know? And so the baby has become a man, and forgets his nurse, but my nephew shall make a good servant, or I will beat him twice a day." Then there rose up, with a rattle, as straight as a Phil arrow, a little white-haired wizened ape of a man, with medals and orders on his tunic, stammering, saluting, and trembling. Behind him a young and wiry Phil, in uniform, was taking the trees out of Chin's mess boots. Chin's eyes were full of tears. The old man held out his keys. "Foreigners are bad people. He will never come back again. We are all servants of your father's son. Has the Sahib forgotten who took him to see the trapped tiger in the village across the river, when his mother was so frightened and he was so brave?" The scene came back to Chin in great magic lantern flashes. "Bukta," he cried, and all in a breath, "you promised nothing should hurt me. Is it Bukta? The man was at his feet a second time. He has not forgotten. He remembers his own people as his father remembered. Now can I die? But first I will live and show the Sahib how to kill tigers. That yonder is my nephew. If he is not a good servant, beat him and send him to me, and I will surely kill him, for now the Sahib is with his own people. Ari, Jan Baba, Jan Baba. My Jan Baba. I will stay here and see that this does his work well. Take off his boots, fool. Sit down upon the bed, Sahib, and let me look. It is Jan Baba. He pushed forward the hilt of his sword as a sign of service, which is an honor paid only to viceroys, governors, generals, or to little children whom one loves dearly. Chin touched the hilt mechanically with 3 fingers, muttering he knew not what. It happened to be the old answer of his childhood, when Bukta in jest called him the little General Sahib. The Major's quarters were opposite Chin's, and when he heard his servant gasp with surprise he looked across the room. Then the Major sat on the bed and whistled, for the spectacle of the senior native commissioned officer of the regiment, an unmixed Bhil, a companion of the Order of British India, with 35 years' spotless service in the army, and a rank among his own people superior to that of many Bengal princelings, valeting the last joined subaltern, was a little too much for his nerves. The throaty bugles blew the mess call that has a long legend behind it. First a few piercing notes like the shrieks of beaters in a faraway cover, and next, large, full, and smooth, the refrain of the wild song, and oh, the green pulse of Mundor, Mundor. All little children were in bed when the Sahib heard that call last, said Bukta, passing Chin a clean handkerchief. The call brought back memories of his cot under the mosquito netting, his mother's kiss, and the sound of footsteps growing fainter as he dropped asleep among his men. So he hooked the dark collar of his new mess jacket, and went to dinner like a prince who has newly inherited his father's crown. Old Bukta swaggered forth curling his whiskers. He knew his own value, and no money and no rank within the gift of the government would have induced him to put studs in young officers' shirts, or to hand them clean ties. Yet, when he took off his uniform that night, and squatted among his fellows for a quiet smoke, he told them what he had done, and they said that he was entirely right. Thereat Bukta propounded a theory which to a white mind would have seemed raving insanity, but the whispering, level-headed little men of war considered it from every point of view, and thought that there might be a great deal in it. At mess under the oil lamps the talk turned as usual to the unfailing subject of shikar, big game shooting of every kind and under all sorts of conditions. Young Chin opened his eyes when he understood that each one of his companions had shot several tigers in the Vadar style, on foot, that is, making no more of the business than if the brute had been a dog. In 9 cases out of 10, said the Major, a tiger is almost as dangerous as a porcupine. But the 10th time you come home feet first. That set all talking, and long before midnight Chin's brain was in a whirl with stories of tigers, man-eaters and cattle-killers, each pursuing his own business as methodically as clerks in an office, new tigers that had lately come into such and such a district, and old, friendly beasts of great cunning, known by nicknames in the mess, such as Puggy, who was lazy, with huge paws, and Mrs. Malaprop, who turned up when you never expected her, and made female noises. Then they spoke of pill superstitions, a wide and picturesque field, till young Chin hinted that they must be pulling his leg. "Deed, we aren't," said a man on his left. "We know all about you. You're a Chin and all that, and you've a sort of vested right here. But if you don't believe what we're telling you, what will you do when old Buckter begins his stories? He knows about ghost tigers, and tigers that go to a hell of their own, and tigers that walk on their hind feet, and your grandpapa's riding tiger, as well. Odd he hasn't spoken of that yet. You know you've an ancestor buried down Satpura way, don't you?" said the Major, as Chin smiled irresolutely. "Of course I do," said Chin, who had the Chronicle of the Book of Chin by heart. "It lies in a worn old ledger on the Chinese lacquer table behind the piano in the Devonshire home, and the children are allowed to look at it on Sundays." "Well, I wasn't sure. Your revered ancestor, my boy, according to the pills, has a tiger of his own, a saddle tiger that he rides round the country whenever he feels inclined. I don't call it decent in an ex-collector's ghost, but that is what the Southern pills believe. Even our men, who might be called moderately cool, don't care to beat that country if they hear that Jan Chin is running about on his tiger. It is supposed to be a clouded animal, not stripy, but blotchy, like a tortoise-shell tomcat. No end of a brute, it is, and a sure sign of war or pestilence or something. There's a nice family legend for you." "What's the origin of it, do you suppose?" said Chin. "Ask the Satpura pills. Old Jan Chin was a mighty hunter before the Lord. Perhaps it was the tiger's revenge, or perhaps he's hunting 'em still. You must go to his tomb one of these days and inquire. Buckter will probably attend to that. He was asking me before you came whether by any ill luck you had already bagged your tiger. If not, he is going to enter you under his own wing. Of course, for you of all men it's imperative. You'll have a first-class time with Buckter." The Major was not wrong. Buckter kept an anxious eye on young Chin at drill, and it was noticeable that the first time the new officer lifted up his voice in an order the whole line quivered. Even the colonel was taken aback, for it might have been Lionel Chin returned from Devonshire with a new lease of life. Buckter had continued to develop his peculiar theory among his intimates, and it was accepted as a matter of faith in the lines, since every word and gesture on young Chin's part so confirmed it. The old man arranged early that his darling should wipe out the reproach of not having shot a tiger, but he was not content to take the first or any beast that happened to arrive. In his own villages he dispensed the high, low, and middle justice, and when his people, naked and fluttered, came to him with word of a beast marked down, he bade them send spies to the kills and the watering places, that he might be sure the quarry was such an one as suited the dignity of such a man. 3 or 4 times the reckless trackers returned, most truthfully saying that the beast was mangy, undersized, a tigress worn with nursing, or a broken-toothed old male, and Bukta would curb young Chin's impatience. At last, a noble animal was marked down, a 10-foot cattle killer with a huge roll of loose skin along the belly, glossy-hided, full-frilled about the neck, whiskered, frisky, and young. He had slain a man in pure sport, they said. Let him be fed, quoth Bukta, and the villagers dutifully drove out a cow to amuse him, that he might lie up nearby. Princes and potentates have taken ship to India and spent great moneys for the mere glimpse of beasts one half as fine as this of Bukta's. It is not good, said he to the colonel, when he asked for shooting leave, that my colonel's son who may be, that my colonel's son should lose his maiden head on any small jungle beast. That may come after. I have waited long for this, which is a tiger. He has come in from the Mare country. In 7 days we will return with the skin. The mess gnashed their teeth enviously. Bukta, had he chosen, might have invited them all. But he went out alone with Chin, 2 days in a shooting cart and a day on foot, till they came to a rocky, glary valley with a pool of good water in it. It was a parching day, and the boy very naturally stripped and went in for a bathe, leaving Bukta by the clothes. A white skin shows far against brown jungle, and what Bukta beheld on Chin's back and right shoulder dragged him forward step by step with staring eyeballs. I'd forgotten it isn't decent to strip before a man of his position, said Chin, flouncing in the water. How the little devil stares. What is it, Bukta? The mark, was the whispered answer. It is nothing. You know how it is with my people. Chin was annoyed. The dull red birthmark on his shoulder, something like a conventionalized tartar cloud, had slipped his memory or he would not have bathed. It occurred, so they said at home, in alternate generations, appearing, curiously enough, 8 or 9 years after birth, and, save that it was part of the Chin inheritance, would not be considered pretty. He hurried ashore, dressed again, and went on till they met 2 or 3 bhils, who promptly fell on their faces. My people, grunted Bukta, not condescending to notice them. And so your people, Sahib. When I was a young man we were fewer, but not so weak. Now we are many, but poor stock. As may be remembered. How will you shoot him, Sahib? From a tree, from a shelter which my people shall build, by day or by night. On foot and in the daytime, said young Chin. That was your custom, as I have heard, said Bukta to himself. I will get news of him. Then you and I will go to him. I will carry 1 gun. You have yours. There is no need of more. What tiger shall stand against thee? He was marked down by a little water hole at the head of a ravine, full gorged and half asleep in the May sunlight. He was walked up like a partridge, and he turned to do battle for his life. Bukta made no motion to raise his rifle, but kept his eyes on Chin, who met the shattering roar of the charge with a single shot. It seemed to him hours as he sighted, which tore through the throat, smashing the backbone below the neck and between the shoulders. The brute couched, choked, and fell, and before Chin knew well what had happened, Bukta bade him stay still while he paced the distance between his feet and the ringing jaws. 15, said Bukta. Short paces. No need for a second shot, Sahib. He bleeds cleanly where he lies, and we need not spoil the skin. I said there would be no need of these, but they came, in case. Suddenly the sides of the ravine were crowned with the heads of Bukta's people. A force that could have blown the ribs out of the beast had Chin's shot failed, but their guns were hidden, and they appeared as interested beaters, some 5 or 6 waiting the word to skin. Bukta watched the life fade from the wild eyes, lifted one hand, and turned on his heel. No need to show that we care, said he. Now, after this, we can kill what we choose. Put out your hand, Sahib. Chin obeyed. It was entirely steady, and Bukta nodded. That also was your custom. My men skin quickly. They will carry the skin to cantonments. Will the Sahib come to my poor village for the night and, perhaps, forget that I am his officer? But those men, the beaters, they have worked hard, and perhaps, if they skin clumsily, we will skin them. They are my people. In the lines I am one thing. Here I am another. This was very true. When Bukta doffed uniform and reverted to the fragmentary dress of his own people, he left his civilization of drill in the next world. That night, after a little talk with his subjects, he devoted to an orgy, and a pill orgy is a thing not to be safely written about. Chin, flushed with triumph, was in the thick of it, but the meaning of the mysteries was hidden. Wild folk came and pressed about his knees with offerings. He gave his flask to the elders of the village. They grew eloquent, and wreathed him about with flowers. Gifts and loans, not all seemly, were thrust upon him, and infernal music rolled and maddened round red fires, while singers sang songs of the ancient times, and danced peculiar dances. The aboriginal liquors are very potent, and Chin was compelled to taste them often, but, unless the stuff had been drugged, how came he to fall asleep suddenly, and to waken late the next day, half a march from the village? The Sahib was very tired. A little before dawn he went to sleep, Bukta explained. My people carried him here, and now it is time we should go back to cantonments. The voice, smooth and deferential, the step, steady and silent, made it hard to believe that only a few hours before Bukta was yelling and capering with naked fellow devils of the scrub. My people were very pleased to see the Sahib. They will never forget. When next the Sahib goes out recruiting, he will go to my people, and they will give him as many men as we need. Chin kept his own counsel, except as to the shooting of the tiger, and Bukta embroidered that tale with a shameless tongue. The skin was certainly one of the finest ever hung up in the mess, and the first of many. When Bukta could not accompany his boy on shooting trips, he took care to put him in good hands, and Chin learned more of the mind and desire of the wild Bhil in his marches and campings, by talks at twilight or at wayside pools, than an uninstructed man could have come at in a lifetime. Presently his men in the regiment grew bold to speak of their relatives, mostly in trouble, and to lay cases of tribal custom before him. They would say, squatting in his veranda at twilight, after the easy, confidential style of the Vuddars, that such and such a bachelor had run away with such and such a wife at a far-off village. Now, how many cows would Chin Sahib consider a just fine? Or, again, if written order came from the government that a Bhil was to repair to a walled city of the plains to give evidence in a law court, would it be wise to disregard that order? On the other hand, if it were obeyed, would the rash voyager return alive? But what have I to do with these things? Chin demanded of Bukta, impatiently. I am a soldier. I do not know the law. Who? Law is for fools and white men. Give them a large and loud order, and they will abide by it. Thou art their law. But wherefore? Every trace of expression left Bukta's countenance. The idea might have smitten him for the first time. How can I say? He replied. Perhaps it is on account of the name. A Bhil does not love strange things. Give them orders, Sahib, 2, 3, 4 words at a time such as they can carry away in their heads. That is enough. Chin gave orders then, valiantly, not realizing that a word spoken in haste before mess became the dread unappealable law of villages beyond the smoky hills was, in truth, no less than the law of Jan Chin the First, who, so the whispered legend ran, had come back to earth, to oversee the third generation, in the body and bones of his grandson. There could be no sort of doubt in this matter. All the Bhils knew that Jan Chin reincarnated had honored Bukta's village with his presence after slaying his first, in this life, tiger, that he had eaten and drunk with the people, as he was used, and Bukta must have drugged Chin's liquor very deeply. Upon his back and right shoulder all men had seen the same angry red flying cloud that the high gods had set on the flesh of Jan Chin the First when first he came to the Bhil. As concerned the foolish white world which has no eyes, he was a slim and young officer in the Vuddars, but his own people knew he was Jan Chin, who had made the Bhil a man, and, believing, they hastened to carry his words, careful never to alter them on the way. Because the savage and the child who plays lonely games have one horror of being laughed at or questioned, the little folk kept their convictions to themselves, and the colonel, who thought he knew his regiment, never guessed that each one of the 600 quick-footed, beady-eyed rank and file, to attention beside their rifles, believed serenely and unshakenly that the subaltern on the left flank of the line was a demigod twice born, tutelary deity of their land and people. The earth gods themselves had stamped the incarnation, and who would dare to doubt the handiwork of the earth gods? Chin, being practical above all things, saw that his family name served him well in the lines and in camp. His men gave no trouble, one does not commit regimental offences with a god in the chair of justice, and he was sure of the best beaters in the district when he needed them. They believed that the protection of Jan Chin I cloaked them, and were bold in that belief beyond the utmost daring of excited Phils. His quarters began to look like an amateur natural history museum, in spite of duplicate heads and horns and skulls that he sent home to Devonshire. The people, very humanly, learned the weak side of their god. It is true he was unbribable, but bird skins, butterflies, beetles, and, above all, news of big game pleased him. In other respects, too, he lived up to the Chin tradition. He was fever-proof. A night's sitting out over a tethered goat in a damp valley, that would have filled the Major with a month's malaria, had no effect on him. He was, as they said, salted before he was born. Now in the autumn of his second year's service an uneasy rumour crept out of the earth and ran about among the Phils. Chin heard nothing of it till a brother officer said across the mess table, "Your revered ancestors on the rampage in the Satpura country. You'd better look him up." I don't want to be disrespectful, but I'm a little sick of my revered ancestor. Bhakta talks of nothing else. What's the old boy supposed to be doing now? Riding cross-country by moonlight on his processional tiger. That's the story. He's been seen by about 2,000 Phils, skipping along the tops of the Satpuras, and scaring people to death. They believe it devoutly, and all the Satpura chaps are worshipping away at his shrine, tomb, I mean, like good uns. You really ought to go down there. Must be a queer thing to see your grandfather treated as a god. What makes you think there's any truth in the tale? Said Chin. Because all our men deny it. They say they've never heard of Chin's tiger. Now that's a manifest lie, because every Phil has. There's only one thing you've overlooked, said the colonel, thoughtfully. When a local god reappears on earth, it's always an excuse for trouble of some kind, and those Satpura Phils are about as wild as your grandfather left them, young UN. It means something. Meanin' they may go on the war path, said Chin. Can't say, as yet. Shouldn't be surprised a little bit. I haven't been told a syllable. Proves it all the more. They are keeping something back. Bhakta tells me everything, too, as a rule. Now, why didn't he tell me that? Chin put the question directly to the old man that night, and the answer surprised him. Why should I tell what is well known? Yes, the clouded tiger is out in the Satpura country. What do the wild Phils think that it means? They do not know. They wait. Sahib, what is coming? Say only one little word, and we will be content. We. What have tales from the south, where the jungly Phils live, to do with drilled men? When Jan Chin wakes is no time for any Phil to be quiet. But he has not waked, Bhakta. Sahib. The old man's eyes were full of tender reproof. If he does not wish to be seen, why does he go abroad in the moonlight? We know he is awake, but we do not know what he desires. Is it a sign for all the Bhils, or one that concerns the Satpura folk alone? Say one little word, Sahib, that I may carry it to the lines, and send on to our villages. Why does Jan Chin ride out? Who has done wrong? Is it pestilence? Is it murrain? Will our children die? Is it a sword? Remember, Sahib, we are thy people and thy servants, and in this life I bore thee in my arms, not knowing. Bhakta has evidently looked on the cup this evening, Chin thought, but if I can do anything to soothe the old chap I must. It's like the mutiny rumors on a small scale. He dropped into a deep wicker chair, over which was thrown his first tiger skin, and his weight on the cushion flapped the clawed paws over his shoulders. He laid hold of them mechanically as he spoke, drawing the painted hide, cloak fashion, about him. Now will I tell the truth, Bhakta, he said, leaning forward, the dried muzzle on his shoulder, to invent a specious lie. I see that it is the truth, was the answer, in a shaking voice. Jan Chin goes abroad among the Satpuras, riding on the clouded tiger, ye say. Be it so. Therefore the sign of the wonder is for the Satpura Bhils only, and does not touch the Bhils who plough in the north and east, the Bhils of the Khandesh, or any others, except the Satpura Bhils, who, as we know, are wild and foolish. It is, then, a sign for them. Good or bad? Beyond doubt, good. For why should Jan Chin make evil to those whom he has made men? The nights over yonder are hot, it is ill to lie in one bed overlong without turning, and Jan Chin would look again upon his people. So he rises, whistles his clouded tiger, and goes abroad a little to breathe the cool air. If the Satpura Bhils kept to their villages, and did not wander after dark, they would not see him. Indeed, Bhakta, it is no more than that he would see the light again in his own country. Send this news south, and say that it is my word. Bhakta bowed to the floor. Good heavens, thought Chin, and this blinking pagan is a first-class officer, and as straight as a die. I may as well round it off neatly. He went on, if the Satpura Bhils ask the meaning of the sign, tell them that Jan Chin would see how they kept their old promises of good living. Perhaps they have plundered, perhaps they mean to disobey the orders of the government, perhaps there is a dead man in the jungle, and so Jan Chin has come to see. Is he, then, angry? Bah! Am I ever angry with my Bhils? I say angry words, and threaten many things. Thou knowest, Bhakta. I have seen thee smile behind the hand. I know, and thou knowest. The Bhils are my children. I have said it many times. We be thy children, said Bhakta. And no otherwise is it with Jan Chin, my father's father. He would see the land he loved and the people once again. It is a good ghost, Bhakta. I say it. Go and tell them. And I do hope devoutly, he added, that it will calm them down. Flinging back the tiger skin, he rose with a long, unguarded yawn that showed his well-kept teeth. Bukta fled, to be received in the lines by a knot of panting inquirers. "It is true," said Bukta. He wrapped himself in the skin, and spoke from it. He would see his own country again. "The sign is not for us, and, indeed, he is a young man. How should he lie idle of nights? He says his bed is too hot and the air is bad. He goes to and fro for the love of night running. He has said it." The grey-whiskered assembly shuddered. "He says the hills are his children. Ye know he does not lie. He has said it to me." "But what of the Satpura hills? What means the sign for them?" "Nothing. It is only night running, as I have said. He rides to see if they obey the government, as he taught them to do in his first life." "And what if they do not?" "He did not say." The light went out in Chin's quarters. "Look," said Bukta. "Now he goes away. Nonetheless it is a good ghost, as he has said. How shall we fear Jan Chin, who made the pill a man? His protection is on us, and ye know Jan Chin never broke a protection spoken or written on paper. When he is older and has found him a wife, he will lie in his bed till morning. A commanding officer is generally aware of the regimental state of mind a little before the men, and this is why the colonel said, a few days later, that someone had been putting the fear of God into the Vedas. As he was the only person officially entitled to do this, it distressed him to see such unanimous virtue. "It's too good to last," he said. "I only wish I could find out what the little chaps mean." The explanation, as it seemed to him, came at the change of the moon, when he received orders to hold himself in readiness to allay any possible excitement among the Satpura hills, who were, to put it mildly, uneasy because a paternal government had sent up against them a Maratha state-educated vaccinator, with lancets, lymph, and an officially registered calf. In the language of state, they had manifested a strong objection to all prophylactic measures, had forcibly detained the vaccinator, and were on the point of neglecting or evading their tribal obligations. "That means they are in a blue funk, same as they were at census time," said the colonel, "and if we stampede them into the hills we'll never catch 'em, in the first place, and, in the second, they'll whoop off plundering till further orders. Wonder who the God-forsaken idiot is who is trying to vaccinate a pill. I knew trouble was coming. One good thing is that they'll only use local corps, and we can knock up something we'll call a campaign, and let them down easy. Fancy us potting our best beaters because they don't want to be vaccinated. They're only crazy with fear." "Don't you think, sir," said Chin, the next day, "that perhaps you could give me a fortnight's shooting leave? Desertion in the face of the enemy, by Jove." The colonel laughed. "I might, but I'd have to edit it a little, because we're warned for service, as you might say. However, we'll assume that you applied for leave 3 days ago, and are now well on your way south. I'd like to take Bukta with me." "Of course, yes. I think that will be the best plan. You've some kind of hereditary influence with the little chaps, and they may listen to you when a glimpse of our uniforms would drive them wild. You've never been in that part of the world before, have you? Take care they don't send you to your family vault in your youth and innocence. I believe you'll be all right if you can get em to listen to you. I think so, sir, but if they should accidentally make asses of themselves, they might, you know. I hope you'll represent that they were only frightened. There isn't an ounce of real vice in em, and I should never forgive myself if any one of my name got them into trouble. The colonel nodded, but said nothing. Chin and Buckter departed at once. Buckter did not say that, ever since the official vaccinator had been dragged into the hills by indignant pills, runner after runner had skulked up to the lines, entreating, with forehead in the dust, that Jan Chin should come and explain this unknown horror that hung over his people. The portent of the clouded tiger was now too clear. Let Jan Chin comfort his own, for vain was the help of mortal man. Buckter toned down these beseechings to a simple request for Chin's presence. Nothing would have pleased the old man better than a rough-and-tumble campaign against the Satpuras, whom he, as an unmixed pill, despised, but he had a duty to all his nation as Jan Chin's interpreter, and he devoutly believed that 40 plagues would fall on his village if he tampered with that obligation. Besides, Jan Chin knew all things, and he rode the clouded tiger. They covered 30 miles a day on foot and pony, raising the blue wall-like line of the Satpuras as swiftly as might be. Buckter was very silent. They began the steep climb a little after noon, but it was near sunset ere they reached the stone platform clinging to the side of a rifted, jungle-covered hill, where Jan Chin the First was laid, as he had desired, that he might overlook his people. All India is full of neglected graves that date from the beginning of the 18th century, tombs of forgotten colonels of corps long since disbanded, mates of East India men who went on shooting expeditions and never came back, factors, agents, writers, and ensigns of the Honourable the East India Company by hundreds and thousands and tens of thousands. English folk forget quickly, but natives have long memories, and if a man has done good in his life it is remembered after his death. The weathered marble four-square tomb of Jan Chin was hung about with wild flowers and nuts, packets of wax and honey, bottles of native spirits, and infamous cigars, with buffalo horns and plumes of dried grass. At one end was a rude clay image of a white man, in the old-fashioned top hat, riding on a bloated tiger. Buckter salamed reverently as they approached. Chin bared his head and began to pick out the blurred inscription. So far as he could read it ran thus, word for word, and letter for letter, to the memory of John Chin, Esquire, late collector of, without bloodshed or error of authority employ. Only ears of conciliate and confident. Accomplished the tire subjection, a lawless and predatory peep, tacking them to ish government by a conch. Over. Mine's the most and rational mode of dominy. Governor General and Count Ingle have ordered thigh erected, at this life the 19th of August, 184. Ag. On the other side of the grave were ancient verses, also very worn. As much as Chin could decipher said. The savage band forsook their haunts and is command, mended. Rails checker, st for spoil. And ing hamlets prove his gene. Toil. Humanit, survey, its rester. A nation ild. Subdued without a sword. For some little time he leaned on the tomb thinking of this dead man of his own blood, and of the house in Devonshire, then, nodding to the plains, yes, it's a big work, all of it, even my little share. He must have been worth knowing. Bukta, where are my people? Not here, Sahib. No man comes here except in full sun. They wait above. Let us climb and see. But Chin, remembering the first law of Oriental diplomacy, in an even voice answered, I have come this far only because the Satpura folk are foolish, and dared not visit our lines. Now bid them wait on me here. I am not a servant, but the master of hills. I go, clucked the old man. Night was falling, and at any moment Jan Chin might whistle up his dreaded steed from the darkening scrub. Now for the first time in a long life Bukta disobeyed a lawful command and deserted his leader, for he did not come back, but pressed to the flat table-top of the hill, and called softly. Men stirred all about him, little trembling men with bows and arrows who had watched the two since noon. Where is he? Whispered one. At his own place. He bids you come, said Bukta. Now. Rather let him loose the clouded tiger upon us. We do not go. Nor I, though I bore him in my arms when he was a child in this his life. Wait here till the day. But surely he will be angry. He will be very angry, for he has nothing to eat. But he has said to me many times that the hills are his children. By sunlight I believe this, but, by moonlight I am not so sure. What folly have ye Satpura pigs compassed that ye should need him at all? One came to us in the name of the government with little ghost knives and a magic calf, meaning to turn us into cattle by the cutting off of our arms. We were greatly afraid, but we did not kill the man. He is here, bound, a black man, and we think he comes from the west. He said it was an order to cut us all with knives, especially the women and the children. We did not hear that it was an order, so we were afraid, and kept to our hills. Some of our men have taken ponies and bullocks from the plains, and others pots and cloths and earrings. Are any slain? By our men? Not yet. But the young men are blown to and fro by many rumors like flames upon a hill. I sent runners asking for Jan Chin lest worse should come to us. It was this fear that he foretold by the sign of the clouded tiger. He says it is otherwise, said Bukta, and he repeated, with amplifications, all that young Chin had told him at the conference of the wicker chair. Think you, said the questioner, at last, that the government will lay hands on us? Not I, Bukta rejoined. Jan Chin will give an order, and ye will obey. The rest is between the government and Jan Chin. I myself know something of the ghost knives and the scratching. It is a charm against the smallpox. But how it is done I cannot tell. Nor need that concern you. If he stands by us and before the anger of the government we will most strictly obey Jan Chin, except we do not go down to that place tonight. They could hear young Chin below them shouting for Bukta, but they cowered and sat still, expecting the clouded tiger. The tomb had been holy ground for nearly half a century. If Jan Chin chose to sleep there, who had better right? But they would not come within eye-shot of the place till broad day. At first Chin was exceedingly angry, till it occurred to him that Bukta most probably had a reason, which, indeed, he had, and his own dignity might suffer if he yelled without answer. He propped himself against the foot of the grave, and, alternately dozing and smoking, came through the warm night proud that he was a lawful, legitimate, fever-proof Chin. He prepared his plan of action much as his grandfather would have done, and when Bukta appeared in the morning with a most liberal supply of food, said nothing of the overnight desertion. Bukta would have been relieved by an outburst of human anger, but Chin finished his victual leisurely, and a cheroot, ere he made any sign. They are very much afraid, said Bukta, who was not too bold himself. It remains only to give orders. They said they will obey if thou wilt only stand between them and the government. That I know, said Chin, strolling slowly to the tableland. A few of the elder men stood in an irregular semicircle in an open glade, but the ruck of people, women and children were hidden in the thicket. They had no desire to face the first anger of Jan Chin the first. Seating himself on a fragment of split rock, he smoked his cheroot to the butt, hearing men breathe hard all about him. Then he cried, so suddenly that they jumped, "Bring the man that was bound." A scuffle and a cry were followed by the appearance of a Hindu vaccinator, quaking with fear, bound hand and foot, as the Bhils of old were accustomed to bind their human sacrifices. He was pushed cautiously before the presence, but young Chin did not look at him. I said, "The man that was bound. Is it a jest to bring me one tied like a buffalo? Since when could the Bhil bind folk at his pleasure?" Cut. Half a dozen hasty knives cut away the thongs, and the man crawled to Chin, who pocketed his case of lancets and tubes of lymph. Then, sweeping the semicircle with one comprehensive forefinger, and in the voice of compliment, he said, clearly and distinctly, "Pigs." "Ari," whispered Bukta. "Now he speaks. Woe to foolish people! I have come on foot from my house," the assembly shuddered, "to make clear a matter which any other Satpura Bhil would have seen with both eyes from a distance. Ye know the smallpox who pits and scars your children so that they look like wasp combs. It is an order of the government that whoso is scratched on the arm with these little knives which I hold up is charmed against her. All Sahibs are thus charmed, and very many Hindus. This is the mark of the charm. Look." He rolled back his sleeve to the armpit and showed the white scars of the vaccination mark on his white skin. "Come, all, and look." A few daring spirits came up, and nodded their heads wisely. There was certainly a mark, and they knew well what other dread marks were hidden by the shirt. Merciful was Jan Chin, that then and there proclaimed his godhead. "Now all these things the man whom ye bound told you." "I did, 100 times, but they answered with blows," groaned the operator, chafing his wrists and ankles. "But, being pigs, ye did not believe, and so came I here to save you, first from smallpox, next from a great folly of fear, and lastly, it may be, from the rope and the jail. It is no gain to me, it is no pleasure to me, but for the sake of that one who is yonder, who made the hill a man." He pointed down the hill. "I, who am of his blood, the son of his son, come to turn your people. And I speak the truth, as did Jan Chin." The crowd murmured reverently, and men stole out of the thicket by twos and threes to join it. There was no anger in their god's face. "These are my orders. Heaven send they'll take 'em, but I seem to have impressed 'em so far. I myself will stay among you while this man scratches your arms with the knives, after the order of the government. In 3, or it may be 5 or 7, days, your arms will swell and itch and burn. That is the power of smallpox fighting in your base blood against the orders of the government. I will therefore stay among you till I see that smallpox is conquered, and I will not go away till the men and the women and the little children show me upon their arms such marks as I have even now showed you. I bring with me 2 very good guns, and a man whose name is known among beasts and men. We will hunt together, I and he and your young men, and the others shall eat and lie still. This is my order." There was a long pause while victory hung in the balance. A white-haired old sinner, standing on one uneasy leg, piped up, "There are ponies and some few bullocks and other things for which we need a cowl, protection. They were not taken in the way of trade." The battle was won, and John Chin drew a breath of relief. The young Pills had been raiding, but if taken swiftly all could be put straight. "I will write a cowl so soon as the ponies, the bullocks, and the other things are counted before me and sent back whence they came. But first we will put the government mark on such as have not been visited by smallpox." In an undertone, to the vaccinator, "If you show you are afraid you'll never see Pune again, my friend. There is not sufficient ample supply of vaccination for all this population," said the man. "They destroyed the official calf. They won't know the difference. Scrape 'em and give me a couple of lancets, I'll attend to the elders." The aged diplomat who had demanded protection was the first victim. He fell to Chin's hand and dared not cry out. As soon as he was freed he dragged up a companion, and held him fast, and the crisis became, as it were, a child's sport, for the vaccinated chased the unvaccinated to treatment, vowing that all the tribe must suffer equally. The women shrieked, and the children ran howling, but Chin laughed, and waved the pink-tipped lancet. It is an honor, he cried. Tell them, Bhakta, how great an honor it is that I myself mark them. Nay, I cannot mark every one, the Hindu must also do his work, but I will touch all marks that he makes, so there will be an equal virtue in them. Thus do the Rajputs stick pigs. Ho, brother with one eye! Catch that girl and bring her to me. She need not run away yet, for she is not married, and I do not seek her in marriage. She will not come. Then she shall be shamed by her little brother, a fat boy, a bold boy. He puts out his arm like a soldier. Look! He does not flinch at the blood. Some day he shall be in my regiment. And now, mother of many, we will lightly touch thee, for smallpox has been before us here. It is a true thing, indeed, that this charm breaks the power of matter. There will be no more pitted faces among the Satpuras, and so ye can ask many cows for each maid to be wed. And so on, quick-pawed showman's patter, sourced in the hill-hunting proverbs and tales of their own brand of coarse humor till the lancets were blunted and both operators worn out. But, nature being the same the world over, the unvaccinated grew jealous of their marked comrades, and came near to blows about it. Then Chin declared himself a court of justice, no longer a medical board, and made formal inquiry into the late robberies. We are the thieves of Mahadeo, said the Bhils, simply. It is our fate, and we were frightened. When we are frightened we always steal. Simply and directly as children, they gave in the tale of the plunder, all but 2 bullocks and some spirits that had gone a-missing. These Chin promised to make good out of his own pocket, and 10 ringleaders were dispatched to the lowlands with a wonderful document, written on the leaf of a notebook, and addressed to an assistant district superintendent of police. There was warm calamity in that note, as Jan Chin warned them, but anything was better than loss of liberty. Armed with this protection, the repentant raiders went downhill. They had no desire whatever to meet Mr. Dundas Fawn of the police, aged 22, and of a cheerful countenance, nor did they wish to revisit the scene of their robberies. Steering a middle course, they ran into the camp of the one government chaplain allowed to the various irregular corps through a district of some 15,000 square miles, and stood before him in a cloud of dust. He was by way of being a priest, they knew, and, what was more to the point, a good sportsman who paid his beaters generously. When he read Chin's note he laughed, which they deemed a lucky omen, till he called up policemen, who tethered the ponies and the bullocks by the piled house gear, and laid stern hands upon 3 of that smiling band of the thieves of Mahadeo. The chaplain himself addressed them magisterially with a riding whip. That was painful, but Jan Chin had prophesied it. They submitted, but would not give up the written protection, fearing the jail. On their way back they met Mr. D. Fawn, who had heard about the robberies, and was not pleased. Certainly, said the eldest of the gang, when the second interview was at an end, certainly Jan Chin's protection has saved us our liberty. But it is as though there were many beatings in one small piece of paper. Put it away. One climbed into a tree, and stuck the letter into a cleft 40 feet from the ground, where it could do no harm. Warmed, sore, but happy, the 10 returned to Jianshin next day, where he sat among uneasy hills, all looking at their right arms, and all bound under terror of their god's disfavor not to scratch. "It was a good cowl," said the leader. First the chaplain, who laughed, took away our plunder, and beat 3 of us, as was promised. Next, we meet Fawn Sahib, who frowned, and asked for the plunder. We spoke the truth, and so he beat us all, one after another, and called us chosen names. He then gave us these 2 bundles. They set down a bottle of whiskey and a box of cheroots, and we came away. The cowl is left in a tree, because its virtue is that so soon as we show it to a sahib we are beaten. But for that cowl, said Jianshin, sternly, ye would all have been marching to jail with a policeman on either side. Ye come now to serve as beaters for me. These people are unhappy, and we will go hunting till they are well. Tonight we will make a feast. It is written in the chronicles of the Satpura Hills, together with many other matters not fit for print, that through 5 days, after the day that he had put his mark upon them, Jianshin the first hunted for his people, and on the 5 nights of those days the tribe was gloriously and entirely drunk. Jianshin bought country spirits of an awful strength, and slew wild pig and deer beyond counting, so that if any fell sick they might have 2 good reasons. Between head and stomach aches they found no time to think of their arms, but followed Jianshin obediently through the jungles, and with each day's returning confidence men, women, and children stole away to their villages as the little army passed by. They carried news that it was good and right to be scratched with ghost knives, that Jianshin was indeed reincarnated as a god of free food and drink, and that of all nations the Satpura Hills stood first in his favor, if they would only refrain from scratching. Henceforward that kindly demigod would be connected in their minds with great gorgings and the vaccine and lancets of a paternal government. And tomorrow I go back to my home, said Jianshin to his faithful few, whom neither spirits, overeating, nor swollen glands could conquer. It is hard for children and savages to behave reverently at all times to the idols of their make-believe, and they had frolicked excessively with Jianshin. But the reference to his home cast a gloom on the people. And the Sahib will not come again, said he who had been vaccinated first. That is to be seen, answered Chin, warily. Nay, but come as a white man, come as a young man whom we know and love, for, as thou alone knowest, we are a weak people. If we again saw thy horse, they were picking up their courage. I have no horse. I came on foot with Bhakta, yonder. What is this? Thou knowest, the thing that thou hast chosen for a night horse. The little men squirmed in fear and awe. Night horses. Bhakta, what is this last tale of children? Bhakta had been a silent leader in Chin's presence since the night of his desertion, and was grateful for a chance-flung question. They know, Sahib, he whispered. It is the clouded tiger. That comes from the place where thou didst once sleep. It is thy horse, as it has been these 3 generations. My horse. That was a dream of the hills. It is no dream. Do dreams leave the tracks of broad pugs on earth? Why make 2 faces before thy people? They know of the night ridings, and they are afraid, and would have them cease. Bukta nodded. If thou hast no further need of him. He is thy horse. The thing leaves a trail, then, said Chin. We have seen it. It is like a village road under the tomb. Can ye find and follow it for me? By daylight, if one comes with us, and, above all, stands nearby. I will stand close, and we will see to it that Jan Chin does not ride any more. The Bhils shouted the last words again and again. From Chin's point of view the stalk was nothing more than an ordinary one, downhill, through split and crannied rocks, unsafe, perhaps, if a man did not keep his wits by him, but no worse than 20 others he had undertaken. Yet his men, they refused absolutely to beat, and would only trail, dripped sweat at every move. They showed the marks of enormous pugs that ran, always downhill, to a few 100 feet below Jan Chin's tomb, and disappeared in a narrow-mouthed cave. It was an insolently open road, a domestic highway, beaten without thought of concealment. The beggar might be paying rent and taxes, Chin muttered ere he asked whether his friend's taste ran to cattle or man. Cattle was the answer. 2 heifers a week. We drive them for him at the foot of the hill. It is his custom. If we did not, he might seek us. Blackmail and piracy, said Chin. I can't say I fancy going into the cave after him. What's to be done? The Bhils fell back as Chin lodged himself behind a rock with his rifle ready. Tigers, he knew, were shy beasts, but one who had been long cattle fed in this sumptuous style might prove overbold. He speaks, someone whispered from the rear. He knows, too. Well, of all the infernal cheek, said Chin. There was an angry growl from the cave, a direct challenge. Come out, then Chin shouted. Come out of that. Let's have a look at you. The brute knew well enough that there was some connection between brown-nude Bhils and his weekly allowance, but the white helmet in the sunlight annoyed him, and he did not approve of the voice that broke his rest. Lazily as a gorged snake, he dragged himself out of the cave, and stood yawning and blinking at the entrance. The sunlight fell upon his flat right side, and Chin wondered. Never had he seen a tiger marked after this fashion. Except for his head, which was staringly barred, he was dappled, not striped, but dappled like a child's rocking horse in rich shades of smoky black on red gold. That portion of his belly and throat which should have been white was orange, and his tail and paws were black. He looked leisurely for some 10 seconds, and then deliberately lowered his head, his chin dropped and drawn in, staring intently at the man. The effect of this was to throw forward the round arch of his skull, with 2 broad bands across it, while below the bands glared the unwinking eyes, so that, head on, as he stood, he showed something like a diabolically scowling pantomime mask. It was a piece of natural mesmerism that he had practiced many times on his quarry, and though Chin was by no means a terrified heifer, he stood for a while, held by the extraordinary oddity of the attack. The head, the body seemed to have been packed away behind it. The ferocious, skull-like head crept nearer to the switching of an angry tail-tip in the grass. Left and right the hills had scattered to let John Chin subdue his own horse. My word, he thought. He's trying to frighten me, and fired between the saucer-like eyes, leaping aside upon the shot. A big coughing mass, reeking of carrion, bounded past him up the hill, and he followed discreetly. The tiger made no attempt to turn into the jungle. He was hunting for sight and breath, nose up, mouth open, the tremendous forelegs scattering the gravel in spurts. "Scuppered," said John Chin, watching the flight. "Now if he was a partridge he'd tower. Lungs must be full of blood." The brute had jerked himself over a boulder and fallen out of sight the other side. John Chin looked over with a ready barrel. But the red trail led straight as an arrow even to his grandfather's tomb, and there, among the smashed spirit bottles and the fragments of the mud image, the life left, with a flurry and a grunt. "If my worthy ancestor could see that," said John Chin, "he'd have been proud of me. Eyes, lower jaw, and lungs. A very nice shot." He whistled for Buckter as he drew the tape over the stiffening bulk. 10, 6, 8, by Jove. It's nearly 11, call it 11. Forearm, 24, 5, 7.5. A short tail, 2, 3 feet 1. But what a skin! Oh, Buckter! Buckter! The men with the knives swiftly. "Is he beyond question dead?" said an awe-stricken voice behind a rock. "That was not the way I killed my first tiger," said Chin. "I did not think that Buckter would run. I had no second gun." It is the clouded tiger," said Buckter, unheeding the taunt. "He is dead." Whether all the Bhils, vaccinated and unvaccinated, of the Satpuras had lain by to see the kill, Chin could not say, but the whole hill's flank rustled with little men, shouting, singing, and stamping. And yet, till he had made the first cut in the splendid skin, not a man would take a knife, and, when the shadows fell, they ran from the red-stained tomb, and no persuasion would bring them back till dawn. So Chin spent a second night in the open, guarding the carcass from jackals, and thinking about his ancestor. He returned to the lowlands to the triumphal chant of an escorting army 300 strong, the Maratha vaccinator close at his elbow, and the rudely dried skin a trophy before him. When that army suddenly and noiselessly disappeared, as quail in high corn, he argued he was near civilization, and a turn in the road brought him upon the camp of a wing of his own corps. He left the skin on a cart tail for the world to see, and sought the colonel. "They're perfectly right," he explained earnestly. "There isn't an ounce of vice in 'em. They were only frightened. I've vaccinated the whole boiling, and they like it awfully. What are we doing here, sir? That's what I'm trying to find out, said the colonel. I don't know yet whether we're a piece of a brigade or a police force. However, I think we'll call ourselves a police force. How did you manage to get a pill vaccinated? Well, sir, said Chin, I've been thinking it over, and, as far as I can make out, I've got a sort of hereditary influence over M. So I know, or I wouldn't have sent you, but what, exactly? It's rather rummy. It seems, from what I can make out, that I'm my own grandfather reincarnated, and I've been disturbing the peace of the country by riding a pad tiger of nights. If I hadn't done that, I don't think they'd have objected to the vaccination, but the two together were more than they could stand. And so, sir, I've vaccinated M, and shot my tiger horse as a sort of proof of good faith. You never saw such a skin in your life. The colonel tugged his moustache thoughtfully. Now, how the deuce, said he, am I to include that in my report? Indeed, the official version of the pill's anti-vaccination stampede said nothing about Lieutenant John Chin, his godship. But Buckter knew, and the Corps knew, and every pill in the Satpura Hills knew. And now Buckter is zealous that John Chin shall swiftly be wedded and impart his powers to a son, for if the Chin succession fails, and the little pills are left to their own imaginings, there will be fresh trouble in the Satpuras. The devil and the deep sea all supplies very bad and dear, and there are no facilities for even the smallest repairs. Sailing directions. Her nationality was British, but you will not find her house flag in the list of our mercantile marine. She was a 900-ton, iron, schooner-rigged, screw cargo boat, differing externally in no way from any other tramp of the sea. But it is with steamers as it is with men. There are those who will for a consideration sail extremely close to the wind, and, in the present state of a fallen world, such people and such steamers have their use. From the hour that the Agla first entered the Clyde, new, shiny, and innocent, with a quart of cheap champagne trickling down her cutwater, Fate and her owner, who was also her captain, decreed that she should deal with embarrassed crowned heads, fleeing presidents, financiers of overextended ability, women to whom change of air was imperative, and the lesser law-breaking powers. Her career led her sometimes into the Admiralty courts, where the sworn statements of her skipper filled his brethren with envy. The mariner cannot tell or act a lie in the face of the sea, or mislead a tempest, but, as lawyers have discovered, he makes up for chances withheld when he returns to shore, an affidavit in either hand. The Agla figured with distinction in the great Mackinaw salvage case. It was her first slip from virtue, and she learned how to change her name, but not her heart, and to run across the sea. As the guiding light she was very badly wanted in a South American port for the little matter of entering harbor at full speed, colliding with the coal hulk and the state's only man of war, just as that man of war was going to coal. She put to sea without explanations, though 3 forts fired at her for half an hour. As the Julia M. Gregor, she had been concerned in picking up from a raft certain gentlemen who should have stayed in Noumea, but who preferred making themselves vastly unpleasant to authority in quite another quarter of the world, and as the Shah-in-Shah she had been overtaken on the high seas, indecently full of munitions of war, by the cruiser of an agitated power at issue with its neighbor. That time she was very nearly sunk, and her riddled hull gave eminent lawyers of two countries great profit. After a season she reappeared as the Martin Hunt, painted a dull slate color, with pure saffron funnel, and boats of robin's egg blue, engaging in the Odessa trade till she was invited, and the invitation could not well be disregarded, to keep away from Black Sea ports altogether. She had ridden through many waves of depression. Freights might drop out of sight, seamen's unions throw spanners and nuts at certificated masters, or stevedores combine till cargo perished on the dockhead, but the boat of many names came and went, busy, alert, and inconspicuous always. Her skipper made no complaint of hard times, and port officers observed that her crew signed and signed again with the regularity of Atlantic liner boatswains. Her name she changed as occasion called, her well-paid crew never, and a large percentage of the profits of her voyages was spent with an open hand on her engine room. She never troubled the underwriters, and very seldom stopped to talk with a signal station, for her business was urgent and private. But an end came to her tradings, and she perished in this manner. Deep peace brooded over Europe, Asia, Africa, America, Australasia, and Polynesia. The powers dealt together more or less honestly, banks paid their depositors to the hour, diamonds of price came safely to the hands of their owners, republics rested content with their dictators, diplomats found no one whose presence in the least incommoded them, monarchs lived openly with their lawfully wedded wives. It was as though the whole earth had put on its best Sunday bib and tucker, and business was very bad for the Martin Hunt. The great, virtuous calm engulfed her, slate sides, yellow funnel, and all, but cast up in another hemisphere the steam whaler Haliotis, black and rusty, with a manure-colored funnel, a litter of dingy white boats, and an enormous stove, or furnace, for boiling blubber on her forward well deck. There could be no doubt that her trip was successful, for she lay at several ports not too well known, and the smoke of her trying out insulted the beaches. Anon she departed, at the speed of the average London four-wheeler, and entered a semi-inland sea, warm, still, and blue, which is, perhaps, the most strictly preserved water in the world. There she stayed for a certain time, and the great stars of those mild skies beheld her playing puss in the corner among islands where whales are never found. All that while she smelled abominably, and the smell, though fishy, was not whalesome. One evening calamity descended upon her from the island of Pigmvtai, and she fled, while her crew jeered at a fat black and brown gunboat puffing far behind. They knew to the last revolution the capacity of every boat, on those seas, that they were anxious to avoid. A British ship with a good conscience does not, as a rule, flee from the man-of-war of a foreign power, and it is also considered a breach of etiquette to stop and search British ships at sea. These things the skipper of the Haliotis did not pause to prove, but held on at an inspiriting 11 knots an hour till nightfall. One thing only he overlooked: the power that kept an expensive steam patrol moving up and down those waters. They had dodged the 2 regular ships of the station with an ease that bred contempt, had newly brought up a 3rd and a 14-knot boat with a clean bottom to help the work, and that was why the Haliotis, driving hard from the east to the west, found herself at daylight in such a position that she could not help seeing an arrangement of 4 flags, a mile and a half behind, which read, "Heave to, or take the consequences." She had her choice, and she took it. The end came when, presuming on her lighter draught, she tried to draw away northward over a friendly shoal. The shell that arrived by way of the chief engineer's cabin was some 5 inches in diameter, with a practice, not a bursting, charge. It had been intended to cross her bows, and that was why it knocked the framed portrait of the chief engineer's wife, and she was a very pretty girl, onto the floor, splintered his wash-hand stand, crossed the alleyway into the engine room, and striking on a grating, dropped directly in front of the forward engine, where it burst, neatly fracturing both the bolts that held the connecting rod to the forward crank. What follows is worth consideration. The forward engine had no more work to do. Its released piston rod, therefore, drove up fiercely, with nothing to check it, and started most of the nuts of the cylinder cover. It came down again, the full weight of the steam behind it, and the foot of the disconnected connecting rod, useless as the leg of a man with a sprained ankle, flung out to the right and struck the starboard, or right hand, cast iron supporting column of the forward engine, cracking it clean through about 6 inches above the base, and wedging the upper portion outwards 3 inches towards the ship's side. There the connecting rod jammed. Meantime, the after engine, being as yet unembarrassed, went on with its work, and in so doing brought round at its next revolution the crank of the forward engine, which smote the already jammed connecting rod, bending it and therewith the piston rod crosshead, the big cross piece that slides up and down so smoothly. The crosshead jammed sideways in the guides, and, in addition to putting further pressure on the already broken starboard supporting column, cracked the port, or left hand, supporting column in 2 or 3 places. There being nothing more that could be made to move, the engines brought up, all standing, with a hiccup that seemed to lift the Haliotis a foot out of the water, and the engine room staff, opening every steam outlet that they could find in the confusion, arrived on deck somewhat scalded, but calm. There was a sound below of things happening, a rushing, clicking, purring, grunting, rattling noise that did not last for more than a minute. It was the machinery adjusting itself, on the spur of the moment, to 100 altered conditions. Mr. Wardrop, 1 foot on the upper grating, inclined his ear sideways, and groaned. You cannot stop engines working at 12 knots an hour in 3 seconds without disorganizing them. The Haliotis slid forward in a cloud of steam, shrieking like a wounded horse. There was nothing more to do. The 5-inch shell with a reduced charge had settled the situation. And when you are full, all 3 holds, of strictly preserved pearls, when you have cleaned out the Tanner Bank, the Seahorse Bank, and 4 other banks from one end to the other of the Amanala Sea, when you have ripped out the very heart of a rich government monopoly so that 5 years will not repair your wrongdoings, you must smile and take what is in store. But the skipper reflected, as a launch put out from the man-of-war, that he had been bombarded on the high seas, with the British flag, several of them, picturesquely disposed above him, and tried to find comfort from the thought. "Where," said the stolid naval lieutenant, hoisting himself aboard, "where are those damn pearls?" They were there beyond evasion. No affidavit could do away with the fearful smell of decayed oysters, the diving dresses, and the shell-littered hatches. They were there to the value of £70,000, more or less, and every pound poached. The man-of-war was annoyed, for she had used up many tons of coal, she had strained her tubes, and, worse than all, her officers and crew had been hurried. Every one on the Haliotis was arrested and re-arrested several times, as each officer came aboard. Then they were told by what they esteemed to be the equivalent of a midshipman that they were to consider themselves prisoners, and finally were put under arrest. "It's not the least good," said the skipper, suavely. "You'd much better send us a tow." "Be still, you are arrested," was the reply. "Where the devil do you expect we are going to escape to? We're helpless. You've got to tow us into somewhere, and explain why you fired on us." "Mr. Wardrop, we're helpless, aren't we? Ruined from end to end," said the man of machinery. "If she rolls, the forward cylinder will come down and go through her bottom. Both columns are clean cut through. There's nothing to hold anything up." The council of war clanked off to see if Mr. Wardrop's words were true. He warned them that it was as much as a man's life was worth to enter the engine room, and they contented themselves with a distant inspection through the thinning steam. The Haliotis lifted to the long, easy swell, and the starboard supporting column ground a trifle, as a man grits his teeth under the knife. The forward cylinder was depending on that unknown force men call the pertinacity of materials, which now and then balances that other heart-breaking power, the perversity of inanimate things. "You see," said Mr. Wardrop, hurrying them away. "The engines aren't worth their price as old iron." "We tow," was the answer. "Afterwards we shall confiscate." The man-of-war was short-handed, and did not see the necessity for putting a prize crew aboard the Haliotis. So she sent one sub-lieutenant, whom the skipper kept very drunk, for he did not wish to make the tow too easy, and, moreover, he had an inconspicuous little rope hanging from the stem of his ship. Then they began to tow at an average speed of 4 knots an hour. The Haliotis was very hard to move, and the gunnery lieutenant, who had fired the 5-inch shell, had leisure to think upon consequences. Mr. Wardrop was the busy man. He borrowed all the crew to shore up the cylinders with spars and blocks from the bottom and sides of the ship. It was a day's risky work, but anything was better than drowning at the end of a tow rope, and if the forward cylinder had fallen, it would have made its way to the seabed, and taken the Haliotis after. "Where are we going to, and how long will they tow us?" he asked of the skipper. "God knows, and this prize lieutenant's drunk." "What do you think you can do?" "There's just the bare chance," Mr. Wardrop whispered, though no one was within hearing. "There's just the bare chance o' repairing her, if a man knew how. They've twisted the very guts out of her, bringing her up with that jerk, but I'm saying that, with time and patience, there's just the chance o' making steam yet. We could do it." The skipper's eye brightened. "Do you mean," he began, "that she is any good?" "Oh, no," said Mr. Wardrop. "She'll need £3,000 in repairs, at the lowest, if she's to take the sea again, and that apart from any injury to her structure. She's like a man fallen down 5 pair o' stairs. We can't tell for months what has happened, but we know she'll never be good again without a new inside. Ye should see the condenser tubes and the steam connections to the donkey, for 2 things only. I'm not afraid of them repairing her. I'm afraid of them stealing things. They've fired on us. They'll have to explain that. Our reputation's not good enough to ask for explanations. Let's take what we have and be thankful. Ye would not have consuls remembern the guiding light, and the Shah-in-Shah, and the Igla, at this most alarming crisis. We've been no better than pirates these 10 years. Under Providence we're no worse than thieves now. We've much to be thankful for, if we e'er get back to her." "Make it your own way, then," said the skipper. "If there's the least chance, I'll leave none," said Mr. Wardrop, "none that they'll dare to take. Keep her heavy on the tow, for we need time." The skipper never interfered with the affairs of the engine room, and Mr. Wardrop, an artist in his profession, turned to and composed a work terrible and forbidding. His background was the dark-grained sides of the engine room, his material the metals of power and strength, helped out with spars, balks, and ropes. The man-of-war towed sullenly and viciously. The Haliotis behind her hummed like a hive before swarming. With extra and totally unneeded spars her crew blocked up the space round the forward engine till it resembled a statue in its scaffolding, and the butts of the shores interfered with every view that a dispassionate eye might wish to take. And that the dispassionate mind might be swiftly shaken out of its calm, the well-sunk bolts of the shores were wrapped round untidily with loose ends of ropes, giving a studied effect of most dangerous insecurity. Next, Mr. Wardrop took up a collection from the after engine, which, as you will remember, had not been affected in the general wreck. The cylinder escape valve he abolished with a flogging hammer. It is difficult in far-off ports to come by such valves, unless, like Mr. Wardrop, you keep duplicates in store. At the same time men took off the nuts of 2 of the great holding-down bolts that serve to keep the engines in place on their solid bed. An engine violently arrested in mid-career may easily jerk off the nut of a holding-down bolt, and this accident looked very natural. Passing along the tunnel, he removed several shaft coupling bolts and nuts, scattering other and ancient pieces of iron underfoot. Cylinder bolts he cut off to the number of 6 from the after-engine cylinder, so that it might match its neighbor, and stuffed the bilge and feed pumps with cotton waste. Then he made up a neat bundle of the various odds and ends that he had gathered from the engines, little things like nuts and valve spindles, all carefully tallowed, and retired with them under the floor of the engine room, where he sighed, being fat, as he passed from manhole to manhole of the double bottom, and in a fairly dry submarine compartment hid them. Any engineer, particularly in an unfriendly port, has a right to keep his spare stores where he chooses, and the foot of one of the cylinder shores blocked all entrance into the regular storeroom, even if that had not been already closed with steel wedges. In conclusion, he disconnected the after engine, laid piston and connecting rod, carefully tallowed, where it would be most inconvenient to the casual visitor, took out 3 of the 8 collars of the thrust block, hid them where only he could find them again, filled the boilers by hand, wedged the sliding doors of the coal bunkers, and rested from his labors. The engine room was a cemetery, and it did not need the contents of the ash lift through the skylight to make it any worse. He invited the skipper to look at the completed work. "Saw ye ever such a forsaken wreck as that?" said he, proudly. "It almost frights me to go under those shores. Now, what do you think they'll do to us?" "Wait till we see," said the skipper. "It'll be bad enough when it comes." He was not wrong. The pleasant days of towing ended all too soon, though the Haliotis trailed behind her. A heavily weighted jib stayed out into the shape of a pocket, and Mr. Wardrop was no longer an artist of imagination, but one of 27 prisoners in a prison full of insects. The man-of-war had towed them to the nearest port, not to the headquarters of the colony, and when Mr. Wardrop saw the dismal little harbor, with its ragged line of Chinese junks, its one crazy tug, and the boat-building shed that, under the charge of a philosophical Malay, represented a dockyard, he sighed and shook his head. "I did well," he said. "This is the habitation o' wreckers and thieves. We're at the uttermost ends of the earth. Think you they'll ever know in England?" "Doesn't look like it," said the skipper. They were marched ashore with what they stood up in, under a generous escort, and were judged according to the customs of the country, which, though excellent, are a little out of date. There were the pearls, there were the poachers, and there sat a small but hot governor. He consulted for a while, and then things began to move with speed, for he did not wish to keep a hungry crew at large on the beach, and the man-of-war had gone up the coast. With a wave of his hand, a stroke of the pen was not necessary, he consigned them to the black gangtona, the back country, and the hand of the law removed them from his sight and the knowledge of men. They were marched into the palms, and the back country swallowed them up, all the crew of the Haliotis. Deep peace continued to brood over Europe, Asia, Africa, America, Australasia, and Polynesia. It was the firing that did it. They should have kept their counsel, But when a few thousand foreigners are bursting with joy over the fact that a ship under the British flag has been fired at on the high seas, news travels quickly, and when it came out that the pearl-stealing crew had not been allowed access to their consul, there was no consul within a few hundred miles of that lonely port, even the friendliest of powers has a right to ask questions. The great heart of the British public was beating furiously on account of the performance of a notorious racehorse, and had not a throb to waste on distant accidents. But somewhere deep in the hull of the ship of state there is machinery which more or less accurately takes charge of foreign affairs. That machinery began to revolve, and who so shocked and surprised as the power that had captured the Haliotis? It explained that colonial governors and faraway men of war were difficult to control, and promised that it would most certainly make an example both of the governor and the vessel. As for the crew reported to be pressed into military service in tropical climes, it would produce them as soon as possible, and it would apologize, if necessary. Now, no apologies were needed. When one nation apologizes to another, millions of amateurs who have no earthly concern with the difficulty hurl themselves into the strife and embarrass the trained specialist. It was requested that the crew be found, if they were still alive. They had been 8 months beyond knowledge, and it was promised that all would be forgotten. The little governor of the little port was pleased with himself. 27 white men made a very compact force to throw away on a war that had neither beginning nor end, a jungle and stockade fight that flickered and smoldered through the wet hot years in the hills 100 miles away, and was the heritage of every wearied official. He had, he thought, deserved well of his country, and if only someone would buy the unhappy Haliotis, moored in the harbor below his veranda, his cup would be full. He looked at the neatly silvered lamps that he had taken from her cabins, and thought of much that might be turned to account. But his countrymen in that moist climate had no spirit. They would peep into the silent engine room, and shake their heads. Even the men of war would not tow her further up the coast, where the governor believed that she could be repaired. She was a bad bargain, but her cabin carpets were undeniably beautiful, and his wife approved of her mirrors. 3 hours later cables were bursting round him like shells, for, though he knew it not, he was being offered as a sacrifice by the nether to the upper millstone, and his superiors had no regard for his feelings. He had, said the cables, grossly exceeded his power, and failed to report on events. He would, therefore, at this he cast himself back in his hammock, produce the crew of the Haliotis. He would send for them, and, if that failed, he would put his dignity on a pony and fetch them himself. He had no conceivable right to make pearl poachers serve in any war. He would be held responsible. Next morning the cables wished to know whether he had found the crew of the Haliotis. They were to be found, freed and fed. He was to feed them, till such time as they could be sent to the nearest English port in a man of war. If you abuse a man long enough in great words flashed over the seabeds, things happen. The governor sent inland swiftly for his prisoners, who were also soldiers, and never was a militia regiment more anxious to reduce its strength. No power short of death could make these madmen wear the uniform of their service. They would not fight, except with their fellows, and it was for that reason the regiment had not gone to war, but stayed in a stockade, reasoning with the new troops. The autumn campaign had been a fiasco, but here were the Englishmen. All the regiment marched back to guard them, and the hairy enemy, armed with blowpipes, rejoiced in the forest. 5 of the crew had died, but there lined up on the governor's veranda 22 men marked about the legs with the scars of leech bites. A few of them wore fringes that had once been trousers, the others used loincloths of gay patterns, and they existed beautifully but simply in the governor's veranda, and when he came out they sang at him. When you have lost £70,000 worth of pearls, your pay, your ship, and all your clothes, and have lived in bondage for 5 months beyond the faintest pretenses of civilization, you know what true independence means, for you become the happiest of created things, natural man. The governor told the crew that they were evil, and they asked for food. When he saw how they ate, and when he remembered that none of the Pearl Patrol boats were expected for 2 months, he sighed. But the crew of the Haliotis lay down in the veranda, and said that they were pensioners of the governor's bounty. A grey-bearded man, fat and bald-headed, his one garment a green and yellow loincloth, saw the Haliotis in the harbour, and bellowed for joy. The men crowded to the veranda rail, kicking aside the long cane chairs. They pointed, gesticulated, and argued freely, without shame. The militia regiment sat down in the governor's garden. The governor retired to his hammock. It was as easy to be killed lying as standing, and his women squeaked from the shuttered rooms. "She sold," said the grey-bearded man, pointing to the Haliotis. He was Mr. Wardrop. "No good," said the governor, shaking his head. "No one come by." "He's taken my lamps, though," said the skipper. He wore one leg of a pair of trousers, and his eye wandered along the veranda. The governor quailed. There were cuddy camp stools and the skipper's writing table in plain sight. "They've cleaned her out, o' course," said Mr. Wardrop. "They would. We'll go aboard and take an inventory. See." He waved his hands over the harbour. "We live there now. Sorry." The governor smiled a smile of relief. "He's glad of that," said one of the crew, reflectively. "I shouldn't wonder." They flocked down to the harbour front, the militia regiment clattering behind, and embarked themselves in what they found. It happened to be the governor's boat. Then they disappeared over the bulwarks of the Haliotis, and the governor prayed that they might find occupation inside. Mr. Wardrop's first bound took him to the engine room, and when the others were patting the well-remembered decks, they heard him giving God thanks that things were as he had left them. The wrecked engines stood over his head untouched. No inexpert hand had meddled with his shores. The steel wedges of the storeroom were rusted home, and, best of all, the 160 tons of good Australian coal in the bunkers had not diminished. "I don't understand it," said Mr. Wardrop. "Any Malay knows the use o' copper. They ought to have cut away the pipes. And with Chinese junks coming here, too. It's a special interposition o' Providence." "You think so?" said the skipper, from above. "There's only been one thief here, and he's cleaned her out of all my things, anyhow." Here the skipper spoke less than the truth, for under the planking of his cabin, only to be reached by a chisel, lay a little money which never drew any interest, his sheet anchor to windward. It was all in clean sovereigns that pass current the world over, and might have amounted to more than £100. "He's left me alone. Let's thank God," repeated Mr. Wardrop. "He's taken everything else. Look. The Haliotis, except as to her engine room, had been systematically and scientifically gutted from one end to the other, and there was strong evidence that an unclean guard had camped in the skipper's cabin to regulate that plunder. She lacked glass, plate, crockery, cutlery, mattresses, cuddy carpets and chairs, all boats, and her copper ventilators. These things had been removed, with her sails and as much of the wire rigging as would not imperil the safety of the masts. He must have sold those," said the skipper. "The other things are in his house, I suppose." Every fitting that could be pried or screwed out was gone. Port, starboard, and masthead lights, teak gratings, sliding sashes of the deck-house, the captain's chest of drawers, with charts and chart table, photographs, brackets, and looking-glasses, cabin doors, rubber cuddy mats, hatch irons, half the funnel stays, cork fenders, carpenter's grindstone and tool chest, holystones, swabs, squeegees, all cabin and pantry lamps, galley fittings en bloc, flags and flag locker, clocks, chronometers, the forward compass and the ship's bell and belfry, were among the missing. There were great scarred marks on the deck planking over which the cargo derricks had been hauled. One must have fallen by the way, for the bulwark rails were smashed and bent and the side plates bruised. "It's the governor," said the skipper. "He's been selling her on the installment plan. Let's go up with spanners and shovels, and kill 'em all," shouted the crew. "Let's drown him, and keep the woman. Then we'll be shot by that black and tan regiment, our regiment." "What's the trouble ashore?" "They've camped our regiment on the beach. We're cut off, that's all." "Go and see what they want," said Mr. Wardrop. "You've the trousers." In his simple way the governor was a strategist. He did not desire that the crew of the Haliotis should come ashore again, either singly or in detachments, and he proposed to turn their steamer into a convict hulk. They would wait. He explained this from the quay to the skipper in the barge, and they would continue to wait till the man-of-war came along, exactly where they were. If one of them set foot ashore, the entire regiment would open fire, and he would not scruple to use the 2 cannon of the town. Meantime food would be sent daily in a boat under an armed escort. The skipper, bare to the waist, and rowing, could only grind his teeth, and the governor improved the occasion, and revenged himself for the bitter words in the cables, by saying what he thought of the morals and manners of the crew. The barge returned to the Haliotis in silence, and the skipper climbed aboard, white on the cheekbones and blue about the nostrils. "I knew it," said Mr. Wardrop, "and they won't give us good food, either. We shall have bananas morning, noon, and night, and a man can't work on fruit. We know that." Then the skipper cursed Mr. Wardrop for importing frivolous side issues into the conversation, and the crew cursed one another, and the Haliotis, the voyage, and all that they knew or could bring to mind. They sat down in silence on the empty decks, and their eyes burned in their heads. The green harbour water chuckled at them overside. They looked at the palm-fringed hills inland, at the white houses above the harbour road, at the single tier of native craft by the quay, at the stolid soldiery sitting round the two cannon, and, last of all, at the blue bar of the horizon. Mr. Wardrop was buried in thought, and scratched imaginary lines with his untrimmed fingernails on the planking. "I make no promise," he said, at last, "for I can't say what may or may not have happened to them. But here's the ship, and here's us." There was a little scornful laughter at this, and Mr. Wardrop knitted his brows. He recalled that in the days when he wore trousers he had been chief engineer of the Haliotis. Harland, Maxey, Noble, Hay, Norton, Fink, O'Hara, Trumbull. "Here, sir." The instinct of obedience waked to answer the roll call of the engine room. "Below." They rose and went. "Captain, I'll trouble you for the rest of the men as I want them. We'll get my stores out, and clear away the shores we don't need, and then we'll patch her up. My men will remember that they're in the Haliotis, under me." He went into the engine room, and the others stared. They were used to the accidents of the sea, but this was beyond their experience. None who had seen the engine room believed that anything short of new engines from end to end could stir the Haliotis from her moorings. The engine room stores were unearthed, and Mr. Wardrop's face, red with the filth of the bilges and the exertion of travelling on his stomach, lit with joy. The spare gear of the Haliotis had been unusually complete, and 22 men, armed with screw-jacks, differential blocks, tackle, vices, and a forge or so, can look Kismet between the eyes without winking. The crew were ordered to replace the holding down and shaft-bearing bolts, and return the collars of the thrust block. When they had finished, Mr. Wardrop delivered a lecture on repairing compound engines without the aid of the shops, and the men sat about on the cold machinery. The crosshead jammed in the guides leered at them drunkenly, but offered no help. They ran their fingers hopelessly into the cracks of the starboard supporting column, and picked at the ends of the ropes round the shores, while Mr. Wardrop's voice rose and fell echoing, till the quick tropic night closed down over the engine-room skylight. Next morning the work of reconstruction began. It has been explained that the foot of the connecting rod was forced against the foot of the starboard supporting column, which it had cracked through and driven outward towards the ship's skin. To all appearance the job was more than hopeless, for rod and column seemed to have been welded into one. But herein Providence smiled on them for one moment to hearten them through the weary weeks ahead. The second engineer, more reckless than resourceful, struck at random with a cold chisel into the cast iron of the column, and a greasy, grey flake of metal flew from under the imprisoned foot of the connecting rod, while the rod itself fell away slowly, and brought up with a thunderous clang somewhere in the dark of the crank pit. The guides plates above were still jammed fast in the guides, but the first blow had been struck. They spent the rest of the day grooming the donkey engine, which stood immediately forward of the engine room hatch. Its tarpaulin, of course, had been stolen, and 8 warm months had not improved the working parts. Further, the last dying hiccup of the Haliotis seemed, or it might have been the Malay from the boathouse, to have lifted the thing bodily on its bolts, and set it down inaccurately as regarded its steam connections. If we only had one single cargo derrick! Mr. Wardrop sighed. We can take the cylinder cover off by hand, if we sweat, but to get the rod out the piston's not possible unless we use steam. Well, there'll be steam the morn, if there's nothing else. She'll fizzle. Next morning men from the shore saw the Haliotis through a cloud, for it was as though the deck smoked. Her crew were chasing steam through the shaken and leaky pipes to its work in the forward donkey engine, and where Oakham failed to plug a crack, they stripped off their loincloths for lapping, and swore, half-boiled and mother-naked. The donkey engine worked, at a price, the price of constant attention and furious stoking, worked long enough to allow a wire rope. It was made up of a funnel and a foremast stay, to be led into the engine room and made fast on the cylinder cover of the forward engine. That rose easily enough, and was hauled through the skylight and onto the deck, many hands assisting the doubtful steam. Then came the tug-of-war, for it was necessary to get to the piston and the jammed piston rod. They removed 2 of the piston junk-ring studs, screwed in 2 strong iron eye bolts by way of handles, doubled the wire rope, and set 6 men to smite with an extemporized battering ram at the end of the piston rod, where it peered through the piston, while the donkey engine hauled upwards on the piston itself. After 4 hours of this furious work, the piston rod suddenly slipped, and the piston rose with a jerk, knocking 1 or 2 men over into the engine room. But when Mr. Wardrop declared that the piston had not split, they cheered, and thought nothing of their wounds, and the donkey engine was hastily stopped. Its boiler was nothing to tamper with. And day by day their supplies reached them by boat. The skipper humbled himself once more before the governor, and as a concession had leave to get drinking water from the Malay boat builder on the quay. It was not good drinking water, but the Malay was anxious to supply anything in his power, if he were paid for it. Now when the jaws of the forward engine stood, as it were, stripped and empty, they began to wedge up the shores of the cylinder itself. That work alone filled the better part of 3 days, warm and sticky days, when the hands slipped and sweat ran into the eyes. When the last wedge was hammered home there was no longer an ounce of weight on the supporting columns, and Mr. Wardrop rummaged the ship for boiler plate 3/4 of an inch thick, where he could find it. There was not much available, but what there was more than beaten gold to him. In one desperate forenoon the entire crew, naked and lean, hailed back, more or less into place, the starboard supporting column, which, as you remember, was cracked clean through. Mr. Wardrop found them asleep where they had finished the work, and gave them a day's rest, smiling upon them as a father while he drew chalk marks about the cracks. They woke to new and more trying labor, for over each one of those cracks a plate of 3/4-inch boiler iron was to be worked hot, the rivet holes being drilled by hand. All that time they were fed on fruits, chiefly bananas, with some sago. Those were the days when men swooned over the ratchet drill and the hand forge, and where they fell they had leave to lie unless their bodies were in the way of their fellows' feet. And so, patch upon patch, and a patch over all, the starboard supporting column was clouted, but when they thought all was secure, Mr. Wardrop decreed that the noble patchwork would never support working engines. At the best, it could only hold the guide bars approximately true. The dead weight of the cylinders must be borne by vertical struts, and, therefore, a gang would repair to the bows, and take out, with files, the big bow anchor davits, each of which was some 3 inches in diameter. They threw hot coals at Wardrop, and threatened to kill him. Those who did not weep, they were ready to weep on the least provocation, but he hit them with iron bars heated at the end, and they limped forward, and the davits came with them when they returned. They slept 16 hours on the strength of it, and in 3 days 2 struts were in place, bolted from the foot of the starboard supporting column to the underside of the cylinder. There remained now the port, or condenser column, which, though not so badly cracked as its fellow, had also been strengthened in 4 places with boilerplate patches, but needed struts. They took away the main stanchions of the bridge for that work, and, crazy with toil, did not see till all was in place that the rounded bars of iron must be flattened from top to bottom to allow the air pump levers to clear them. It was Wardrop's oversight, and he wept bitterly before the men as he gave the order to unbolt the struts and flatten them with hammer and the flame. Now the broken engine was underpinned firmly, and they took away the wooden shores from under the cylinders, and gave them to the robbed bridge, thanking God for even half a day's work on gentle, kindly wood instead of the iron that had entered into their souls. 8 months in the back country among the leeches, at a temperature of 85 degrees moist, is very bad for the nerves. They had kept the hardest work to the last, as boys save Latin prose, and, worn though they were, Mr. Wardrop did not dare to give them rest. The piston rod and connecting rod were to be straightened, and this was a job for a regular dockyard with every appliance. They fell to it, cheered by a little chalk showing of work done and time consumed which Mr. Wardrop wrote up on the engine-room bulkhead. 15 days had gone, 15 days of killing labor, and there was hope before them. It is curious that no man knows how the rods were straightened. The crew of the Haliotis remember that week very dimly, as a fever patient remembers the delirium of a long night. There were fires everywhere, they say, the whole ship was one consuming furnace, and the hammers were never still. Now, there could not have been more than 1 fire at the most, for Mr. Wardrop distinctly recalls that no straightening was done except under his own eye. They remember, too, that for many years voices gave orders which they obeyed with their bodies, but their minds were abroad on all the seas. It seems to them that they stood through days and nights slowly sliding a bar backwards and forwards through a white glow that was part of the ship. They remember an intolerable noise in their burning heads from the walls of the stoke hole, and they remember being savagely beaten by men whose eyes seemed asleep. When their shift was over they would draw straight lines in the air, anxiously and repeatedly, and would question one another in their sleep, crying, "Is she straight?" At last, they do not remember whether this was by day or by night, Mr. Wardrop began to dance clumsily, and wept the while, and they too danced and wept, and went to sleep twitching all over, and when they woke, men said that the rods were straightened, and no one did any work for 2 days, but lay on the decks and ate fruit. Mr. Wardrop would go below from time to time, and pat the 2 rods where they lay, and they heard him singing hymns. Then his trouble of mind went from him, and at the end of the 3rd day's idleness he made a drawing in chalk upon the deck, with letters of the alphabet at the angles. He pointed out that, though the piston rod was more or less straight, the piston rod crosshead, the thing that had been jammed sideways in the guides, had been badly strained, and had cracked the lower end of the piston rod. He was going to forge and shrink a wrought iron collar on the neck of the piston rod where it joined the crosshead, and from the collar he would bolt a Y-shaped piece of iron whose lower arms should be bolted into the crosshead. If anything more were needed, they could use up the last of the boilerplate. So the forges were lit again, and men burned their bodies, but hardly felt the pain. The finished connection was not beautiful, but it seemed strong enough, at least, as strong as the rest of the machinery, and with that job their labors came to an end. All that remained was to connect up the engines, and to get food and water. The skipper and 4 men dealt with the Malay boat builder by night chiefly. It was no time to haggle over the price of sago and dried fish. The others stayed aboard and replaced piston rod, cylinder cover, crosshead, and bolts, with the aid of the faithful donkey engine. The cylinder cover was hardly steam-proof, and the eye of science might have seen in the connecting rod a flex something like that of a Christmas tree candle which has melted and been straightened by hand over a stove, but, as Mr. Wardrop said, she didn't hit anything. As soon as the last bolt was in place, men tumbled over one another in their anxiety to get to the hand-starting gear, the wheel and worm, by which some engines can be moved when there is no steam aboard. They nearly wrenched off the wheel, but it was evident to the blindest eye that the engines stirred. They did not revolve in their orbits with any enthusiasm, as good machines should. Indeed, they groaned not a little, but they moved over and came to rest in a way which proved that they still recognized man's hand. Then Mr. Wardrop sent his slaves into the darker bowels of the engine room and the stoke hole, and followed them with a flare lamp. The boilers were sound, but would take no harm from a little scaling and cleaning. Mr. Wardrop would not have anyone overzealous, for he feared what the next stroke of the tool might show. "The less we know about her now," said he, the better for us all, I'm thinking. Ye'll understand me when I say that this is in no sense regular engineering. As his armament, when he spoke, was his grey beard and uncut hair, they believed him. They did not ask too much of what they met, but polished and tallowed and scraped it to a false brilliancy. A lick of paint would make me easier in my mind, said Mr. Wardrop, plaintively. I know half the condenser tubes are started, and the propeller shaft in God knows how far out of the true, and we'll need a new air pump, and the main steam leaks like a sieve, and there's worse each way I look, but paint's like clothes to a man, and ours is near all gone. The skipper unearthed some stale ropey paint of the loathsome green that they used for the galleys of sailing ships, and Mr. Wardrop spread it abroad lavishly to give the engines self-respect. His own was returning day by day, for he wore his loincloth continuously, but the crew, having worked under orders, did not feel as he did. The completed work satisfied Mr. Wardrop. He would at the last have made shift to run to Singapore, and gone home without vengeance taken to show his engines to his brethren in the craft, but the others and the captain forbade him. They had not yet recovered their self-respect. It would be safer to make what ye might call a trial trip, but beggars mustn't be choosers, and if the engines will go over to the hand gear, the probability, I'm only saying it's a probability, the chance is that they'll hold up when we put steam on her. How long will you take to get steam? Said the skipper. God knows. 4 hours, a day, half a week. If I can raise £60 I'll not complain. Be sure of her first, we can't afford to go out half a mile, and break down. My soul and body, man, we're one continuous breakdown, fore and aft. We might fetch Singapore, though. We'll break down at Pigmvtai, where we can do good, was the answer, in a voice that did not allow argument. She's my boat, and I've had 8 months to think in. No man saw the Haliotis depart, though many heard her. She left at 2 in the morning, having cut her moorings, and it was none of her crew's pleasure that the engines should strike up a thundering half-seas over chantey that echoed among the hills. Mr. Wardrop wiped away a tear as he listened to the new song. She's gibberin', she's just gibberin', he whimpered. Yon's the voice of a maniac. And if engines have any soul, as their masters believe, he was quite right. There were outcries and clamours, sobs and bursts of chattering laughter, silences where the trained ear yearned for the clear note, and torturing reduplications where there should have been one deep voice. Down the screw shaft ran murmurs and warnings, while a heart-diseased flutter without told that the propeller needed rekeying. How does she make it? Said the skipper. She moves, but she's breaking my heart. The sooner we're at Pigmvtai, the better. She's mad, and we're waking the town. Is she at all near safe? What do I care how safe she is? She's mad. Hear that, now. To be sure, nothing's hittin' anything, and the bearin's are fairly cool, but, can ye not hear? If she goes, said the skipper, I don't care a curse. and she's my boat, too." She went, trailing a fathom of weed behind her. From a slow 2 knots an hour she crawled up to a triumphant 4. Anything beyond that made the struts quiver dangerously, and filled the engine room with steam. Morning showed her out of sight of land, and there was a visible ripple under her bows, but she complained bitterly in her bowels, and, as though the noise had called it, there shot along across the purple sea a swift, dark proa, hawk-like and curious, which presently ranged alongside and wished to know if the Haliotis were helpless. Ships, even the steamers of the white men, had been known to break down in those waters, and the honest Malay and Javanese traders would sometimes aid them in their own peculiar way. But this ship was not full of lady passengers and well-dressed officers. Men, white, naked and savage, swarmed down her sides, some with red-hot iron bars, and others with large hammers, threw themselves upon those innocent inquiring strangers, and, before any man could say what had happened, were in full possession of the proa, while the lawful owners bobbed in the water overside. Half an hour later the proa's cargo of sago and tripang, as well as a doubtful-minded compass, was in the Haliotis. The 2 huge triangular mat sails, with their 70-foot yards and booms, had followed the cargo, and were being fitted to the stripped masts of the steamer. They rose, they swelled, they filled, and the empty steamer visibly laid over as the wind took them. They gave her nearly 3 knots an hour, and what better could men ask? But if she had been forlorn before, this new purchase made her horrible to see. Imagine a respectable charwoman in the tights of a ballet dancer rolling drunk along the streets, and you will come to some faint notion of the appearance of that 900-ton, well-decked, once schooner-rigged cargo boat as she staggered under her new help, shouting and raving across the deep. With steam and sail that marvelous voyage continued, and the bright-eyed crew looked over the rail, desolate, unkempt, unshorn, shamelessly clothed beyond the decencies. At the end of the 3rd week she sighted the island of Pigangvtai, whose harbour is the turning point of a Pearl Sea patrol. Here the gunboats stay for a week ere they retrace their line. There is no village at Pigangvtai, only a stream of water, some palms, and a harbour safe to rest in till the first violence of the southeast monsoon has blown itself out. They opened up the low coral beach, with its mound of whitewashed coal ready for supply, the deserted huts for the sailors, and the flagless flagstaff. Next day there was no Haliotis, only a little proa rocking in the warm rain at the mouth of the harbour, whose crew watched with hungry eyes the smoke of a gunboat on the horizon. Months afterwards there were a few lines in an English newspaper to the effect that some gunboat of some foreign power had broken her back at the mouth of some faraway harbour by running at full speed into a sunken wreck. William the Conqueror Part I have done one braver thing than all the worthies did, and yet a braver thence doth spring, which is to keep that hid. The undertaking. Is it officially declared yet? They've gone as far as to admit extreme local scarcity, and they've started relief works in 1 or 2 districts, the paper says. That means it will be declared as soon as they can make sure of the men and the rolling stock. Shouldn't wonder if it were as bad as the '78 famine. Can't be, said Scott, turning a little in the long cane chair. We've had 15 anna crops in the north, and Bombay and Bengal report more than they know what to do with. They'll be able to check it before it gets out of hand. It will only be local. Martin picked the Pioneer from the table, read through the telegrams once more, and put up his feet on the chair rests. It was a hot, dark, breathless evening, heavy with the smell of the newly watered mall. The flowers in the club gardens were dead and black on their stalks. The little lotus pond was a circle of caked mud, and the tamarisk trees were white with the dust of weeks. Most of the men were at the bandstand in the public gardens. From the club veranda you could hear the native police band hammering stale waltzes, or on the polo ground, or in the high-walled Fives Court, hotter than a Dutch oven. Half a dozen grooms, squatted at the heads of their ponies, waited their master's return. From time to time a man would ride at a foot pace into the club compound, and listlessly loaf over to the whitewashed barracks beside the main building. These were supposed to be chambers. Men lived in them, meeting the same white faces night after night at dinner, and drawing out their office work till the latest possible hour, that they might escape that doleful company. "What are you going to do?" said Martin, with a yawn. "Let's have a swim before dinner." "Water's hot. I was at the bath today." "Play you game o' billiards, 50 up. It's 105 in the hole now. Sit still and don't be so abominably energetic." A grunting camel swung up to the porch, his badged and belted rider fumbling a leather pouch. "Kubakagaskiyektra," the man whined, handing down the newspaper extra, a slip printed on one side only, and damp from the press. It was pinned up on the green baize board, between notices of ponies for sale and fox terriers missing. Martin rose lazily, read it, and whistled. "It's declared," he cried. 1, 2, 3, 8 districts go under the operations of the famine Codicdom. They've put Jimmy Hawkins in charge. "Good business," said Scott, with the first sign of interest he had shown. "When in doubt hire a Punjabi. I worked under Jimmy when I first came out and he belonged to the Punjab. He has more bundobast than most men." "Jimmy's a Jubilee Knight now," said Martin. "He's a good chap, even though he is a thrice-born civilian and went to the benighted presidency. What unholy names these Madras districts rejoice in, all Ungas or Rungas or Pillays or Poliums." A dog-cart drove up in the dusk, and a man entered, mopping his head. He was editor of the one daily paper at the capital of a province of 25 million natives and a few hundred white men. As his staff was limited to himself and one assistant, his office hours ran variously from 10 to 20 a day. "Hi, Rains, you're supposed to know everything," said Martin, stopping him. "How's this Madras scarcity going to turn out?" "No one knows as yet. There's a message as long as your arm coming in on the telephone. I've left my cub to fill it out. Madras has owned she can't manage it alone, and Jimmy seems to have a free hand in getting all the men he needs. Arbuthnot's warned to hold himself in readiness. Badger Arbuthnot. The Peshawar chap. Yes, and the pie wires that Ellis and Clay have been moved from the northwest already, and they've taken half a dozen Bombay men, too. It's pucker famine, by the looks of it. They're nearer the scene of action than we are, but if it comes to indenting on the Punjab this early, there's more in this than meets the eye, said Martin. Here today and gone tomorrow. Didn't come to stay forever, said Scott, dropping one of Marriott's novels, and rising to his feet. Martin, your sister's waiting for you. A rough grey horse was backing and shifting at the edge of the veranda, where the light of a kerosene lamp fell on a brown calico habit and a white face under a grey felt hat. Right, oh, said Martin. I'm ready. Better come and dine with us, if you've nothing to do, Scott. William, is there any dinner in the house? I'll go home and see, was the rider's answer. You can drive him over, at 8, remember. Scott moved leisurely to his room, and changed into the evening dress of the season and the country, spotless white linen from head to foot, with a broad silk cummerbund. Dinner at the Martins was a decided improvement on the goat mutton, twine-a-tuff fowl, and tinned entries of the club. But it was a great pity that Martin could not afford to send his sister to the hills for the hot weather. As an acting district superintendent of police, Martin drew the magnificent pay of 600 depreciated silver rupees a month, and his little four-roomed bungalow said just as much. There were the usual blue and white striped jail-made rugs on the uneven floor, the usual glass-studded Amritsar fulkaris draped on nails driven into the flaking whitewash of the walls, the usual half-dozen chairs that did not match, picked up at sales of Dead Men's Effects, and the usual streaks of black grease where the leather punkathon ran through the wall. It was as though everything had been unpacked the night before to be repacked next morning. Not a door in the house was true on its hinges. The little windows, 15 feet up, were darkened with wasp nests, and lizards hunted flies between the beams of the wood-sealed roof. But all this was part of Scott's life. Thus did people live who had such an income, and in a land where each man's pay, age, and position are printed in a book, that all may read. It is hardly worthwhile to play at pretense in word or deed. Scott counted 8 years' service in the irrigation department, and drew 800 rupees a month, on the understanding that if he served the state faithfully for another 22 years he could retire on a pension of some 400 rupees a month. His working life, which had been spent chiefly under canvas or in temporary shelters where a man could sleep, eat, and write letters, was bound up with the opening and guarding of irrigation canals, the handling of 2,000 or 3,000 workmen of all castes and creeds, and the payment of vast sums of coined silver. He had finished that spring, not without credit, the last section of the Great Mojul Canal, and, much against his will, for he hated office work, had been sent in to serve during the hot weather on the accounts and supply side of the department, with sole charge of the sweltering sub-office at the capital of the province. Martin knew this, William, his sister, knew it, and everybody knew it. Scott knew, too, as well as the rest of the world, that Miss Martin had come out to India 4 years ago to keep house for her brother, who, as everyone knew, had borrowed the money to pay for her passage, and that she ought, as all the world said, to have married at once. Instead of this, she had refused some 6 subalterns, a civilian 20 years her senior, 1 major, and a man in the Indian medical department. This, too, was common property. She had stayed down 3 hot weathers, as the saying is, because her brother was in debt and could not afford the expense of her keep at even a cheap hill station. Therefore her face was white as bone, and in the center of her forehead was a big silvery scar about the size of a shilling, the mark of a Delhi sore, which is the same as a Baghdad date. This comes from drinking bad water, and slowly eats into the flesh till it is ripe enough to be burned out. Nonetheless, William had enjoyed herself hugely in her 4 years. Twice she had been nearly drowned while fording a river, once she had been run away with on a camel, had witnessed a midnight attack of thieves on her brother's camp, had seen justice administered, with long sticks, in the open under trees, could speak Urdu and even rough Punjabi with a fluency that was envied by her seniors, had entirely fallen out of the habit of writing to her aunts in England, or cutting the pages of the English magazines, had been through a very bad cholera year, seeing sights unfit to be told, and had wound up her experiences by 6 weeks of typhoid fever, during which her head had been shaved, and hoped to keep her 23rd birthday that September. It is conceivable that the aunts would not have approved of a girl who never set foot on the ground if a horse were within hail, who rode to dances with a shawl thrown over her skirt, who wore her hair cropped and curling all over her head, who answered indifferently to the name of William or Bill, whose speech was heavy with the flowers of the vernacular, who could act in amateur theatricals, play on the banjo, rule 8 servants and 2 horses, their accounts and their diseases, and look men slowly and deliberately between the eyes, even after they had proposed to her and been rejected. I like men who do things. She had confided to a man in the educational department, who was teaching the sons of cloth merchants and dyers the beauty of Wordsworth's excursion in annotated cram books, and when he grew poetical, William explained that she didn't understand poetry very much, it made her headache, and another broken heart took refuge at the club. But it was all William's fault. She delighted in hearing men talk of their own work, and that is the most fatal way of bringing a man to your feet. Scott had known her for some 3 years, meeting her, as a rule, under canvas, when his camp and her brother's joined for a day on the edge of the Indian desert. He had danced with her several times at the big Christmas gatherings, when as many as 500 white people came into the station, and had always a great respect for her housekeeping and her dinners. She looked more like a boy than ever when, the meal ended, she sat, rolling cigarettes, her low forehead puckered beneath the dark curls as she twiddled the papers and stuck out her rounded chin when the tobacco stayed in place, or, with a gesture as true as a schoolboy's throwing a stone, tossed the finished article across the room to Martin, who caught it with one hand, and continued his talk with Scott. It was all shop, canals and the policing of canals, the sins of villagers who stole more water than they had paid for, and the grosser sin of native constables who connived at the thefts, of the transplanting bodily of villages to newly irrigated ground, and of the coming fight with the desert in the south when the provincial funds should warrant the opening of the long-surveyed Uni-Protective Canal system. And Scott spoke openly of his great desire to be put on one particular section of the work where he knew the land and the people, and Martin sighed for a billet in the Himalayan foothills, and set his mind of his superiors, and William rolled cigarettes and said nothing, but smiled gravely on her brother because he was happy. At 10 Scott's horse came to the door, and the evening was ended. The lights of the 2 low bungalows in which the daily paper was printed showed bright across the road. It was too early to try to find sleep, and Scott drifted over to the editor. Rains, stripped to the waist like a sailor at a gun, lay half asleep in a long chair, waiting for night telegrams. He had a theory that if a man did not stay by his work all day and most of the night he laid himself open to fever, so he ate and slept among his files. "Can you do it?" he said drowsily. "I didn't mean to bring you over." "About what?" "I've been dining at the Martins'." "The Madras famine, of course." Martins warned, too. "They're taking men where they can find 'em. I sent a note to you at the club just now, asking if you could do us a letter once a week from the south, between 2 and 3 columns, say. Nothing sensational, of course, but just plain facts about who is doing what, and so forth. Our regular rates, 10 rupees a column." "Sorry, but it's out of my line," Scott answered, staring absently at the map of India on the wall. "It's rough on Martin, very. Wonder what he'll do with his sister. Wonder what the deuce they'll do with me. I've no famine experience. This is the first I've heard of it. Am I ordered?" "Oh, yes. Here's the wire." "They'll put you on to relief works," Rains said, "with a horde of Madrasi dying like flies, 1 native apothecary and half a pint of cholera mixture among the 10,000 of you. It comes of your being idle for the moment. Every man who isn't doing 2 men's work seems to have been called upon. Hawkins evidently believes in Punjabis. It's going to be quite as bad as anything they have had in the last 10 years. It's all in the day's work, worse luck. I suppose I shall get my orders officially sometime tomorrow. I'm awfully glad I happened to drop in. Better go and pack my kit now. Who relieves me here, do you know?" Rains turned over a sheaf of telegrams. "McEwan," said he, "from Mary." Scott chuckled. He thought he was going to be cool all summer. He'll be very sick about this. Well, no good talking. Night. 2 hours later, Scott, with a clear conscience, laid himself down to rest on a string cot in a bare room. 2 worn bullock trunks, a leather water bottle, a tin ice box, and his pet saddle sewed up in sacking were piled at the door, and the club secretary's receipt for last month's bill was under his pillow. His orders came next morning, and with them an unofficial telegram from Sir James Hawkins, who was not in the habit of forgetting good men when he had once met them, bidding him report himself with all speed at some unpronounceable place 1,500 miles to the south, for the famine was sore in the land, and white men were needed. A pink and fattish youth arrived in the red-hot noonday, whimpering a little at fate and famines, which never allowed anyone 3 months' peace. He was Scott's successor, another cog in the machinery, moved forward behind his fellow whose services, as the official announcement ran, were placed at the disposal of the Madras government for famine duty until further orders. Scott handed over the funds in his charge, showed him the coolest corner in the office, warned him against excess of zeal, and, as twilight fell, departed from the club in a hired carriage, with his faithful body-servant, Faiz-Ullah, and a mound of disordered baggage atop, to catch the southern mail at the loopholed and bastioned railway station. The heat from the thick brick walls struck him across the face as if it had been a hot towel, and he reflected that there were at least 5 nights and 4 days of this travel before him. Faiz-Ullah, used to the chances of service, plunged into the crowd on the stone platform, while Scott, a black cheroot between his teeth, waited till his compartment should be set away. A dozen native policemen, with their rifles and bundles, shouldered into the press of Punjabi farmers, Sikh craftsmen, and grease-locked Afridi peddlers, escorting with all pomp Martin's uniform case, water bottles, icebox, and bedding roll. They saw Faiz-Ullah's lifted hand, and steered for it. "My Sahib and your Sahib," said Faiz-Ullah to Martin's man, "will travel together. Thou and I, O brother, will thus secure the servants' places close by, and because of our master's authority none will dare to disturb us." When Faiz-Ullah reported all things ready, Scott settled down at full length, coatless and bootless, on the broad leather-covered bunk. The heat under the iron-arched roof of the station might have been anything over 100 degrees. At the last moment Martin entered, dripping. "Don't swear," said Scott, lazily, "it's too late to change your carriage, and we'll divide the ice." "What are you doing here?" said the policeman. "I'm lent to the Madras government, same as you." "By Jove, it's a bender of a night. Are you taking any of your men down?" "A dozen. I suppose I shall have to superintend relief distributions." "Didn't know you were under orders to." "I didn't till after I left you last night. Rains had the news first. My orders came this morning. McEwan relieved me at 4, and I got off at once. Shouldn't wonder if it wouldn't be a good thing, this famine, if we come through it alive." "Jimmy ought to put you and me to work together," said Martin, and then, after a pause, "my sister's here." "Good business," said Scott, heartily. "Going to get off at Umballa, I suppose, and go up to Simla. Who'll she stay with there?" "No, that's just the trouble of it. She's going down with me." Scott sat bolt upright under the oil lamps as the train jolted past Tarn Taran. What? You don't mean you couldn't afford, Tiny, that? I'd have scraped up the money somehow. You might have come to me, to begin with, said Scott, stiffly. We aren't altogether strangers. Well, you needn't be stuffy about it. I might, but you don't know my sister. I've been explaining and exhorting and all the rest of it all day, lost my temper since 7 this morning, and haven't got it back yet, but she wouldn't hear of any compromise. A woman's entitled to travel with her husband if she wants to, and William says she's on the same footing. You see, we've been together all our lives, more or less, since my people died. It isn't as if she were an ordinary sister. All the sisters I've ever heard of would have stayed where they were well off. She's as clever as a man, confound her, Martin went on. She broke up the bungalow over my head while I was talking at her. Settled the whole subchiz outfit in 3 hours, servants, horses, and all. I didn't get my orders till 9. Jimmy Hawkins won't be pleased, said Scott. A famine's no place for a woman. Mrs. Jim, I mean Lady Jim's in camp with him. At any rate, she says she will look after my sister. William wired down to her on her own responsibility, asking if she could come, and knocked the ground from under me by showing me her answer. Scott laughed aloud. If she can do that, she can take care of herself, and Mrs. Jim won't let her run into any mischief. There aren't many women, sisters or wives, who would walk into a famine with their eyes open. It isn't as if she didn't know what these things mean. She was through the Jello cholera last year. The train stopped at Amritsar, and Scott went back to the ladies' compartment, immediately behind their carriage. William, with a cloth riding cap on her curls, nodded affably. Come in and have some tea, she said. Best thing in the world for heat apoplexy. Do I look as if I were going to have heat apoplexy? Never can tell, said William, wisely. It's always best to be ready. She had arranged her compartment with the knowledge of an old campaigner. A felt-covered water bottle hung in the draught of one of the shuttered windows, a tea set of Russian china, packed in a wadded basket, stood on the seat, and a traveling spirit lamp was clamped against the woodwork above it. William served them generously, in large cups, hot tea, which saves the veins of the neck from swelling inopportunely on a hot night. It was characteristic of the girl that, her plan of action once settled, she asked for no comments on it. Life among men who had a great deal of work to do, and very little time to do it in, had taught her the wisdom of effacing, as well as of fending for, herself. She did not by word or deed suggest that she would be useful, comforting, or beautiful in their travels, but continued about her business serenely, put the cups back without clatter when tea was ended, and made cigarettes for her guests. This time last night, said Scott, we didn't expect, this kind of thing, did we? I've learned to expect anything, said William. You know, in our service, we live at the end of the telegraph, but, of course, this ought to be a good thing for us all, departmentally, if we live. It knocks us out of the running in our own province, Scott replied, with equal gravity. I hoped to be put on the Uni protective works this cold weather, but there's no saying how long the famine may keep us. Hardly beyond October, I should think, said Martin. It will be ended, one way or the other, then. And we've nearly a week of this, said William. Shan't we be dusty when it's over? For a night and a day they knew their surroundings, and for a night and a day, skirting the edge of the great Indian desert on a narrow-gauge railway, they remembered how in the days of their apprenticeship they had come by that road from Bombay. Then the languages in which the names of the stations were written changed, and they launched south into a foreign land, where the very smells were new. Many long and heavily laden grain trains were in front of them, and they could feel the hand of Jimmy Hawkins from far off. They waited in extemporized sidings while processions of empty trucks returned to the north, and were coupled onto slow, crawling trains, and dropped at midnight, heaven knew where, but it was furiously hot, and they walked to and fro among sacks, and dogs howled. Then they came to an India more strange to them than to the untravelled Englishman, the flat, red India of palm tree, palmyra palm, and rice, the India of the picture books, of little Henry and his bearer, all dead and dry in the baking heat. They had left the incessant passenger traffic of the north and west far and far behind them. Here the people crawled to the side of the train, holding their little ones in their arms, and a loaded truck would be left behind, the men and women clustering round it like ants by spilled honey. Once in the twilight they saw on a dusty plain a regiment of little brown men, each bearing a body over his shoulder, and when the train stopped to leave yet another truck, they perceived that the burdens were not corpses, but only foodless folk picked up beside dead oxen by a corps of irregular troops. Now they met more white men, here one and there two, whose tents stood close to the line, and who came armed with written authorities and angry words to cut off a truck. They were too busy to do more than nod at Scott and Martin, and stare curiously at William, who could do nothing except make tea, and watch how her men staved off the rush of wailing, walking skeletons, putting them down 3 at a time in heaps, with their own hands uncoupling the marked trucks, or taking receipts from the hollow-eyed, weary white men, who spoke another argot than theirs. They ran out of ice, out of soda water, and out of tea, for they were 6 days and 7 nights on the road, and it seemed to them like 7 times 7 years. At last, in a dry, hot dawn, in a land of death, lit by long red fires of railway sleepers, where they were burning the dead, they came to their destination, and were met by Jim Hawkins, the head of the famine, unshaven, unwashed, but cheery, and entirely in command of affairs. Martin, he decreed then and there, was to live on trains till further orders, was to go back with empty trucks, filling them with starving people as he found them, and dropping them at a famine camp on the edge of the 8 districts. He would pick up supplies and return, and his constables would guard the loaded grain cars, also picking up people, and would drop them at a camp 100 miles south. Hawkins was very glad to see Scott again, would that same hour take charge of a convoy of bullock carts, and would go south, feeding as he went, to yet another famine camp, where he would leave his starving. There would be no lack of starving on the route, and wait for orders by telegraph. Generally, Scott was in all small things to act as he thought best. William bit her under lip. There was no one in the wide world like her one brother, but Martin's orders gave him no discretion. She came out on the platform, masked with dust from head to foot, a horseshoe wrinkle on her forehead, put here by much thinking during the past week, but as self-possessed as ever. Mrs. Jim, who should have been Lady Jim but that no one remembered the title, took possession of her with a little gasp. "Oh, I'm so glad you're here," she almost sobbed. "You oughtn't to, of course, but there isn't another woman in the place, and we must help each other, you know, and we've all the wretched people and the little babies they are selling." "I've seen some," said William. "Isn't it ghastly? I've bought 20, they're in our camp, but won't you have something to eat first? We've more than 10 people can do here, and I've got a horse for you." "Oh, I'm so glad you've come, dear. You're a Punjabi, too, you know." "Steady, Lizzie," said Hawkins, over his shoulder. "We'll look after you, Miss Martin." "Sorry I can't ask you to breakfast, Martin. You'll have to eat as you go. Leave 2 of your men to help Scott. These poor devils can't stand up to load carts. Saunders," this to the engine driver, who was half asleep in the cab, "back down and get those empties away. You've line clear to Ainundre, they'll give you orders north of that. Scott, load up your carts from that BPP truck, and be off as soon as you can. The Eurasian in the pink shirt is your interpreter and guide. You'll find an apothecary of sorts tied to the yoke of the second wagon. He's been trying to bolt, you'll have to look after him. Lizzie, drive Miss Martin to camp, and tell them to send the red horse down here for me." Scott, with Faizullah and 2 policemen, was already busied with the carts, backing them up to the truck and unbolting the sideboards quietly, while the others pitched in the bags of millet and wheat. Hawkins watched him for as long as it took to fill one cart. "That's a good man," he said. "If all goes well I shall work him hard." This was Jim Hawkins's notion of the highest compliment one human being could pay another. An hour later Scott was underway, the apothecary threatening him with the penalties of the law for that he, a member of the subordinate medical department, had been coerced and bound against his will, and all laws governing the liberty of the subject. The pink-shirted Eurasian begging leave to see his mother, who happened to be dying some 3 miles away, only very short leave of absence, and will presently return. Sar, the 2 constables, armed with staves, bringing up the rear. And Faizullah, a Mohammedan's contempt for all Hindus and foreigners in every line of his face, explaining to the drivers that though Scott Sahib was a man to be feared on all fours, he, Faizullah, was authority itself. The procession creaked past Hawkins's camp, 3 stained tents under a clump of dead trees, behind them the famine shed, where a crowd of hopeless ones tossed their arms around the cooking kettles. "Wish to heaven William had kept out of it," said Scott to himself, after a glance. "We'll have cholera, sure as a gun, when the rains break." But William seemed to have taken kindly to the operations of the famine code, which, when famine is declared, supersede the workings of the ordinary law. Scott saw her, the center of a mob of weeping women, in a calico riding habit, and a blue-gray felt hat with a gold puggaree. "I want 50 rupees, please. I forgot to ask Jack before he went away. Can you lend it me?" "It's for condensed milk for the babies," said she. Scott took the money from his belt, and handed it over without a word. "For goodness sake, take care of yourself," he said. "Oh, I shall be all right. We ought to get the milk in 2 days. By the way, the orders are, I was to tell you, that you're to take one of Sir Jim's horses. There's a grey Capulet here that I thought would be just your style, so I've said you'd take him. Was that right?" "That's awfully good of you. We can't either of us talk much about style, I am afraid." Scott was in a weather-stained drill shooting kit, very white at the seams and a little frayed at the wrists. William regarded him thoughtfully, from his pith helmet to his greased ankle boots. "You look very nice, I think. Are you sure you've everything you'll need, quinine, chlorodyne, and so on?" "Think so," said Scott, patting 3 or 4 of his shooting pockets as he mounted and rode alongside his convoy. "Goodbye," he cried. "Goodbye, and good luck," said William. "I'm awfully obliged for the money." She turned on a spurred heel and disappeared into the tent, while the carts pushed on past the famine sheds, past the roaring lines of the thick, fat fires, down to the baked Gehenna of the south. Part 2. So let us melt and make no noise, no tear floods nor sigh tempests move, 'twere profanation of our joys to tell the laity our love. A valediction. It was punishing work, even though he traveled by night and camped by day, but within the limits of his vision there was no man whom Scott could call master. He was as free as Jimmy Hawkins, freer, in fact, for the government held the head of the famine tied neatly to a telegraph wire, and if Jimmy had ever regarded telegrams seriously, the death rate of that famine would have been much higher than it was. At the end of a few days' crawling, Scott learned something of the size of the India which he served, and it astonished him. His carts, as you know, were loaded with wheat, millet, and barley, good food grains needing only a little grinding. But the people to whom he brought the life-giving stuffs were rice-eaters. They could hull rice in their mortars, but they knew nothing of the heavy stone querns of the north, and less of the material that the white man convoyed so laboriously. They clamored for rice, unhusked paddy, such as they were accustomed to, and, when they found that there was none, broke away weeping from the sides of the cart. What was the use of these strange hard grains that choked their throats? They would die. And then and there very many of them kept their word. Others took their allowance, and bartered enough millet to feed a man through a week for a few handfuls of rotten rice saved by some less unfortunate. A few put their share into the rice mortars, pounded it, and made a paste with foul water, but they were very few. Scott understood dimly that many people in the India of the South ate rice, as a rule, but he had spent his service in a grain province, had seldom seen rice in the blade or ear, and least of all would have believed that in time of deadly need men could die at arm's length of plenty, sooner than touch food they did not know. In vain the interpreters interpreted, in vain his two policemen showed in vigorous pantomime what should be done. The starving crept away to their bark and weeds, grubs, leaves, and clay, and left the open sacks untouched. But sometimes the women laid their phantoms of children at Scott's feet, looking back as they staggered away. Faiz Allah opined it was the will of God that these foreigners should die, and it remained only to give orders to burn the dead. Nonetheless, there was no reason why the Sahib should lack his comforts, and Faiz Allah, a campaigner of experience, had picked up a few lean goats and had added them to the procession. That they might give milk for the morning meal, he was feeding them on the good grain that these imbeciles rejected. Yes, said Faiz Allah, if the Sahib thought fit, a little milk might be given to some of the babies, but, as the Sahib well knew, babies were cheap, and, for his own part, Faiz Allah held that there was no government order as to babies. Scott spoke forcefully to Faiz Allah and the two policemen, and bade them capture goats where they could find them. This they most joyfully did, for it was a recreation, and many ownerless goats were driven in. Once fed, the poor brutes were willing enough to follow the carts, and a few days' good food such as human beings died for lack of, set them in milk again. But I am no goat herd, said Faiz Allah. It is against my Izzat, my honor. When we cross the Bias River again we will talk of Izzat, Scott replied. Till that day thou and the policeman shall be sweepers to the camp, if I give the order. Thus, then, it is done, grunted Faiz Allah, if the Sahib will have it so, and he showed how a goat should be milked, while Scott stood over him. Now we will feed them, said Scott, twice a day we will feed them, and he bowed his back to the milking, and took a horrible cramp. When you have to keep connection unbroken between a restless mother of kids and a baby who is at the point of death, you suffer in all your system. But the babies were fed. Each morning and evening Scott would solemnly lift them out one by one from their nest of gunny bags under the cart tilts. There were always many who could do no more than breathe, and the milk was dropped into their toothless mouths drop by drop, with due pauses when they choked. Each morning, too, the goats were fed, and since they would straggle without a leader, and since the natives were hirelings, Scott was forced to give up riding, and pace slowly at the head of his flocks, accommodating his step to their weaknesses. All this was sufficiently absurd, and he felt the absurdity keenly, but at least he was saving life, and when the women saw that their children did not die, they made shift to eat a little of the strange foods, and crawled after the carts, blessing the master of the goats. Give the women something to live for, said Scott to himself, as he sneezed in the dust of 100 little feet, and they all hang on somehow. This beats William's condensed milk trick all to pieces. I shall never live it down, though. He reached his destination very slowly, found that a rice ship had come in from Burma, and that stores of paddy were available, found also an overworked Englishman in charge of the shed, and, loading the carts, set back to cover the ground he had already passed. He left some of the children and half his goats at the famine shed. For this he was not thanked by the Englishman, who had already more stray babies than he knew what to do with. Scott's back was suppled to stooping now, and he went on with his wayside ministrations in addition to distributing the paddy. More babies and more goats were added unto him, but now some of the babies wore rags, and beads round their wrists or necks. That, said the interpreter, as though Scott did not know, signifies that their mothers hope in eventual contingency to resume them officially. The sooner, the better, said Scott, but at the same time he marked, with the pride of ownership, how this or that little Ramaswamy was putting on flesh like a bantam. As the paddy carts were emptied he headed for Hawkins's camp by the railway, timing his arrival to fit in with the dinner hour, for it was long since he had eaten at a cloth. He had no desire to make any dramatic entry, but an accident of the sunset ordered it that when he had taken off his helmet to get the evening breeze, the low light should fall across his forehead, and he could not see what was before him, while one waiting at the tent door beheld with new eyes a young man, beautiful as Paris, a god in a halo of golden dust, walking slowly at the head of his flocks, while at his knee ran small naked cupids. But she laughed. William, in a slate-colored blouse, laughed consumedly till Scott, putting the best face he could upon the matter, halted his armies and bade her admire the kindergarten. It was an unseemly sight, but the proprieties had been left ages ago, with the tea party at Amritsar station, 1,500 miles to the north. They are coming on nicely, said William. We've only 25 here now. The women are beginning to take them away again. Are you in charge of the babies, then? Yes, Mrs. Jim and I. We didn't think of goats, though. We've been trying condensed milk and water. Any losses? More than I care to think of, said William, with a shudder. And you? Scott said nothing. There had been many little burials along his route. One cannot burn a dead baby. Many mothers who had wept when they did not find again the children they had trusted to the care of the government. Then Hawkins came out carrying a razor, at which Scott looked hungrily, for he had a beard that he did not love. And when they sat down to dinner in the tent he told his tale in few words, as it might have been an official report. Mrs. Jim snuffled from time to time, and Jim bowed his head judicially, but William's grey eyes were on the clean-shaven face, and it was to her that Scott seemed to appeal. Good for the pauper province, said William, her chin on her hand, as she leaned forward among the wine glasses. Her cheeks had fallen in, and the scar on her forehead was more prominent than ever, but the well-turned neck rose roundly as a column from the ruffle of the blouse which was the accepted evening dress in camp. It was awfully absurd at times, said Scott. You see, I didn't know much about milking or babies. They'll chaff my head off, if the tail goes up north. Let 'em, said William, haughtily. We've all done coolie work since we came. I know Jack has. This was to Hawkins's address, and the big man smiled blandly. Your brother's a highly efficient officer, William, said he, and I've done him the honor of treating him as he deserves. Remember, I write the confidential reports. Then you must say that William's worth her weight in gold, said Mrs. Jim. I don't know what we should have done without her. She has been everything to us. She dropped her hand upon William's, which was rough with much handling of reins, and William patted it softly. Jim beamed on the company. Things were going well with his world. 3 of his more grossly incompetent men had died, and their places had been filled by their betters. Every day brought the rains nearer. They had put out the famine in 5 of the 8 districts, and, after all, the death rate had not been too heavy, things considered. He looked Scott over carefully, as an ogre looks over a man, and rejoiced in his thews and iron-hard condition. He's just the least bit in the world tucked up, said Jim to himself, but he can do 2 men's work yet. Then he was aware that Mrs. Jim was telegraphing to him, and according to the domestic code the message ran, a clear case. Look at them. He looked and listened. All that William was saying was, what can you expect of a country where they call a pisty, a water carrier, a tunnacutch, and all that Scott answered was, I shall be glad to get back to the club. Save me a dance at the Christmas ball, won't you? It's a far cry from here to the Lawrence Hall, said Jim. Better turn in early, Scott. It's paddy carts tomorrow, you'll begin loading at 5. Aren't you going to give Mr. Scott a single day's rest? Wish I could, Lizzie, 'fraid I can't. As long as he can stand up we must use him. Well, I've had one Europe evening, at least. By Jove, I'd nearly forgotten. What do I do about those babies of mine? Leave them here, said William, we are in charge of that, and as many goats as you can spare. I must learn how to milk now. If you care to get up early enough tomorrow I'll show you. I have to milk, you see. Half of them have beads and things round their necks. You must be careful not to take 'em off, in case the mothers turn up. You forget I've had some experience here. I hope to goodness you won't overdo. Scott's voice was unguarded. I'll take care of her, said Mrs. Jim, telegraphing 100-word messages as she carried William off, while Jim gave Scott his orders for the coming campaign. It was very late, nearly 9 o'clock. Jim, you're a brute, said his wife, that night, and the head of the famine chuckled. Not a bit of it, dear. I remember doing the first Jandiala settlement for the sake of a girl in a crinoline, and she was slender, Lizzie. I've never done as good a piece of work since. He'll work like a demon. But you might have given him 1 day. And let things come to a head now. No, dear, it's their happiest time. I don't believe either of the darlings know what's the matter with them. Isn't it beautiful? Isn't it lovely? Getting up at 3 to learn to milk, bless her heart. Oh, ye gods, why must we grow old and fat? She's a darling. She has done more work under me, under you. The day after she came she was in charge and you were her subordinate. You've stayed there ever since. She manages you almost as well as you manage me. She doesn't, and that's why I love her. She's as direct as a man, as her brother. Her brother's weaker than she is. He's always to me for orders, but he's honest, and a glutton for work. I confess I'm rather fond of William, and if I had a daughter, the talk ended. Far away in the Dirajat was a child's grave more than 20 years old, and neither Jim nor his wife spoke of it any more. All the same, you're responsible, Jim added, a moment's silence. Bless 'em, said Mrs. Jim, sleepily. Before the stars paled, Scott, who slept in an empty cart, waked and went about his work in silence. It seemed at that hour unkind to rouse Faiz Allah and the interpreter. His head being close to the ground, he did not hear William till she stood over him in the dingy old riding habit, her eyes still heavy with sleep, a cup of tea and a piece of toast in her hands. There was a baby on the ground, squirming on a piece of blanket, and a 6-year-old child peered over Scott's shoulder. "Hi, you little rip," said Scott, "how the deuce do you expect to get your rations if you aren't quiet?" A cool white hand steadied the brat, who forthwith choked as the milk gurgled into his mouth. "Morning," said the milker. "You've no notion how these little fellows can wriggle." "Oh, yes, I have," she whispered, because the world was asleep. "Only I feed them with a spoon or a rag. Yours are fatter than mine. And you've been doing this day after day." The voice was almost lost. Yes, it was absurd. "Now you try," he said, giving place to the girl. "Look out. A goat's not a cow." The goat protested against the amateur, and there was a scuffle, in which Scott snatched up the baby. Then it was all to do over again, and William laughed softly and merrily. She managed, however, to feed 2 babies, and a third. "Don't the little beggars take it well," said Scott. "I trained 'em." They were very busy and interested, when lo! It was broad daylight, and before they knew, the camp was awake, and they kneeled among the goats, surprised by the day, both flushed to the temples. Yet all the round world rolling up out of the darkness might have heard and seen all that had passed between them. "Oh," said William, unsteadily, snatching up the tea and toast, "I had this made for you. It's stone cold now. I thought you mightn't have anything ready so early. Better not drink it. It's stone cold." "That's awfully kind of you." "It's just right. It's awfully good of you, really. I'll leave my kids and goats with you and Mrs. Jim, and, of course, anyone in camp can show you about the milking." "Of course," said William, and she grew pinker and statelier and more stately, as she strode back to her tent, fanning herself with the saucer. There were shrill lamentations through the camp when the elder children saw their nurse move off without them. Faisallah unbent so far as to jest with the policeman, and Scott turned purple with shame because Hawkins, already in the saddle, roared. A child escaped from the care of Mrs. Jim, and, running like a rabbit, clung to Scott's boot, William pursuing with long, easy strides. "I will not go, I will not go," shrieked the child, twining his feet round Scott's ankle. "They will kill me here. I do not know these people." "I say," said Scott, in broken Tamil, "I say, she will do you no harm. Go with her and be well fed." "Come," said William, panting, with a wrathful glance at Scott, who stood helpless and, as it were, hamstrung. "Go back," said Scott quickly to William. "I'll send the little chap over in a minute." The tone of authority had its effect, but in a way Scott did not exactly intend. The boy loosened his grasp, and said with gravity, "I did not know the woman was thine. I will go." Then he cried to his companions, a mob of 3, 4, and 5-year-olds waiting on the success of his venture ere they stampeded, "Go back and eat. It is our man's woman. She will obey his orders." Jim collapsed where he sat, Faisallah and the 2 policemen grinned, and Scott's orders to the cartman flew like hail. "That is the custom of the sahibs when truth is told in their presence," said Faisallah. "The time comes that I must seek new service. Young wives, especially such as speak our language and have knowledge of the ways of the police, make great trouble for honest butlers in the matter of weekly accounts." What William thought of it all she did not say, but when her brother, 10 days later, came to camp for orders, and heard of Scott's performances, he said, laughing, "Well, that settles it. He'll be Bakri Scott to the end of his days." Bakri in the northern vernacular means a goat. What a lark! I'd have given a month's pay to have seen him nursing famine babies. I fed some with kanji, rice water, but that was all right. "It's perfectly disgusting," said his sister, with blazing eyes. "A man does something like that, and all you other men think of is to give him an absurd nickname, and then you laugh and think it's funny." "Ah," said Mrs. Jim, sympathetically. "Well, you can't talk, William. You christened little Miss Demby the button quail, last cold weather, you know you did. India's the land of nicknames." "That's different," William replied. "She was only a girl, and she hadn't done anything except walk like a quail, and she does. But it isn't fair to make fun of a man." "Scott won't care," said Martin. "You can't get a rise out of old Scotty. I've been trying for 8 years, and you've only known him for 3. How does he look?" "He looks very well," said William, and went away with a flushed cheek. Bakri Scott, indeed. Then she laughed to herself, for she knew her country. "But it will be Bakri all the same," and she repeated it under her breath several times slowly, whispering it into favor. When he returned to his duties on the railway, Martin spread the name far and wide among his associates, so that Scott met it as he led his paddy carts to war. The natives believed it to be some English title of honor, and the cart drivers used it in all simplicity till Faiz-Ullah, who did not approve of foreign japes, broke their heads. There was very little time for milking now, except at the big camps, where Jim had extended Scott's idea and was feeding large flocks on the useless northern grains. Sufficient paddy had come now into the 8 districts to hold the people safe, if it were only distributed quickly, and for that purpose no one was better than the big canal officer, who never lost his temper, never gave an unnecessary order, and never questioned an order given. Scott pressed on, saving his cattle, washing their galled necks daily, so that no time should be lost on the road, reported himself with his rice at the minor famine sheds, unloaded, and went back light by forced night march to the next distributing center, to find Hawkins's unvarying telegram, "Do it again." And he did it again and again, and yet again, while Jim Hawkins, 50 miles away, marked off on a big map the tracks of his wheels gridironing the stricken lands. Others did well. Hawkins reported at the end they all did well, but Scott was the most excellent, for he kept good coined rupees by him, settled for his own cart repairs on the spot, and ran to meet all sorts of unconsidered extras, trusting to be recouped later on. Theoretically, the government should have paid for every shoe and linchpin, for every hand employed in the loading, but government vouchers cash themselves slowly, and intelligent and efficient clerks write at great length, contesting unauthorized expenditures of 8 annas. The man who wants to make his work a success must draw on his own bank account of money or other things as he goes. "I told you he'd work," said Jimmy to his wife, at the end of 6 weeks. "He's been in sole charge of a couple of thousand men up north, on the Mojul Canal, for a year, but he gives less trouble than young Martin with his 10 constables, and I'm morally certain, only government doesn't recognize moral obligations. He's spent about half his pay to grease his wheels. Look at this, Lizzie, for 1 week's work. 40 miles in 2 days with 12 carts, 2 days halt building a famine shed for young Rogers. Rogers ought to have built it himself, the idiot. Then 40 miles back again, loading 6 carts on the way, and distributing all Sunday. Then in the evening he pitches in a 20-page demi-official to me, saying the people where he is might be advantageously employed on relief work and suggesting that he put M to work on some broken-down old reservoir he's discovered, so as to have a good water supply when the rains break. He thinks he can cork the dam in a fortnight. Look at his marginal sketches, aren't they clear and good? I knew he was pucker, but I didn't know he was as pucker as this. I must show these to William, said Mrs. Jim. The child's wearing herself out among the babies. Not more than you are, dear. Well, another 2 months ought to see us out of the wood. I'm sorry it's not in my power to recommend you for AVC. William sat late in her tent that night, reading through page after page of the square handwriting, patting the sketches of proposed repairs to the reservoir, and wrinkling her eyebrows over the columns of figures of estimated water supply. "And he finds time to do all this," she cried to herself, "and, well, I also was present. I've saved 1 or 2 babies." She dreamed for the 20th time of the god in the golden dust, and woke refreshed to feed loathsome black children, scores of them, wastrels picked up by the wayside, their bones almost breaking their skin, terrible and covered with sores. Scott was not allowed to leave his cart work, but his letter was duly forwarded to the government, and he had the consolation, not rare in India, of knowing that another man was reaping where he had sown. That also was discipline profitable to the soul. "He's much too good to waste on canals," said Jimmy. "Anyone can oversee coolies." "You needn't be angry, William, he can. But I need my pearl among bullock drivers, and I've transferred him to the Kandar district, where he'll have it all to do over again. He should be marching now." "He's not a coolie," said William, furiously. "He ought to be doing his regulation work. He's the best man in his service, and that's saying a good deal, but if you must use razors to cut grindstones, why, I prefer the best cutlery." "Isn't it almost time we saw him again?" said Mrs. Jim. "I'm sure the poor boy hasn't had a respectable meal for a month. He probably sits on a cart and eats sardines with his fingers." "All in good time, dear. Duty before decency, wasn't it Mr. Chucks said that?" "No, it was Midshipman Easy." William laughed. "I sometimes wonder how it will feel to dance or listen to a band again, or sit under a roof. I can't believe I ever wore a ball frock in my life." "1 minute," said Mrs. Jim, who was thinking. "If he goes to Kandar, he passes within 5 miles of us. Of course he'll ride in." "Oh, no, he won't," said William. "How do you know, dear?" "It will take him off his work. He won't have time." "He'll make it," said Mrs. Jim, with a twinkle. "It depends on his own judgment." "There's absolutely no reason why he shouldn't, if he thinks fit," said Jim. "He won't see fit," William replied, without sorrow or emotion. "It wouldn't be him if he did." "One certainly gets to know people rather well in times like these," said Jim, dryly, but William's face was serene as ever, and even as she prophesied, Scott did not appear. The rains fell at last, late, but heavily, and the dry, gashed earth was red mud, and servants killed snakes in the camp, where everyone was weather-bound for a fortnight, all except Hawkins, who took horse and plashed about in the wet, rejoicing. Now the government decreed that seed grain should be distributed to the people, as well as advances of money for the purchase of new oxen, and the white men were doubly worked for this new duty, while William skipped from brick to brick laid down on the trampled mud, and dosed her charges with warming medicines that made them rub their little round stomachs, and the milch goats throve on the rank grass. There was never a word from Scott in the Kandar district, away to the southeast, except the regular telegraphic report to Hawkins. The rude country roads had disappeared, his drivers were half mutinous, One of Martin's loaned policemen had died of cholera, and Scott was taking 30 grains of quinine a day to fight the fever that comes with the rain, but those were things Scott did not consider necessary to report. He was, as usual, working from a base of supplies on a railway line, to cover a circle of 15 miles radius, and since full loads were impossible, he took quarter loads, and toiled 4 times as hard by consequence, for he did not choose to risk an epidemic which might have grown uncontrollable by assembling villagers in thousands at the relief sheds. It was cheaper to take government bullocks, work them to death, and leave them to the crows in the wayside sloughs. That was the time when 8 years of clean living and hard condition told, though a man's head were ringing like a bell from the cinchona, and the earth swayed under his feet when he stood and under his bed when he slept. If Hawkins had seen fit to make him a bullock driver, that, he thought, was entirely Hawkins's own affair. There were men in the North who would know what he had done, men of 30 years' service in his own department who would say that it was not half bad, and above, immeasurably above, all men of all grades, there was William in the thick of the fight, who would approve because she understood. He had so trained his mind that it would hold fast to the mechanical routine of the day, though his own voice sounded strange in his own ears, and his hands, when he wrote, grew large as pillows or small as peas at the end of his wrists. That steadfastness bore his body to the telegraph office at the railway station, and dictated a telegram to Hawkins saying that the Kandahar district was, in his judgment, now safe, and he waited further orders. The Madrasi telegraph clerk did not approve of a large, gaunt man falling over him in a dead faint, not so much because of the weight as because of the names and blows that Faiz Allah dealt him when he found the body rolled under a bench. Then Faiz Allah took blankets, quilts, and coverlets where he found them, and lay down under them at his master's side, and bound his arms with a tent rope, and filled him with a horrible stew of herbs, and set the policeman to fight him when he wished to escape from the intolerable heat of his coverings, and shut the door of the telegraph office to keep out the curious for 2 nights and 1 day, and when a light engine came down the line, and Hawkins kicked in the door, Scott hailed him weakly but in a natural voice, and Faiz Allah stood back and took all the credit. For 2 nights, heaven-born, he was Pagal, said Faiz Allah. Look at my nose, and consider the eye of the policeman. He beat us with his bound hands, but we sat upon him, heaven-born, and though his words were tears, we sweated him. Heaven-born, never has been such a sweat. He is weaker now than a child, but the fever has gone out of him, by the grace of God. There remains only my nose and the eye of the constabule. Sahib, shall I ask for my dismissal because my Sahib has beaten me? And Faiz Allah laid his long thin hand carefully on Scott's chest to be sure that the fever was all gone, ere he went out to open tinned soups and discourage such as laughed at his swelled nose. The district's all right, Scott whispered. It doesn't make any difference. You got my wire. I shall be fit in a week. Can't understand how it happened. I shall be fit in a few days. "You're coming into camp with us," said Hawkins. "But look here, but it's all over except the shouting. We shan't need you Punjabis anymore. On my honor, we shan't." Martin goes back in a few weeks. Arbuthnot's returned already. Ellis and Clay are putting the last touches to a new feeder line the government's built as relief work. Morton's dead. He was a Bengal man, though you wouldn't know him. "'Pon my word, you and Will, Miss Martin, seem to have come through it as well as anybody. Oh, how is she, by the way?" The voice went up and down as he spoke. "Going strong when I left her. The Roman Catholic missions are adopting the unclaimed babies to turn them into little priests. The Basil mission is taking some, and the mothers are taking the rest. You should hear the little beggars howl when they're sent away from William. She's pulled down a bit, but so are we all. Now, when do you suppose you'll be able to move?" "I can't come into camp in this state." "I won't," he replied pettishly. "Well, you are rather a sight, but from what I gathered there it seemed to me they'd be glad to see you under any conditions. I'll look over your work here, if you like, for a couple of days, and you can pull yourself together while Faiz Allah feeds you up." Scott could walk dizzily by the time Hawkins's inspection was ended, and he flushed all over when Jim said of his work that it was not half bad and volunteered, further, that he had considered Scott his right-hand man through the famine, and would feel it his duty to say as much officially. So they came back by rail to the old camp, but there were no crowds near it. The long fires in the trenches were dead and black, and the famine sheds were almost empty. "You see," said Jim, "there isn't much more to do. Better ride up and see the wife. They've pitched a tent for you. Dinner's at 7. I've some work here." Riding at a foot pace, Faiz Allah by his stirrup, Scott came to William in the brown calico riding habit, sitting at the dining tent door, her hands in her lap, white as ashes, thin and worn, with no luster in her hair. There did not seem to be any Mrs. Jim on the horizon, and all that William could say was, "My word, how pulled down you look. I've had a touch of fever. You don't look very well yourself." "Oh, I'm fit enough. We've stamped it out. I suppose you know." Scott nodded. "We shall all be returned in a few weeks. Hawkins told me. Before Christmas, Mrs. Jim says. Shan't you be glad to go back?" "I can smell the wood smoke already," William sniffed. "We shall be in time for all the Christmas doings. I don't suppose even the Punjab government would be base enough to transfer Jack till the new year. It seems hundreds of years ago, the Punjab and all that, doesn't it? Are you glad you came? Now it's all over, yes. It has been ghastly here, though. You know we had to sit still and do nothing, and Sir Jim was away so much." "Do nothing? How did you get on with the milking?" "I managed it somehow, after you taught me." Then the talk stopped with an almost audible jar. "Still no Mrs. Jim. That reminds me, I owe you 50 rupees for the condensed milk. I thought perhaps you'd be coming here when you were transferred to the Kandar district, and I could pay you then, but you didn't. I passed within 5 miles of the camp, but it was in the middle of a march, you see, and the carts were breaking down every few minutes, and I couldn't get them over the ground till 10 o'clock that night. I wanted to come awfully. You knew I did, didn't you? I believe I did, said William, facing him with level eyes. She was no longer white. Did you understand why you didn't ride in? Of course I did. Why? Because you couldn't, of course. I knew that. Did you care if you had come in? But I knew you wouldn't. But if you had, I should have cared a great deal. You know I should. Thank God I didn't. Oh, but I wanted to. I couldn't trust myself to ride in front of the carts, because I kept edging them over here, don't you know? I knew you wouldn't, said William, contentedly. Here's your 50. Scott bent forward and kissed the hand that held the greasy notes. Its fellow patted him awkwardly but very tenderly on the head. And you knew, too, didn't you? Said William, in a new voice. No, on my honor, I didn't. I hadn't the cheek to expect anything of the kind, except. I say, were you out riding anywhere the day I passed by to Kandar? William nodded, and smiled after the manner of an angel surprised in a good deed. Then it was just a speck I saw of your habit in the palm grove on the southern cart road. I saw your helmet when you came up from the mullah by the temple, just enough to be sure that you were all right. Do you care? This time Scott did not kiss her hand, for they were in the dusk of the dining tent, and, because William's knees were trembling under her, she had to sit down in the nearest chair, where she wept long and happily, her head on her arms, and when Scott imagined that it would be well to comfort her, she needing nothing of the kind, she ran to her own tent, and Scott went out into the world, and smiled upon it largely and idiotically. But when Faiz-Ullah brought him a drink, he found it necessary to support one hand with the other, or the good whiskey and soda would have been spilled abroad. There are fevers and fevers. But it was worse, much worse, the strained, eye-shirking talk at dinner till the servants had withdrawn, and worst of all when Mrs. Jim, who had been on the edge of weeping from the soup down, kissed Scott and William, and they drank one whole bottle of champagne, hot, because there was no ice, and Scott and William sat outside the tent in the starlight till Mrs. Jim drove them in for fear of more fever. Apropos of these things and some others, William said, being engaged is abominable, because, you see, one has no official position. We must be thankful we've lots of things to do. Things to do, said Jim, when that was reported to him. They're neither of them any good anymore. I can't get 5 hours work a day out of Scott. He's in the clouds half the time. Oh, but they're so beautiful to watch, Jimmy. It will break my heart when they go. Can't you do anything for him? I've given the government the impression, at least, I hope I have, that he personally conducted the entire famine. But all he wants is to get onto the Luni Canal works, and William's just as bad. Have you ever heard em talking of barrage and aprons and waist-uter? It's their style of spooning, I suppose. Mrs. Jim smiled tenderly. Ah, that's in the intervals, bless em. And so love ran about the camp unrebuked in broad daylight, while men picked up the pieces and put them neatly away of the famine in the 8 districts. Morning brought the penetrating chill of the northern December, the layers of wood smoke, the dusty grey-blue of the tamarisks, the domes of ruined tombs, and all the smell of the white northern plains, as the mail train ran onto the mile-long Sutlej Bridge. William, wrapped in a poshteen, a silk-embroidered sheepskin jacket trimmed with rough astrakhan, looked out with moist eyes and nostrils that dilated joyously. The south of pagodas and palm trees, the overpopulated Hindu south, was done with. Here was the land she knew and loved, and before her lay the good life she understood, among folk of her own caste and mind. They were picking them up at almost every station now, men and women coming in for the Christmas week, with rackets, with bundles of polo sticks, with dear and bruised cricket bats, with fox terriers and saddles. The greater part of them wore jackets like William's, for the northern cold is as little to be trifled with as the northern heat. And William was among them and of them, her hands deep in her pockets, her collar turned up over her ears, stamping her feet on the platforms as she walked up and down to get warm, visiting from carriage to carriage and everywhere being congratulated. Scott was with the bachelors at the far end of the train, where they chaffed him mercilessly about feeding babies and milking goats, but from time to time he would stroll up to William's window, and murmur, "Good enough, isn't it?" And William would answer with sighs of pure delight, "Good enough, indeed." The large open names of the home towns were good to listen to. Umballa, Ludhiana, Philur, Jalandhar, they rang like the coming marriage bells in her ears, and William felt deeply and truly sorry for all strangers and outsiders, visitors, tourists, and those fresh caught for the service of the country. It was a glorious return, and when the bachelors gave the Christmas ball, William was, unofficially, you might say, the chief and honored guest among the stewards, who could make things very pleasant for their friends. She and Scott danced nearly all the dances together, and sat out the rest in the big dark gallery overlooking the superb teak floor, where the uniforms blazed, and the spurs clinked, and the new frocks and 400 dancers went round and round till the draped flags on the pillars flapped and bellied to the whirl of it. About midnight half a dozen men who did not care for dancing came over from the club to play waits, and that was a surprise the stewards had arranged. Before anyone knew what had happened, the band stopped, and hidden voices broke into Good King Wenceslas, and William in the gallery hummed and beat time with her foot, "Mark my footsteps well, my page, tread thou in them boldly. Thou shalt feel the winter's rage freeze thy blood less coldly. Oh, I hope they are going to give us another. Isn't it pretty, coming out of the dark in that way? Look down. There's Mrs. Gregory wiping her eyes." "It's like home," rather said Scott. I remember, HSH. Listen, dear. And it began again, when shepherds watched their flocks by night, AHH, said William, drawing closer to Scott. All seated on the ground, the angel of the Lord came down, and glory shone around. Fear not, said he, for mighty dread had seized their troubled mind. Glad tidings of great joy I bring to you and all mankind. This time it was William that wiped her eyes. 007 A locomotive is, next to a marine engine, the most sensitive thing man ever made, and no 007, besides being sensitive, was new. The red paint was hardly dry on his spotless bumper bar, his headlight shone like a fireman's helmet, and his cab might have been a hardwood finish parlor. They had run him into the roundhouse after his trial, he had said goodbye to his best friend in the shops, the overhead traveling crane, the big world was just outside, and the other locos were taking stock of him. He looked at the semicircle of bold, unwinking headlights, heard the low purr and mutter of the steam mounting in the gauges, scornful hisses of contempt as a slack valve lifted a little, and would have given a month's oil for leave to crawl through his own driving wheels into the brick ash pit beneath him. 007 was an 8-wheeled American loco, slightly different from others of his type, and as he stood he was worth $10,000 on the company's books. But if you had bought him at his own valuation, after half an hour's waiting in the darkish, echoing roundhouse, you would have saved exactly $9,999.98. A heavy Mogul freight, with a short cowcatcher and a firebox that came down within 3 inches of the rail, began the impolite game, speaking to a Pittsburgh consolidation, who was visiting. "Where did this thing blow in from?" he asked, with a dreamy puff of light steam. "It's all I can do to keep track of our makes," was the answer, "without looking after your back numbers. Guess it's something Peter Cooper left over when he died." 007 quivered, his steam was getting up, but he held his tongue. Even a handcar knows what sort of locomotive it was that Peter Cooper experimented upon in the faraway 30s. It carried its coal and water in 2 apple barrels, and was not much bigger than a bicycle. Then up and spoke a small, newish switching engine, with a little step in front of his bumper timber, and his wheels so close together that he looked like a broncho getting ready to buck. Something's wrong with the road when a Pennsylvania gravel pusher tells us anything about our stock, I think. That kid's all right. Eustace designed him, and Eustace designed me. Ain't that good enough? 007 could have carried the switching loco round the yard in his tender, but he felt grateful for even this little word of consolation. "We don't use hand cars on the Pennsylvania," said the consolidation. "That, peanut stand is old enough and ugly enough to speak for himself. He hasn't been spoken to yet. He's been spoke at. Hain't he ye any manners on the Pennsylvania," said the switching loco. "You ought to be in the yard, pony," said the Mogul, severely. "We're all long haulers here." "That's what you think," the little fellow replied. You'll know more 'fore the night's out. I've been down to track 17, and the freight there, oh, Christmas. I've trouble enough in my own division, said a lean, light suburban loco with very shiny brake shoes. My commuters wouldn't rest till they got a parlor car. They've hitched it back of all, and it hauls worse'n a snowplow. I'll snap her off someday sure, and then they'll blame everyone except their fool selves. They'll be asking me to haul a vestibule next. They made you in New Jersey, didn't they? Said Pony. Thought so. Commuters and truck wagons ain't any sweet haulin', but I tell you they are a heap better 'en cuttin' out refrigerator cars or oil tanks. Why, I've hauled. You, said the Mogul, contemptuously. It's all you can do to bunt a cold storage car up the yard. Now, he paused a little to let the words sink in, I handle the flying freight, 11 cars worth just anything you please to mention. On the stroke of 11 I pull out, and I'm timed for 35 an hour. Costly, perishable, fragile, immediate, that's me. Suburban traffic's only but 1 degree better than switching. Express freight's what pays. Well, I ain't given to blowing, as a rule, began the Pittsburgh consolidation. No. You was sent in here because you grunted on the grade, Pony interrupted. Where I grunt, you'd lie down, Pony, but, as I was saying, I don't blow much. Notwithstanding, if you want to see freight, that is freight moved lively, you should see me warbling through the Alleghenies with 37 or cars behind me, and my brakesmen fightin' tramps so's they can't attend to my tutor. I have to do all the holding back then, and, though I say it, I've never had a load get away from me yet. No, sir. Hauling's one thing, but judgment and discretion's another. You want judgment in my business. Ah. But are you not paralyzed by a sense of your overwhelming responsibilities? Said a curious, husky voice from a corner. Who's that? 007 whispered to the Jersey commuter. Compound, experiment, N.G. She's been switchin' in the B&A yards for 6 months, when she wasn't in the shops. She's economical, I call it mean, in her coal, but she takes it out in repairs. Ahem. I presume you found Boston somewhat isolated, madam, after your New York season. I am never so well occupied as when I am alone. The compound seemed to be talking from halfway up her smokestack. Sure, said the irreverent Pony, under his breath. They don't hanker after her any in the yard. But, with my constitution and temperament, my work lies in Boston. I find your outer quiddance, outer which, said the Mogul freight. Simple cylinders are good enough for me. Perhaps I should have said Ferruccieri, hissed the compound. I don't hold with any make of papier-mâché wheel, the Mogul insisted. The compound sighed pityingly, and said no more. Gitm all shapes in this world, don't ye, said Pony, that's Massachusetts all over. They half start, and then they stick on a dead center, and blame it all on other folks' ways o' treatin' them. Talking o' Boston, Comanche told me, last night, he had a hot box just beyond the Newtons, Friday. That was why, he says, the accommodation was held up. Made out no end of a tale, Comanche did. If I'd heard that in the shops, with my boiler out for repairs, I'd knowed he was one o' Comanche's lies. The New Jersey commuter snapped. Hot box. Him. What happened was they'd put an extra car on, and he just lay down on the grade and squealed. They had to send 127 to help him through. Made it out a hot box, did he? Time before that he said he was ditched. Looked me square in the headlight and told me that as cool as a water tank in a cold wave. Hot box. You ask 127 about Comanche's hot box. Why, Comanche he was sidetracked, and 127, he was just about as mad as they make 'em on account o' being called out at 10 o'clock at night, took hold and snapped her into Boston in 17 minutes. Hot box. Hot fraud. That's what Comanche is. Then 007 put both drivers and his pilot into it, as the saying is, for he asked what sort of thing a hot box might be. Paint my bell sky blue, said Pony, the switcher. Make me a surface railroad loco with a hardwood skirt and board round my wheels. Break me up and cast me into 5-cent sidewalk Farker's mechanical toys. Here's an 8-wheel coupled American. Don't know what a hot box is. Never heard of an emergency stop either, did ye? Don't know what ye carry jack screws for. You're too innocent to be left alone with your own tender. Oh, you flat car. There was a roar of escaping steam before anyone could answer, and 007 nearly blistered his paint off with pure mortification. A hot box, began the compound, picking and choosing her words as though they were coal. A hot box is the penalty exacted from inexperience by haste. Ahem. Hot box, said the Jersey suburban. It's the price you pay for going on the tear. It's years since I've had one. It's a disease that don't attack short howlers, as a rule. We never have hot boxes on the Pennsylvania, said the consolidation. They get 'em in New York, same as nervous prostration. Ah, go home on a ferryboat, said the mogul. You think because you use worse grades than our road you'd allow, you're a kind of Allegheny angel. Now, I'll tell you what you. Here's my folk. Well, I can't stop. See you later, perhaps. He rolled forward majestically to the turntable, and swung like a man of war in a tideway, till he picked up his track. But as for you, you pea-green swiveling coffee pot, this to 007, you go out and learn something before you associate with those who've made more mileage in a week than you'll roll up in a year. Costly, perishable, fragile, immediate, that's me. Long. Split my tubes if that's actin' polite to a new member o' the Brotherhood, said Pony. There wasn't any call to trample on ye like that. But manners was left out when moguls was made. Keep up your fire, kid, and burn your own smoke. Guess we'll all be wanted in a minute." Men were talking rather excitedly in the roundhouse. One man, in a dingy jersey, said that he hadn't any locomotives to waste on the yard. Another man, with a piece of crumpled paper in his hand, said that the yardmaster said that he was to say that if the other man said anything, he, the other man, was to shut his head. Then the other man waved his arms, and wanted to know if he was expected to keep locomotives in his hip pocket. Then a man in a black Prince Albert, without a collar, came up dripping, for it was a hot August night, and said that what he said went, and between the three of them the locomotives began to go, to, first the compound, then the consolidation, then 007. Now, deep down in his firebox, 007 had cherished a hope that as soon as his trial was done, he would be led forth with songs and shoutings, and attached to a green and chocolate vestibuled flyer, under charge of a bold and noble engineer, who would pat him on his back, and weep over him, and call him his Arab steed. The boys in the shops where he was built used to read wonderful stories of railroad life, and 007 expected things to happen as he had heard. But there did not seem to be many vestibuled flyers in the roaring, rumbling, electric-lighted yards, and his engineer only said, "Now, what sort of a fool sort of an injector has Eustace loaded onto this rig this time?" And he put the lever over with an angry snap, crying, "Am I supposed to switch with this thing, hey?" The collarless man mopped his head, and replied that, in the present state of the yard and freight and a few other things, the engineer would switch and keep on switching till the cows came home. 007 pushed out gingerly, his heart in his headlight, so nervous that the clang of his own bell almost made him jump the track. Lanterns waved, or danced up and down, before and behind him, and on every side, 6 tracks deep, sliding backward and forward, with clashings of couplers and squeals of hand brakes, were cars, more cars than 007 had dreamed of. There were oil cars, and hay cars, and stock cars full of lowing beasts, and ore cars, and potato cars with stovepipe ends sticking out in the middle, cold storage and refrigerator cars dripping ice water on the tracks, ventilated fruit and milk cars, flat cars with truck wagons full of market stuff, flat cars loaded with reapers and binders, all red and green and gilt under the sizzling electric lights, flat cars piled high with strong scented hides, pleasant hemlock plank, or bundles of shingles, flat cars creaking to the weight of 30-ton castings, angle irons, and rivet boxes for some new bridge, and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of box cars loaded, locked, and chalked. Men, hot and angry, crawled among and between and under the 1,000 wheels. Men took flying jumps through his cab. When he halted for a moment, men sat on his pilot as he went forward, and on his tender as he returned, and regiments of men ran along the tops of the box cars beside him, screwing down brakes, waving their arms, and crying curious things. He was pushed forward a foot at a time, whirled backward, his rear drivers clinking and clanking, a quarter of a mile, jerked into a switch. Yard switches are very stubby and unaccommodating, bunted into a red D, or merchant's transport car, and, with no hint or knowledge of the weight behind him, started up anew. When his load was fairly on the move, 3 or 4 cars would be cut off, and 007 would bound forward, only to be held hiccuping on the brake. Then he would wait a few minutes, watching the world lanterns, deafened with the clang of the bells, giddy with the vision of the sliding cars, his brake pump panting 40 to the minute, his front coupler lying sideways on his cowcatcher, like a tired dog's tongue in his mouth, and the whole of him covered with half-burnt coal dust. "'Tisn't he so easy switching with a straight-backed tender," said his little friend of the roundhouse, bustling by at a trot. "But you're coming on pretty fair. Ever seen a flying switch?" "No." "Then watch me." Pony was in charge of a dozen heavy flat cars. Suddenly he shot away from them with a sharp hut. A switch opened in the shadows ahead, he turned up it like a rabbit as it snapped behind him, and the long line of 12-foot-high lumber jolted on into the arms of a full-sized road loco, who acknowledged receipt with a dry howl. "My man's reckoned the smartest in the yard at that trick," he said, returning. "Gives me cold shivers when another fool tries it, though. That's where my short wheelbase comes in. Like as not you'd have your tender scraped off if you tried it." 007 had no ambitions that way, and said so. "No. Of course this ain't your regular business, but say, don't you think it's interesting? Have you seen the yard master? Well, he's the greatest man on earth, and don't you forget it. When are we through?" "Why, kid, it's always like this, day and night, Sundays and weekdays. See that 30-car freight slide in 4, no, 5 tracks off. She's all mixed freight, sent here to be sorted out into straight trains. That's why we're cutting out the cars one by one." He gave a vigorous push to a westbound car as he spoke, and started back with a little snort of surprise, for the car was an old friend, an MTK boxcar. "Jack my drivers, but it's homeless Kate." "Why, Kate, ain't there no getting you back to your friends? There's 40 chasers out for you from your road, if there's one. Who's holding you now?" "Wish I knew," whimpered homeless Kate. "I belong in Topeka, but I've been to Cedar Rapids, I've been to Winnipeg, I've been to Newport News, I've been all down the old Atlanta and West Point, and I've been to Buffalo. Maybe I'll fetch up at Haverstraw. I've only been out 10 months, but I'm homesick, I'm just aching homesick." "Try Chicago," Katie said. The switching loco, and the battered old car lumbered down the track, jolting. "I want to be in Kansas when the sunflowers bloom." "Yards full o' homeless Kates and wanderin' Willies," he explained to 007. "I knew an old Fitchburg flat car out 17 months, and one of ours was gone 15 forever we got track of her. Dunno quite how our men fix it. Swap around, I guess. Anyway, I've done my duty. She's on her way to Kansas, via Chicago, but I'll lay my next boiler full she'll be held there to wait consignee's convenience, and sent back to us with wheat in the fall." Just then the Pittsburgh Consolidation passed, at the head of a dozen cars. "I'm going home," he said proudly. "Can't get all them 12 onto the flat." "Break 'em in half, Dutchy," cried Pony. But it was 007 who was backed down to the last 6 cars, and he nearly blew up with surprise when he found himself pushing them onto a huge ferryboat. He had never seen deep water before, and shivered as the flat drew away and left his bogies within 6 inches of the black, shiny tide. After this he was hurried to the freight house, where he saw the yardmaster, a smallish, white-faced man in shirt, trousers, and slippers, looking down upon a sea of trucks, a mob of bawling truckmen, and squadrons of backing, turning, sweating, spark-striking horses. "That's shippers' carts loading onto the receiving trucks," said the small engine, reverently. "But he don't care. He lets 'em cuss. He's the chucking boss. He says please and then they kneel down and pray. There's 3 or 4 strings o' today's freight to be pulled before he can attend to them. When he waves his hand that way, things happen." A string of loaded cars slid out down the track, and a string of empties took their place. Bales, crates, boxes, jars, carboys, frails, cases, and packages flew into them from the freight house as though the cars had been magnets and they iron filings. "Kia!" shrieked little Pony. "Ain't it great?" A purple-faced truckman shouldered his way to the yardmaster, and shook his fist under his nose. The yardmaster never looked up from his bundle of freight receipts. He crooked his forefinger slightly, and a tall young man in a red shirt, lounging carelessly beside him, hit the truckman under the left ear, so that he dropped, quivering and clucking, on a hay bale. 11/7/97, LYS. 14/03, 1913, 114/17/21 MB. And the 10 westbound. All straight except the 2 last. Cut 'em off at the junction. And that's all right. Pull that string." The yardmaster, with mild blue eyes, looked out over the howling truckmen at the waters in the moonlight beyond, and hummed, "All things bright and beautiful, all creatures great and small, all things wise and wonderful, the Lord good He made all." 007 moved out the cars and delivered them to the regular road engine. He had never felt quite so limp in his life before. "Curious, ain't it?" said Pony, puffing, on the next track. "You and me, if we got that man under our bumpers, we'd work him into red waste and not know what we'd done, but up there, with the steam hummin' in his boiler that awful quiet way, I know," said 007. "Makes me feel as if I'd dropped my fire and was getting cold. He is the greatest man on earth." They were at the far north end of the yard now, under a swittower, looking down on the 4-track way of the main traffic. The Boston compound was to haul 007's string to some faraway northern junction over an indifferent roadbed, and she mourned aloud for the 96-pound rails of the B and "You're young, she coughed. "You don't realize your responsibilities." "Yes, he does," said Pony, sharply, but he don't lie down under 'em. Then, with a side spurt of steam, exactly like a tough spitting, there ain't more than $15,000 worth o' freight behind her anyway, and she goes on as if 't were 100,000, same as the moguls. Excuse me, madam, but you've the track. She's stuck on a dead center again, being specially designed not to. The compound crawled across the tracks on a long slant, groaning horribly at each switch, and moving like a cow in a snowdrift. There was a little pause along the yard after her tail lights had disappeared, switches locked crisply, and everyone seemed to be waiting. "Now I'll show you something worth," said Pony. "When the Purple Emperor ain't on time, it's about time to amend the Constitution." The first stroke of 12 is, boom, went the clock in the big yard tower, and far away 007 heard a full, vibrating yah. 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 A headlight twinkled on the horizon like a star, grew an overpowering blaze, and whooped up the humming track to the roaring music of a happy giant's song, with a Mike-nai, Gig-nai, Stingel. Ja. 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 Ein, zwei, drei, Mutter. Ja. 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 She climb upon der Stiepel, und she frighten all der people. Singin' Mike-nai, Gig-nai, Stingel. Ja. Ja. The last defiant "ja, ja" was delivered a mile and a half beyond the passenger depot, but 007 had caught one glimpse of the superb six-wheel coupled racing locomotive, who hauled the pride and glory of the road, the gilt-edged Purple Emperor, the millionaire's southbound express, laying the miles over his shoulder as a man peels a shaving from a softboard. The rest was a blur of maroon enamel, a bar of white light from the electrics in the cars, and a flicker of nickel-plated handrail on the rear platform. "Ooh," said 007. 75 miles an hour these 5 miles. Baths, I've heard, barber's shop, ticker, and a library and the rest to match. Yes, sir, 75 an hour. But he'll talk to you in the roundhouse just as democratic as I would. And I, cuss my wheelbase, I'd kick clean off the track at half his gait. He's the master of our lodge. Cleans up at our house. I'll introduce you someday. He's worth knowin'. There ain't many can sing that song, either." 007 was too full of emotions to answer. He did not hear a raging of telephone bells in the switch tower, nor the man, as he leaned out and called to 007's engineer, got any steam. "'Nough to run her 100 mile out o' this, if I could," said the engineer, who belonged to the open road and hated switching. "Then get." The flying freight's ditched 40 mile out, with 50 rod o' track plowed up. No one's hurt, but both tracks are blocked. Lucky the wrecking car and derrick are this end of the yard. Crew LLB along in a minute. Hurry. You've the track. Well, I could just kick my little sawed-off self, said Pony, as 007 was backed, with a bang, onto a grim and grimy car like a caboose, but full of tools, a flat car and a derrick behind it. Some folks are one thing, and some are another, but you're in luck, kid. They push a wrecking car. Now, don't get rattled. Your wheelbase will keep you on the track, and there ain't any curves worth mentioning. Oh, say. Comanche told me there's one section o' Sorged track that's liable to jounce ye a little. 15.5 out, after the grade at Jackson's Crossing. You'll know it by a farmhouse and a windmill and 5 maples in the dooryard. Windmills west o' the maples. And there's an 80-foot iron bridge in the middle o' that section with no guardrails. See you later. Luck. Before he knew well what had happened, 007 was flying up the track into the dumb, dark world. Then fears of the night beset him. He remembered all he had ever heard of landslides, rain-piled boulders, blown trees, and strayed cattle, all that the Boston compound had ever said of responsibility, and a great deal more that came out of his own head. With a very quavering voice he whistled for his first grade crossing, an event in the life of a locomotive, and his nerves were in no way restored by the sight of a frantic horse and a white-faced man in a buggy less than a yard from his right shoulder. Then he was sure he would jump the track, felt his flanges mounting the rail at every curve, knew that his first grade would make him lie down even as Comanche had done at the Newtons. He whirled down the grade to Jackson's Crossing, saw the windmill west of the maples, felt the badly laid rails spring under him, and sweated big drops all over his boiler. At each jarring bump he believed an axle had smashed, and he took the 80-foot bridge without the guardrail like a hunted cat on the top of a fence. Then a wet leaf stuck against the glass of his headlight and threw a flying shadow on the track, so that he thought it was some little dancing animal that would feel soft if he ran over it, and anything soft underfoot frightens a locomotive as it does an elephant. But the men behind seemed quite calm. The wrecking crew were climbing carelessly from the caboose to the tender, even jesting with the engineer, for he heard a shuffling of feet among the coal, and the snatch of a song, something like this: "Oh, the Empire State must learn to wait, and the cannonball go hang." When the westbounds ditched, and the tool cars hitched, and it's way for the breakdown gang, Terra. Way for the breakdown gang. Say. Eustace knew what he was doing when he designed this rig. She's a Hummer. New, too. SNFF. Phew. She is new. That ain't paint, that's a burning pain shot through 007's right rear driver, a crippling, stinging pain. This, said 007, as he flew, is a hot box. Now I know what it means. I shall go to pieces, I guess. My first road run, too. Het a bit, ain't she? The fireman ventured to suggest to the engineer. She'll hold for all we want of her. We're most there. Guess you chaps back had better climb into your car, said the engineer, his hand on the brake lever. I've seen men snapped off, but the crew fled back with laughter. They had no wish to be jerked onto the track. The engineer half turned his wrist, and 007 found his drivers pinned firm. "Now it's come," said 007, as he yelled aloud, and slid like a sleigh. For the moment he fancied that he would jerk bodily from off his underpinning. "That must be the emergency stop that pony guyed me about," he gasped, as soon as he could think. "Hotbox emergency stop." They both hurt, but now I can talk back in the roundhouse. He was halted, all hissing hot, a few feet in the rear of what doctors would call a compound-comminuted car. His engineer was kneeling down among his drivers, but he did not call 007 his Arab steed nor cry over him, as the engineers did in the newspapers. He just bad-worded 007, and pulled yards of charred cotton waste from about the axles, and hoped he might someday catch the idiot who had packed it. Nobody else attended to him, for Evans, the Mogul's engineer, a little cut about the head, but very angry, was exhibiting, by lantern light, the mangled corpse of a slim blue pig. "'T even a decent-sized hog," he said. "'T were a shit. Dangerousest beasts they are," said one of the crew. "Get under the pilot and sort o' twiddle ye off the track, don't they?" "Don't they?" roared Evans, who was a red-headed Welshman. "You talk as if I was ditched by a hog every fool day o' the week. I ain't friends with all the cussed half-fed shots in the state o' New York. No, indeed. Yes, this is him, and look what he's done." It was not a bad night's work for one stray piglet. The flying freight seemed to have flown in every direction, for the Mogul had mounted the rails and run diagonally a few hundred feet from right to left, taking with him such cars as cared to follow. Some did not. They broke their couplers and lay down, while rear cars frolicked over them. In that game, they had plowed up and removed and twisted a good deal of the left-hand track. The Mogul himself had waddled into a cornfield, and there he knelt, fantastic wreaths of green twisted round his crankpins, his pilot covered with solid clods of field, on which corn nodded drunkenly, his fire put out with dirt. Evans had done that as soon as he recovered his senses, and his broken headlight half full of half-burned moths. His tender had thrown coal all over him, and he looked like a disreputable buffalo who had tried to wallow in a general store. For there lay scattered over the landscape, from the burst cars, typewriters, sewing machines, bicycles in crates, a consignment of silver-plated imported harness, French dresses and gloves, a dozen finely molded hardwood mantles, a 15-foot naphtha launch, with a solid brass bedstead crumpled around her bows, a case of telescopes and microscopes, 2 coffins, a case of very best candies, some gilt-edged dairy produce, butter and eggs in an omelette, a broken box of expensive toys, and a few hundred other luxuries. A camp of tramps hurried up from nowhere, and generously volunteered to help the crew. So the brakesman, armed with coupler pins, walked up and down on one side, and the freight conductor and the fireman patrolled the other with their hands in their hip pockets. A long-bearded man came out of a house beyond the cornfield, and told Evans that if the accident had happened a little later in the year, all his corn would have been burned, and accused Evans of carelessness. Then he ran away, for Evans was at his heels shrieking, "'T was his hog done it, his hog done it. Let me kill him. Let me kill him." Then the wrecking crew laughed, and the farmer put his head out of a window and said that Evans was no gentleman. But 007 was very sober. He had never seen a wreck before, and it frightened him. The crew still laughed, but they worked at the same time, and 007 forgot horror in amazement at the way they handled the Mogul freight. They dug round him with spades, they put ties in front of his wheels, and jack screws under him. They embraced him with the derrick chain and tickled him with crowbars, while 007 was hitched onto wrecked cars and backed away till the knot broke or the cars rolled clear of the track. By dawn 30 or 40 men were at work, replacing and ramming down the ties, gauging the rails and spiking them. By daylight all cars who could move had gone on in charge of another loco. The track was freed for traffic, and 007 had hauled the old Mogul over a small pavement of ties, inch by inch, till his flange spit the rail once more, and he settled down with a clank. But his spirit was broken, and his nerve was gone. "T weren't even a hog," he repeated dolefully, "T were a shit, and you of all of 'em, had to help me on." "But how in the whole long road did it happen?" asked 007, sizzling with curiosity. "Happen? It didn't happen. It just come. I sailed right on top of him around that last curve, thought he was a skunk. Yes, he was all as little as that. He hadn't more 'en squealed once 'fore I felt my bogies lift. He'd rolled right under the pilot, and I couldn't catch the track again to save me. Swiveled clean off, I was. Then I felt him sling himself along, all greasy, under my left lead-in driver, and, oh, boilers! That mounted the rail. I heard my flange zipping along the ties, and the next I knew I was playing Sally Waters in the corn, my tender shucking coal through my cab, an old man Evans lying still and bleedin' in front o' me. Shook. There ain't a stay or a bolt or a rivet in me that ain't sprung to glory somewhere." Said 007. "What do you reckon you weigh?" "Without these lumps o' dirt I'm all of 100,000 pound. And the shit?" 80. "Call him 100 pound at the outside. He's worth about $4.50. Ain't it awful? Ain't it enough to give you nervous prostration? Ain't it paralyzing? Why, I come just around that curve," and the Mogul told the tale again, for he was very badly shaken. "Well, it's all in the day's run, I guess," said 007, soothingly, "an a cornfield's pretty soft falling dot. If it had been a 60-foot bridge, and I could ha' slid off into deep water and blown up and killed both men, same as others have done, I wouldn't ha' cared, but to be ditched by a shit, and you to help me out, in a cornfield, and an old hayseed in his nightgown cussin' me like as if I was a sick truck horse. Oh, it's awful. Don't call me Mogul. I'm a sewing machine, they'll guy my sandbox off in the yard." And 007, his hot box cooled and his experience vastly enlarged, hauled the Mogul freight slowly to the roundhouse. "Hello, old man. Been out all night, hain't ye?" said the irrepressible pony, who had just come off duty. "Well, I must say you look it. Costly, perishable, fragile, immediate, that's you. Go to the shops, take them vine leaves out o' your hair, and git 'em to play the hose on you." "Leave him alone," Pony said 007 severely, as he was swung on the turntable, "or I'll didn't know the old Granger was any special friend o' yours, kid. He wasn't over civil to you last time I saw him." "I know it, but I've seen a wreck since then, and it has about scared the paint off me. I'm not going to guy anyone as long as I steam, not when they are new to the business and anxious to learn. And I'm not going to guy the old Mogul either, though I did find him wreathed around with roastin' ears. He was a little bit of a shit, not a hog, just a shit, Pony, no bigger 'en a lump of anthracite. I saw it, that made all the mess. Anybody can be ditched, I guess. Found that out already, have you? Well, that's a good beginning." It was the Purple Emperor, with his high, tight, plate glass cab and green velvet cushion, waiting to be cleaned for his next day's fly. "Let me make you two gentlemen acquainted," said Pony. "This is our Purple Emperor, kid, whom you were admiring and, I may say, envying last night. This is a new brother, worshipful sir, with most of his mileage ahead of him, but, so far as a serving brother can, I'll answer for him." "Happy to meet you," said the Purple Emperor, with a glance round the crowded roundhouse. "I guess there are enough of us here to form a full meeting." "Ahem. By virtue of the authority vested in me as head of the road, I hereby declare and pronounce No. 007 a full and accepted brother of the Amalgamated Brotherhood of Locomotives, and as such entitled to all shop, switch, track, tank, and roundhouse privileges throughout my jurisdiction, in the degree of superior flyer, it being well known and credibly reported to me that our brother has covered 41 miles in 39 minutes and a half on an errand of mercy to the afflicted. At a convenient time, I myself will communicate to you the song and signal of this degree whereby you may be recognized in the darkest night. Take your stall, newly entered brother among locomotives." Now, in the darkest night, even as the Purple Emperor said, if you will stand on the bridge across the freight yard, looking down upon the four-track way, at 2:30 a.m., neither before nor after, when the white moth, that takes the overflow from the Purple Emperor, tears south with her 7 vestibuled cream-white cars, you will hear, as the yard clock makes the half-hour, a faraway sound like the bass of a violoncello, and then, 100 feet to each word, with a Migni, Gigni, Stingel. Ja. 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 Ein, Zwei, Drei, Mutter. Ja. 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 She climb upon der Stiepel, und she frighten all der people, singing Migni, Gigni, Stingel. Ja. Ja. that is 007, covering his 156 miles in 221 minutes. The Maltese cat, they had good reason to be proud, and better reason to be afraid, all 12 of them, for though they had fought their way, game by game, up the teams entered for the polo tournament, they were meeting the Archangels that afternoon in the final match, and the Archangels' men were playing with half a dozen ponies apiece. As the game was divided into 6 quarters of 8 minutes each, that meant a fresh pony after every halt. The Skydars team, even supposing there were no accidents, could only supply 1 pony for every other change, and 2 to 1 is heavy odds. Again, as Shiraz, the Grey Syrian, pointed out, they were meeting the pink and pick of the polo ponies of Upper India, ponies that had cost from 1,000 rupees each, while they themselves were a cheap lot gathered, often from country carts, by their masters, who belonged to a poor but honest native infantry regiment. Money means pace and weight, said Shiraz, rubbing his black silk nose dolefully along his neat-fitting boot, and by the maxims of the game as I know it, but we aren't playing the maxims, said the Maltese cat. We're playing the game, and we've the great advantage of knowing the game. Just think astride, Shiraz. We've pulled up from bottom to 2nd place in 2 weeks against all those fellows on the ground here. That's because we play with our heads as well as our feet. It makes me feel undersized and unhappy all the same, said Kitterwink, a mouse-colored mare with a red brow band and the cleanest pair of legs that ever an aged pony owned. They've twice our style, these others. Kitterwink looked at the gathering and sighed. The hard, dusty polo ground was lined with thousands of soldiers, black and white, not counting hundreds and hundreds of carriages and drags and dog-carts, and ladies with brilliant-colored parasols, and officers in uniform and out of it, and crowds of natives behind them, and orderlies on camels, who had halted to watch the game, instead of carrying letters up and down the station, and native horse dealers running about on thin-eared Bilachi mares, looking for a chance to sell a few first-class polo ponies. Then there were the ponies of 30 teams that had entered for the Upper India Free-for-All Cup, nearly every pony of worth and dignity, from How to Peshawar, from Allahabad to Multan, prize ponies, Arabs, Syrian, Bab, country-bred, Dakhani, Wazi, and Kabul ponies of every color and shape and temper that you could imagine. Some of them were in mat-roofed stables, close to the polo ground, but most were under saddle, while their masters, who had been defeated in the earlier games, trotted in and out and told the world exactly how the game should be played. It was a glorious sight, and the come and go of the little, quick hooves, and the incessant salutations of ponies that had met before on other polo grounds or race courses were enough to drive a four-footed thing wild. But the Skydars team were careful not to know their neighbors, though half the ponies on the ground were anxious to scrape acquaintance with the little fellows that had come from the north, and, so far, had swept the board. "Let's see," said a soft gold-colored Arab, who had been playing very badly the day before, to the Maltese cat. "Didn't we meet in Abdul Rahman's stable in Bombay, 4 seasons ago?" I won the Pakpatan Cup next season, you may remember. Not me, said the Maltese cat, politely. I was at Malta then, pulling a vegetable cart. I don't race. I play the game. Oh, said the Arab, cocking his tail and swaggering off. Keep yourselves to yourselves, said the Maltese cat to his companions. We don't want to rub noses with all those goose-rumped half-breeds of Upper India. When we've won this cup they'll give their shoes to know us. We shan't win the cup, said Shiraz. How do you feel? Stale as last night's feed when a muskrat has run over it, said Polaris, a rather heavy-shouldered grey, and the rest of the team agreed with him. The sooner you forget that the better, said the Maltese cat, cheerfully. They've finished tiffin in the big tent. We shall be wanted now. If your saddles are not comfy, kick. If your bits aren't easy, rear, and let the sizes know whether your boots are tight. Each pony had his size, his groom, who lived and ate and slept with the animal, and had bet a good deal more than he could afford on the result of the game. There was no chance of anything going wrong, but to make sure, each size was shampooing the legs of his pony to the last minute. Behind the sizes sat as many of the Skydars regiment as had leave to attend the match, about half the native officers, and 100 or 2 dark, black-bearded men with the regimental pipers nervously fingering the big, baraband bagpipes. The Skydars were what they call a pioneer regiment, and the bagpipes made the national music of half their men. The native officers held bundles of polo sticks, long cane-handled mallets, and as the grandstand filled after lunch they arranged themselves by ones and twos at different points round the ground, so that if a stick were broken the player would not have far to ride for a new one. An impatient British cavalry band struck up "If You Want to Know the Time," ask a policeman, and the 2 umpires in light dust coats danced out on 2 little excited ponies. The 4 players of the Archangel's team followed, and the sight of their beautiful mounts made Shiraz groan again. Wait till we know, said the Maltese cat. 2 of them are playing in blinkers, and that means they can't see to get out of the way of their own side, or they may shy at the umpire's ponies. They've all got white web reins that are sure to stretch or slip. And said Kitterwink, dancing to take the stiffness out of her, they carry their whips in their hands instead of on their wrists. Ha! True enough. No man can manage his stick and his reins and his whip that way, said the Maltese cat. I've fallen over every square yard of the Malta ground, and I ought to know. He quivered his little, flea-bitten withers just to show how satisfied he felt, but his heart was not so light. Ever since he had drifted into India on a troop ship, taken, with an old rifle, as part payment for a racing debt, the Maltese cat had played and preached polo to the Skydars team on the Skydars stony polo ground. Now a polo pony is like a poet. If he is born with a love for the game, he can be made. The Maltese cat knew that bamboos grew solely in order that polo balls might be turned from their roots, that grain was given to ponies to keep them in hard condition, and that ponies were shod to prevent them slipping on a turn. But, besides all these things, he knew every trick and device of the finest game in the world, and for 2 seasons had been teaching the others all he knew or guessed. "Remember," he said for the 100th time, as the riders came up, "we must play together, and you must play with your heads. Whatever happens, follow the ball. Who goes out first?" Kitawink, Shiraz, Polaris, and a short high little bay fellow with tremendous hocks and no withers worth speaking of, he was called Corks, were being girthed up, and the soldiers in the background stared with all their eyes. "I want you men to keep quiet," said Lutyens, the captain of the team, "and especially not to blow your pipes." "Not if we win, Captain Sahib?" asked the piper. "If we win you can do what you please," said Lutyens, with a smile, as he slipped the loop of his stick over his wrist, and wheeled to canter to his place. The Archangel's ponies were a little bit above themselves on account of the many-colored crowd so close to the ground. Their riders were excellent players, but they were a team of crack players instead of a crack team, and that made all the difference in the world. They honestly meant to play together, but it is very hard for 4 men, each the best of the team he is picked from, to remember that in polo no brilliancy in hitting or riding makes up for playing alone. Their captain shouted his orders to them by name, and it is a curious thing that if you call his name aloud in public after an Englishman you make him hot and fretty. Lutyens said nothing to his men, because it had all been said before. He pulled up Shiraz, for he was playing back to guard the goal. Powell on Polaris was half-back, and McNamara and Hughes on Corks and Kitawink were forwards. The tough, bamboo ball was set in the middle of the ground, 150 yards from the ends, and Hughes crossed sticks, heads up, with the captain of the Archangels, who saw fit to play forward. That is a place from which you cannot easily control your team. The little click as the cane shafts met was heard all over the ground, and then Hughes made some sort of quick wrist stroke that just dribbled the ball a few yards. Kitawink knew that stroke of old, and followed as a cat follows a mouse. While the captain of the Archangels was wrenching his pony round, Hughes struck with all his strength, and next instant Kitawink was away, Corks following close behind her, their little feet pattering like raindrops on glass. "Pull out to the left," said Kitawink between her teeth, "it's coming your way, Corks." The back and half-back of the Archangels were tearing down on her just as she was within reach of the ball. Hughes leaned forward with a loose rein, and cut it away to the left almost under Kitawink's foot, and it hopped and skipped off to Corks, who saw that, if he was not quick it would run beyond the boundaries. That long bouncing drive gave the Archangels time to wheel and send 3 men across the ground to head off Corks. Kitawink stayed where she was, for she knew the game. Corks was on the ball half a fraction of a second before the others came up, and McNamara, with a backhanded stroke, sent it back across the ground to Hughes, who saw the way clear to the Archangel's goal, and smacked the ball in before anyone quite knew what had happened. "That's luck," said Corks, as they changed ends. A goal in 3 minutes for 3 hits, and no riding to speak of. Don't know, said Polaris. We've made 'em angry too soon. Shouldn't wonder if they tried to rush us off our feet next time. Keep the ball hanging, then, said Shiraz. That wears out every pony that is not used to it. Next time there was no easy galloping across the ground. All the archangels closed up as one man, but there they stayed, for Corks, Kitterwink, and Polaris were somewhere on the top of the ball, marking time among the rattling sticks, while Shiraz circled about outside, waiting for a chance. We can do this all day, said Polaris, ramming his quarters into the side of another pony. Where do you think you're shoving to? I'll be driven in an eka if I know, was the gasping reply, and I'd give a week's feed to get my blinkers off. I can't see anything. The dust is rather bad. Phew. That was one for my off-hock. Where's the ball, Corks? Under my tail. At least, the man's looking for it there. This is beautiful. They can't use their sticks, and it's driving 'em wild. Give old Blinkers a push and then he'll go over. Here, don't touch me. I can't see. I'll back out, I think, said the pony in Blinkers, who knew that if you can't see all round your head, you cannot prop yourself against the shock. Corks was watching the ball where it lay in the dust, close to his near foreleg, with McNamara's shortened stick tap-tapping it from time to time. Kitterwink was edging her way out of the scrimmage, whisking her stump of a tail with nervous excitement. Ho! They've got it, she snorted. Let me out, and she galloped like a rifle bullet just behind a tall lanky pony of the Archangels, whose rider was swinging up his stick for a stroke. Not today, thank you, said Hughes, as the blow slid off his raised stick, and Kitterwink laid her shoulder to the tall pony's quarters, and shoved him aside just as Lutyens on Shiraz sent the ball where it had come from, and the tall pony went skating and slipping away to the left. Kitterwink, seeing that Polaris had joined Corks in the chase for the ball up the ground, dropped into Polaris' place, and then time was called. The Skydar's ponies wasted no time in kicking or fuming. They knew that each minute's rest meant so much gain, and trotted off to the rails and their sizes, who began to scrape and blanket and rub them at once. Phew, said Corks, stiffening up to get all the tickle of the big vulcanite scraper. If we were playing pony for pony, we would bend those Archangels double in half an hour. But they'll bring up fresh ones and fresh ones and fresh ones after that, you see. Who cares, said Polaris. We've drawn first blood. Is my hock swelling? Looks puffy, said Corks. You must have had rather a wipe. Don't let it stiffen. You'll be wanted again in half an hour. What's the game like? Said the Maltese cat. Grounds like your shoe, except where they put too much water on it, said Kitterwink. Then it's slippery. Don't play in the center. There's a bog there. I don't know how their next four are going to behave, but we kept the ball hanging, and made 'em lather for nothing. Who goes out? 2 Arabs and a couple of countrybreds. That's bad. What a comfort it is to wash your mouth out. Kitty was talking with the neck of a lather-covered soda water bottle between her teeth, and trying to look over her withers at the same time. This gave her a very coquettish air. "What's bad?" said Grey Dawn, giving to the girth and admiring his well-set shoulders. "You Arabs can't gallop fast enough to keep yourselves warm. That's what Kitty means," said Polaris, limping to show that his hock needed attention. "Are you playing back, Grey Dawn?" "Looks like it," said Grey Dawn, as Liu Tian swung himself up. Powell mounted the rabbit, a plain bay countrybred much like Cork's, but with mulish ears. McNamara took Faiz Allah, a handy, short-backed little red Arab with a long tail, and Hughes mounted Benami, an old and sullen brown beast, who stood over in front more than a polo pony should. "Benami looks like business," said Shiraz. "How's your temper, Ben?" The old campaigner hobbled off without answering, and the Maltese cat looked at the new Archangel ponies prancing about on the ground. They were 4 beautiful blacks, and they saddled big enough and strong enough to eat the Skydar's team and gallop away with the meal inside them. "Blinkers again," said the Maltese cat. "Good enough." "They're chargers, cavalry chargers," said Kitterwink, indignantly. "They'll never see 13-3 again. They've all been fairly measured, and they've all got their certificates," said the Maltese cat, "or they wouldn't be here. We must take things as they come along, and keep your eyes on the ball." The game began, but this time the Skydars were penned to their own end of the ground, and the watching ponies did not approve of that. "Faiz Allah is shirking, as usual," said Polaris, with a scornful grunt. "Faiz Allah is eating whip," said Corks. They could hear the leather-thonged polo quirt lacing the little fellow's well-rounded barrel. Then the rabbit's shrill neigh came across the ground. "I can't do all the work," he cried, desperately. "Play the game, don't talk," the Maltese cat whickered, and all the ponies wriggled with excitement, and the soldiers and the grooms gripped the railings and shouted. A black pony with blinkers had singled out old Benami, and was interfering with him in every possible way. They could see Benami shaking his head up and down, and flapping his underlip. "There'll be a fall in a minute," said Polaris. "Benami is getting stuffy." The game flickered up and down between goalpost and goalpost, and the black ponies were getting more confident as they felt they had the legs of the others. The ball was hit out of a little scrimmage, and Benami and the rabbit followed it, Faiz Allah only too glad to be quiet for an instant. The blinkered black pony came up like a hawk, with 2 of his own side behind him, and Benami's eye glittered as he raced. The question was which pony should make way for the other, for each rider was perfectly willing to risk a fall in a good cause. The black, who had been driven nearly crazy by his blinkers, trusted to his weight and his temper, but Benami knew how to apply his weight and how to keep his temper. They met, and there was a cloud of dust. The black was lying on his side, all the breath knocked out of his body. The rabbit was 100 yards up the ground with the ball, and Benami was sitting down. He had slid nearly 10 yards on his tail, but he had had his revenge, and sat cracking his nostrils till the black pony rose. "That's what you get for interfering." "Do you want any more?" said Benami, and he plunged into the game. Nothing was done that quarter, because Faiz Allah would not gallop, though McNamara beat him whenever he could spare a second. The fall of the black pony had impressed his companions tremendously, and so the archangels could not profit by Faiz Allah's bad behavior. But as the Maltese cat said when time was called, and the four came back blowing and dripping, Faiz Allah ought to have been kicked all round Umballa. If he did not behave better next time, the Maltese cat promised to pull out his Arab tail by the roots and eat it. There was no time to talk, for the third four were ordered out. The third quarter of a game is generally the hottest, for each side thinks that the others must be pumped, and most of the winning play in a game is made about that time. Lutyens took over the Maltese cat with a pat and a hug, for Lutyens valued him more than anything else in the world. Powell had Shikast, a little grey rat with no pedigree and no manners outside polo. McNamara mounted Bamboo, the largest of the team, and Hughes Who's Who, alias the Animal. He was supposed to have Australian blood in his veins, but he looked like a clothes horse, and you could whack his legs with an iron crowbar without hurting him. They went out to meet the very flower of the Archangel's team, and when Who's Who saw their elegantly booted legs and their beautiful satin skins, he grinned a grin through his light, well-worn bridle. "My word," said Who's Who. "We must give them a little football. These gentlemen need a rubbing down." "No biting," said the Maltese cat, warningly, for once or twice in his career Who's Who had been known to forget himself in that way. "Who said anything about biting? I'm not playing tiddlywinks. I'm playing the game." The Archangels came down like a wolf on the fold, for they were tired of football, and they wanted polo. They got it more and more. Just after the game began, Lutyens hit a ball that was coming towards him rapidly, and it rolled in the air, as a ball sometimes will, with the whirl of a frightened partridge. Shikast heard, but could not see it for the minute, though he looked everywhere and up into the air as the Maltese cat had taught him. When he saw it ahead and overhead, he went forward with Powell as fast as he could put foot to ground. It was then that Powell, a quiet and level-headed man, as a rule, became inspired, and played a stroke that sometimes comes off successfully after long practice. He took his stick in both hands, and, standing up in his stirrups, swiped at the ball in the air, Munipour fashion. There was 1 second of paralyzed astonishment, and then all four sides of the ground went up in a yell of applause and delight as the ball flew true. You could see the amazed archangels ducking in their saddles to dodge the line of flight, and looking at it with open mouths, and the regimental pipes of the skydars squealed from the railings as long as the pipers had breath. Shikast heard the stroke, but he heard the head of the stick fly off at the same time. 999 ponies out of 1,000 would have gone tearing on after the ball with a useless player pulling at their heads. But Powell knew him, and he knew Powell, and the instant he felt Powell's right leg shift a trifle on the saddle flap, he headed to the boundary, where a native officer was frantically waving a new stick. Before the shouts had ended, Powell was armed again. Once before in his life the Maltese cat had heard that very same stroke played off his own back, and had profited by the confusion it wrought. This time he acted on experience, and leaving Bamboo to guard the goal in case of accidents, came through the others like a flash, head and tail low. Liu Tian's standing up to ease him, swept on and on before the other side knew what was the matter, and nearly pitched on his head between the Archangel's goalpost as Liu Tian's kicked the ball in after a straight scurry of 150 yards. If there was one thing more than another upon which the Maltese cat prided himself, it was on this quick, streaking kind of run half across the ground. He did not believe in taking balls round the field unless you were clearly overmatched. After this they gave the Archangels 5-minuted football, and an expensive fast pony hates football because it rumples his temper. Who's Who showed himself even better than Polaris in this game. He did not permit any wriggling away, but bored joyfully into the scrimmage as if he had his nose in a feed box and was looking for something nice. Little Shikast jumped on the ball the minute it got clear, and every time an Archangel pony followed it, he found Shikast standing over it, asking what was the matter. "If we can live through this quarter," said the Maltese cat, "I shan't care. Don't take it out of yourselves. Let them do the lathering." So the ponies, as their riders explained afterwards, shut up. The Archangels kept them tied fast in front of their goal, but it cost the Archangels' ponies all that was left of their tempers, and ponies began to kick, and men began to repeat compliments, and they chopped at the legs of Who's Who, and he set his teeth and stayed where he was, and the dust stood up like a tree over the scrimmage until that hot quarter ended. They found the ponies very excited and confident when they went to their sizes, and the Maltese cat had to warn them that the worst of the game was coming. "Now we are all going in for the second time," said he, "and they are trotting out fresh ponies. You think you can gallop, but you'll find you can't, and then you'll be sorry." "But 2-0 is a halt-along lead," said Kitterwink, prancing. "How long does it take to get a goal?" The Maltese cat answered. "For pity's sake, don't run away with the notion that the game is half won just because we happen to be in luck now. They'll ride you into the grandstand, if they can. You must not give them a chance. Follow the ball." "Football, as usual," said Polaris. "My hock's half as big as a nosebag. Don't let them have a look at the ball, if you can help it. Now leave me alone. I must get all the rest I can before the last quarter." He hung down his head and let all his muscles go slack, Shikast, Bamboo, and Who's Who copying his example. "Better not watch the game," he said. "We aren't playing, and we shall only take it out of ourselves if we grow anxious. Look at the ground and pretend it's fly time. They did their best, but it was hard advice to follow. The hooves were drumming and the sticks were rattling all up and down the ground, and yells of applause from the English troops told that the archangels were pressing the skydars hard. The native soldiers behind the ponies groaned and grunted, and said things in undertones, and presently they heard a long-drawn shout and a clatter of hurrahs. One to the archangels said Shikast, without raising his head. Time's nearly up. Oh, my sire and damn. Faiz Allah, said the Maltese cat, if you don't play to the last nail in your shoes this time, I'll kick you on the ground before all the other ponies. I'll do my best when my time comes, said the little Arab, sturdily. The sizes looked at each other gravely as they rubbed their ponies' legs. This was the time when long purses began to tell, and everybody knew it. Kitterwink and the others came back, the sweat dripping over their hooves and their tails telling sad stories. They're better than we are, said Shiraz. I knew how it would be. Shut your big head, said the Maltese cat, we've one goal to the good yet. Yes, but it's 2 Arabs and 2 countrybreds to play now, said Corks. Faiz Allah, remember. He spoke in a biting voice. As Liu Tian's mounted grey dawn, he looked at his men, and they did not look pretty. They were covered with dust and sweat in streaks. Their yellow boots were almost black, their wrists were red and lumpy, and their eyes seemed 2 inches deep in their heads, but the expression in the eyes was satisfactory. Did you take anything at tiffin? Said Liu Tian's, and the team shook their heads. They were too dry to talk. All right. The archangels did. They are worse pumped than we are. They've got the better ponies, said Powell. I shan't be sorry when this business is over. That 5th quarter was a painful one in every way. Faiz Allah played like a little red demon, and the rabbit seemed to be everywhere at once, and Benami rode straight at anything and everything that came in his way, while the umpires on their ponies wheeled like gulls outside the shifting game. But the archangels had the better mounts. They had kept their racers till late in the game, and never allowed the skydars to play football. They hit the ball up and down the width of the ground till Benami and the rest were outpaced. Then they went forward, and time and again Liu Tian's and Grey Dawn were just, and only just, able to send the ball away with a long, spitting backhander. Grey Dawn forgot that he was an Arab, and turned from grey to blue as he galloped. Indeed, he forgot too well, for he did not keep his eyes on the ground as an Arab should, but stuck out his nose and scuttled for the dear honor of the game. They had watered the ground once or twice between the quarters, and a careless waterman had emptied the last of his skinful all in one place near the Skydar's goal. It was close to the end of the play, and for the 10th time Grey Dawn was bolting after the ball, when his near hind foot slipped on the greasy mud, and he rolled over and over, pitching Liu Tian's just clear of the goal post, and the triumphant archangels made their goal. Then time was called, 2 goals all, but Liu Tian's had to be helped up, and Grey Dawn rose with his near hind leg strained somewhere. What's the damage? Said Powell, his arm around Liu Tian's collarbone. Of course, said Liu Tian's, between his teeth. It was the third time he had broken it in 2 years, and it hurt him. Powell and the others whistled. Game's up, said Hughes. Hold on. We've 5 good minutes yet, and it isn't my right hand. We'll stick it out. I say, said the captain of the Archangels, trotting up. Are you hurt, Liu Tian's? We'll wait if you care to put in a substitute. I mean, the fact is, you fellows deserve this game if any team does. Wish we could give you a man, or some of our ponies, or something. You awfully good, but we'll play it to a finish, I think. The captain of the Archangels stared for a little. That's not half bad, he said, and went back to his own side, while Liu Tian's borrowed a scarf from one of his native officers and made a sling of it. Then an Archangel galloped up with a big bath sponge, and advised Liu Tian's to put it under his armpit to ease his shoulder, and between them they tied up his left arm scientifically, and one of the native officers leaped forward with 4 long glasses that fizzed and bubbled. The team looked at Liu Tian's piteously, and he nodded. It was the last quarter, and nothing would matter after that. They drank out the dark golden drink, and wiped their moustaches, and things looked more hopeful. The Maltese cat had put his nose into the front of Liu Tian's shirt and was trying to say how sorry he was. He knows, said Liu Tian's, proudly. The beggar knows. I've played him without a bridle before now, for fun. It's no fun now, said Powell. But we haven't a decent substitute. No, said Liu Tian's. It's the last quarter, and we've got to make our goal and win. I'll trust the cat. If you fall this time, you'll suffer a little, said McNamara. I'll trust the cat, said Liu Tian's. You hear that, said the Maltese cat, proudly, to the others. It's worthwhile playing polo for 10 years to have that said of you. Now then, my sons, come along. We'll kick up a little bit, just to show the Archangels this team haven't suffered. And, sure enough, as they went onto the ground, the Maltese cat, after satisfying himself that Liu Tian's was home in the saddle, kicked out 3 or 4 times, and Liu Tian's laughed. The reins were caught up anyhow in the tips of his strapped left hand, and he never pretended to rely on them. He knew the cat would answer to the least pressure of the leg, and by way of showing off, for his shoulder hurt him very much, he bent the little fellow in a close figure of 8 in and out between the goal posts. There was a roar from the native officers and men, who dearly loved a piece of dagabashi, horse trick work, as they called it, and the pipes very quietly and scornfully droned out the first bars of a common bazaar tune called Freshly Fresh and Newly New, just as a warning to the other regiments that the Skydars were fit. All the natives laughed. And now, said the Maltese cat, as they took their place, remember that this is the last quarter, and follow the ball. Don't need to be told, said Who's Who. Let me go on. All those people on all 4 sides will begin to crowd in, just as they did at Malta. You'll hear people calling out, and moving forward and being pushed back, and that is going to make the Archangel ponies very unhappy. But if a ball is struck to the boundary, you go after it, and let the people get out of your way. I went over the pole of a 4-in-hand once, and picked a game out of the dust by it. Back me up when I run, and follow the ball. There was a sort of an all-round sound of sympathy and wonder as the last quarter opened, and then there began exactly what the Maltese cat had foreseen. People crowded in close to the boundaries, and the Archangel's ponies kept looking sideways at the narrowing space. If you know how a man feels to be cramped at tennis, not because he wants to run out of the court, but because he likes to know that he can at a pinch, you will guess how ponies must feel when they are playing in a box of human beings. "I'll bend some of those men if I can get away," said Who's Who, as he rocketed behind the ball, and Bamboo nodded without speaking. They were playing the last ounce in them, and the Maltese cat had left the goal undefended to join them. Aleutians gave him every order that he could to bring him back, but this was the first time in his career that the little wise grey had ever played polo on his own responsibility, and he was going to make the most of it. "What are you doing here?" said Hughes, as the cat crossed in front of him and rode off an Archangel. "The cat's in charge, mind the goal," shouted Aleutians, and bowing forward hit the ball full, and followed on, forcing the Archangels towards their own goal. "No football," said the Maltese cat. "Keep the ball by the boundaries and cramp 'em. Play open order, and drive 'em to the boundaries." Across and across the ground in big diagonals flew the ball, and whenever it came to a flying rush and a stroke close to the boundaries, the Archangel ponies moved stiffly. They did not care to go headlong at a wall of men and carriages, though if the ground had been open they could have turned on a sixpence. "Wriggle her up the sides," said the cat. "Keep her close to the crowd. They hate the carriages. She cast, keep her up this side." She cast, and Powell lay left and right behind the uneasy scuffle of an open scrimmage, and every time the ball was hit away she cast galloped on it at such an angle that Powell was forced to hit it towards the boundary, and when the crowd had been driven away from that side, Aleutians would send the ball over to the other, and Shikast would slide desperately after it till his friends came down to help. It was billiards, and no football, this time, billiards in a corner pocket, and the cues were not well chalked. "If they get us out in the middle of the ground they'll walk away from us." "Dribble her along the sides," cried the Maltese cat. So they dribbled all along the boundary, where a pony could not come on their right-hand side, and the Archangels were furious, and the umpires had to neglect the game to shout at the people to get back, and several blundering mounted policemen tried to restore order, all close to the scrimmage, and the nerves of the Archangels' ponies stretched and broke like cobwebs. 5 or 6 times an Archangel hit the ball up into the middle of the ground, and each time the watchful Shikast gave Powell his chance to send it back, and after each return, when the dust had settled, men could see that the Skydars had gained a few yards. Every now and again there were shouts of "side," "offside," from the spectators, but the teams were too busy to care, and the umpires had all they could do to keep their maddened ponies clear of the scuffle. At last Liu Tian's missed a short easy stroke, and the Skydars had to fly back helter-skelter to protect their own goal, Shikast leading. Powell stopped the ball with a backhander when it was not 50 yards from the goalposts, and Shikast spun round with a wrench that nearly hoisted Powell out of his saddle. "Now's our last chance," said the cat, wheeling like a cockchafer on a pin. "We've got to ride it out. Come along." Liu Tian's felt the little chap take a deep breath, and, as it were, crouch under his rider. The ball was hopping towards the right-hand boundary, an archangel riding for it with both spurs and a whip, but neither spur nor whip would make his pony stretch himself as he neared the crowd. The Maltese cat glided under his very nose, picking up his hind legs sharp, for there was not a foot to spare between his quarters and the other pony's bit. It was as neat an exhibition as fancy figure skating. Liu Tian's hit with all the strength he had left, but the stick slipped a little in his hand, and the ball flew off to the left instead of keeping close to the boundary. Who's Who was far across the ground, thinking hard as he galloped. He repeated stride for stride the cat's maneuvers with another archangel pony, nipping the ball away from under his bridle, and clearing his opponent by half a fraction of an inch, for Who's Who was clumsy behind. Then he drove away towards the right as the Maltese cat came up from the left, and Bamboo held a middle course exactly between them. The three were making a sort of government broad arrow-shaped attack, and there was only the archangel's back to guard the goal, but immediately behind them were three archangels racing all they knew, and mixed up with them was Powell sending Shikast along on what he felt was their last hope. It takes a very good man to stand up to the rush of 7 crazy ponies in the last quarters of a cup game, when men are riding with their necks for sale, and the ponies are delirious. The archangel's back missed his stroke and pulled aside just in time to let the rush go by. Bamboo and Who's Who shortened stride to give the cat room, and Liu Tian's got the goal with a clean, smooth, smacking stroke that was heard all over the field. But there was no stopping the ponies. They poured through the goalposts in one mixed mob, winners and losers together, for the pace had been terrific. The Maltese cat knew by experience what would happen, and, to save Liu Tian's, turned to the right with one last effort, that strained a back sinew beyond hope of repair. As he did so he heard the right-hand goalpost crack as a pony cannoned into it, crack, splinter and fall like a mast. It had been sawed 3 parts through in case of accidents, but it upset the pony nevertheless, and he blundered into another, who blundered into the left-hand post, and then there was confusion and dust and wood. Bamboo was lying on the ground, seeing stars. An archangel pony rolled beside him, breathless and angry. Shikast had sat down dog-fashion to avoid falling over the others, and was sliding along on his little bobtail in a cloud of dust, and Powell was sitting on the ground, hammering with his stick and trying to cheer. All the others were shouting at the top of what was left of their voices, and the men who had been spilt were shouting too. As soon as the people saw no one was hurt, 10,000 native and English shouted and clapped and yelled, and before anyone could stop them the pipers of the Skydars broke onto the ground, with all the native officers and men behind them, and marched up and down, playing a wild northern tune called Zakmbagan, and through the insolent blaring of the pipes and the high-pitched native yells you could hear the Archangel's band hammering, for they are all jolly good fellows. And then, reproachfully to the losing team, "Ooh, Kafuzalam! Kafuzalam! Kafuzalam!" Besides all these things and many more, there was a commander-in-chief, and an inspector-general of cavalry, and the principal veterinary officer of all India standing on the top of a regimental coach, yelling like schoolboys, and brigadiers and colonels and commissioners, and hundreds of pretty ladies joined the chorus. But the Maltese cat stood with his head down, wondering how many legs were left to him, and Lutyens watched the men and ponies pick themselves out of the wreck of the 2 goal posts, and he patted the Maltese cat very tenderly. "I say," said the captain of the Archangels, spitting a pebble out of his mouth, "will you take 3,000 for that pony, as he stands?" "No, thank you. I've an idea he's saved my life," said Lutyens, getting off and lying down at full length. Both teams were on the ground too, waving their boots in the air, and coughing and drawing deep breaths, as the sizes ran up to take away the ponies, and an officious water carrier sprinkled the players with dirty water till they sat up. "My aunt," said Powell, rubbing his back, and looking at the stumps of the goal posts, "that was a game. They played it over again, every stroke of it, that night at the big dinner, when the free-for-all cup was filled and passed down the table, and emptied and filled again, and everybody made most eloquent speeches. About 2 in the morning, when there might have been some singing, a wise little, plain little, grey little head looked in through the open door. "Hurrah! Bring him in," said the Archangels, and his size, who was very happy indeed, patted the Maltese cat on the flank, and he limped into the blaze of light and the glittering uniforms, looking for Lutyens. He was used to messes, and men's bedrooms, and places where ponies are not usually encouraged, and in his youth had jumped on and off a mess table for a bet. So he behaved himself very politely, and ate bread dipped in salt, and was petted all round the table, moving gingerly, and they drank his health, because he had done more to win the cup than any man or horse on the ground. That was glory and honor enough for the rest of his days, and the Maltese cat did not complain much when the veterinary surgeon said that he would be no good for polo any more. When Lutyens married, his wife did not allow him to play, so he was forced to be an umpire, and his pony on these occasions was a flea-bitten grey with a neat polo tail, lame all round, but desperately quick on his feet, and, as everybody knew, past pluperfect prestissimo player of the game. Bred upon the waters. If you remember my improper friend Bruggelesmith, you will also bear in mind his friend Mphi, chief engineer of the Breslau, whose dinghy Bruggelesmith tried to steal. His apologies for the performances of Bruggelesmith may one day be told in their proper place. The tale before us concerns Mphi. He was never a racing engineer, and took special pride in saying as much before the Liverpool men, but he had a 32 years' knowledge of machinery and the humours of ships. One side of his face had been wrecked through the bursting of a pressure gauge in the days when men knew less than they do now, and his nose rose grandly out of the wreck, like a club in a public riot. There were cuts and lumps on his head, and he would guide your forefinger through his short iron grey hair and tell you how he had come by his trademarks. He owned all sorts of certificates of extra competency, and at the bottom of his cabin chest of drawers, where he kept the photograph of his wife, were 2 or 3 Royal Humane Society medals for saving lives at sea. Professionally, it was different when crazy steerage passengers jumped overboard. Professionally, McPhee does not approve of saving life at sea, and he has often told me that a new hell awaits stokers and trimmers who sign for a strong man's pay and fall sick the second day out. He believes in throwing boots at 4th and 5th engineers when they wake him up at night with word that a bearing is red ho, all because a lamp's glare is reflected red from the twirling metal. He believes that there are only 2 poets in the world, one being Robert Burns, of course, and the other Gerald Massey. When he has time for novels he reads Wilkie Collins and Charles Reade, chiefly the latter, and knows whole pages of very hard cash by heart. In the saloon his table is next to the captain's, and he drinks only water while his engines work. He was good to me when we first met, because I did not ask questions, and believed in Charles Reade as a most shamefully neglected author. Later he approved of my writings to the extent of one pamphlet of 24 pages that I wrote for Holduck, Steiner and Chase, owners of the line, when they bought some ventilating patent and fitted it to the cabins of the Breslau, Spandau, and Coltsaw. The purser of the Breslau recommended me to Holduck's secretary for the job, and Holduck, who is a Wesleyan Methodist, invited me to his house, and gave me dinner with the governess when the others had finished, and placed the plans and specifications in my hand, and I wrote the pamphlet that same afternoon. It was called Comfort in the Cabin and brought me £7.10, cash down, an important sum of money in those days, and the governess, who was teaching Master John Holduck his scales, told me that Mrs. Holduck had told her to keep an eye on me, in case I went away with coats from the hat rack. McPhee liked that pamphlet enormously, for it was composed in the Bouverie Byzantine style, with Baroque and Rococo embellishments, and afterwards he introduced me to Mrs. McPhee, who succeeded Dinah in my heart, for Dinah was half a world away, and it is wholesome and antiseptic to love such a woman as Janet McPhee. They lived in a little 12-pound house, close to the shipping. When McPhee was away Mrs. McPhee read the Lloyd's column in the papers, and called on the wives of senior engineers of equal social standing. Once or twice, too, Mrs. Holduck visited Mrs. McPhee in a brougham with celluloid fittings, and I have reason to believe that, after she had played owner's wife long enough, they talked scandal. The Holducks lived in an old-fashioned house with a big brick garden not a mile from the McPhees, for they stayed by their money as their money stayed by them, and in summer you met their brougham solemnly junketing by Thaydon Bois or Loughton. But I was Mrs. McPhee's friend, for she allowed me to convoy her westward, sometimes, to theatres where she sobbed or laughed or shivered with a simple heart, and she introduced me to a new world of doctors' wives, captains' wives, and engineers' wives, whose whole talk and thought centered in and about ships and lines of ships you have never heard of. There were sailing ships, with stewards and mahogany and maple saloons, trading to Australia, taking cargoes of consumptives and hopeless drunkards for whom a sea voyage was recommended. There were frowsy little West African boats, full of rats and cockroaches, where men died anywhere but in their bunks. There were Brazilian boats whose cabins could be hired for merchandise, that went out loaded nearly awash. There were Zanzibar and Mauritius steamers and wonderful reconstructed boats that plied to the other tide of Borneo. These were loved and known, for they earned our bread and a little butter, and we despised the big Atlantic boats, and made fun of the P&O and Orient liners, and swore by our respective owners, Wesleyan, Baptist, or Presbyterian, as the case might be. I had only just come back to England when Mrs. McPhee invited me to dinner at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the note paper was almost bridal in its scented creaminess. When I reached the house I saw that there were new curtains in the window that must have cost 4 to 5 shillings a pair, and as Mrs. McPhee drew me into the little marble-papered hall, she looked at me keenly, and cried, "Have ye not heard? What do ye think o' the hat-rack?" Now, that hat-rack was oak, 30 shillings, at least. McPhee came downstairs with a sober foot. He steps as lightly as a cat, for all his weight, when he is at sea, and shook hands in a new and awful manner, a parody of old Holduck's style when he says goodbye to his skippers. I perceived at once that a legacy had come to him, but I held my peace, though Mrs. McPhee begged me every 30 seconds to eat a great deal and say nothing. It was rather a mad sort of meal, because McPhee and his wife took hold of hands like little children. They always do after voyages, and nodded and winked and choked and gurgled, and hardly ate a mouthful. A female servant came in and waited, though Mrs. McPhee had told me time and again that she would thank no one to do her housework while she had her health. But this was a servant with a cap, and I saw Mrs. McPhee swell and swell under her garan-scollard gown. There is no small freeboard to Janet McPhee, nor is garance any subdued tint. And with all this unexplained pride and glory in the air I felt like watching fireworks without knowing the festival. When the maid had removed the cloth she brought a pineapple that would have cost half a guinea at that season. Only McPhee has his own way of getting such things, and a Canton china bowl of dried lychis, and a glass plate of preserved ginger, and a small jar of sacred and imperial chow chow that perfumed the room. McPhee gets it from a Dutchman in Java, and I think he doctors it with liqueurs. But the crown of the feast was some Madeira of the kind you can only come by if you know the wine and the man. A little maize-wrapped fig of clotted Madeira cigars went with the wine, and the rest was a pale blue smoky silence. Janet, in her splendor, smiling on us too, and patting McPhee's hand. "We'll drink," said McPhee, slowly, rubbing his chin, "to the eternal damnation o' Holduck, Steiner and Chase." Of course I answered amen, though I had made £7 10 out of the firm. McPhee's enemies were mine, and I was drinking his Madeira. You've heard nothing, said Janet. Not a word, not a whisper. Not a word, nor a whisper. On my word, I have not. Tell him, Mac, said she, and that is another proof of Janet's goodness and wifely love. A smaller woman would have babbled first, but Janet is 5'9" in her stockings. We're rich, said McPhee. I shook hands all round. We're damned rich, he added. I shook hands all round a second time. I'll go to sea no more, unless, there's no saying, a private yacht, maybe, we're small and handy auxiliary. It's not enough for that, said Janet. We're fair rich, well-to-do, but no more. A new gown for church, and one for the theatre. We'll have it made west. How much is it? I asked. £25,000. I drew a long breath. And I've been earning £25 and £20 a month. The last words came away with a roar, as though the wide world was conspiring to beat him down. All this time I'm waiting, I said. I know nothing since last September. Was it left you? They laughed aloud together. It was left, said McPhee, choking. Oh, it was left. That's very good. Of course it was left. Janet, do you note that? It was left. Now if you'd put that in your pamphlet it would have been very jocose. It was left. He slapped his thigh and roared till the wine quivered in the decanter. The Scotch are a great people, but they are apt to hang over a joke too long, particularly when no one can see the point but themselves. When I rewrite my pamphlet I'll put it in, McPhee. Only I must know something more first. McPhee thought for the length of half a cigar, while Janet caught my eye and led it round the room to one new thing after another: the new vine-pattern carpet, the new chiming rustic clock between the models of the Colombo outrigger boats, the new inlaid sideboard with a purple cut-glass flower stand, the fender of gilt and brass, and last, the new black and gold piano. In October last year the board sacked me, began McPhee. In October last year the Breslau came in for winter overhaul. She'd been running 8 months, 240 days, and I was 3 days marking up my indents, when she went to dry dock. All told, mark you, it was this side £300, to be precise, £286 4 shillings. There's not another man could ha' nursed the Breslau for 8 months to that tune. Never again, never again. They may send their boats to the bottom, for aught I care. There's no need, said Janet, softly. We're done, we Holduck, Steiner and Chase. It's irritatin', Janet, it's just irritatin'. I ha' been justified from first to last, as the world knows, but I canna for GM. Wisdom is justified o' her children, and any other man than me would ha' made the indent 800. He was our skipper, ye'll have met him. They shifted him to the Torgor, and bade me wait for the Breslau under young Bannister. Ye'll observe there'd been a new election on the board. I heard the shares were selling hither and yon, and the major part of the board was new to me. The old board would ne'er ha' done it. They trusted me. But the new board were all for reorganization. Young Steiner's son, the Jew, was at the bottom of it, and they did not think it worth their while to send me word. The first I knew, and I was chief engineer, was the notice of the line's winter sailings, and the Breslau timed for 16 days between port and port. 16 days, man. She's a good boat, but 18 is her summer time, mark you. 16 was sheer flightin', kitin' nonsense, and so I told young Bannister. We've got to make it, he said. Ye should not ha' sent in a £300 indent. Do they look for their boats to be run on air? I said. The board's daft. Tell 'em so, he says. I'm a married man, and my fourth's on the ways now, she says. A boy, we red hair, Janet put in. Her own hair is the splendid red gold that goes with a creamy complexion. My word, I was an angry man that day. For by I was fond o' the old Breslau, I looked for a little consideration from the board after 20 years' service. There was board meeting on Wednesday, and I slept overnight in the engine room, taking figures to support my case. Well, I put it fair and square before them all. Gentlemen, I said, I've run the Breslau 8 seasons, and I believe there's no fault to find wi' my walk. But if ye hold to this, I waggled the advertisement at 'em. This that I've never heard of it till I read it at breakfast. I do assure you on my professional reputation, she can never do it. That is to say, she can for a while, but at a risk no thinking man would run. What the deal do ye suppose we pass your indents for, says old Holdick. Man, we're spending money like water. I'll leave it in the board's hands, I said, if £287 is anything beyond right and reason for 8 months. I might ha' saved my breath, for the board was new since the last election, and there they sat, the damned dividend hunting ship chandlers, deaf as the adders o' Scripture. We must keep faith with the public, said young Steiner. Keep faith with the Breslau, then, I said. She's served you well, and your father before you. She'll need her bottom restiffening, and new bed plates, and turning out the forward boilers, and returning all 3 cylinders, and refacing all guides, to begin with. It's a 3 months' job. Because one employee is afraid, says young Steiner. Maybe a piano in the chief engineer's cabin would be more to the point. I crushed my cap in my hands, and thanked God we'd no bairns and a bit put by. Understand, gentlemen, I said. If the Breslau is made a 16-day boat, ye'll find another engineer. Bannister makes no objection, said Holdick. I'm speaking for myself, I said. Bannister has bairns. And then ye can run her into hell and out again if ye pay pilotage, I said, but ye run without me. That's insolence, said young Steiner. At your pleasure, I said, turn in to go. Ye can consider yourself dismissed. We must preserve discipline among our employees, said old Holdick, and he looked round to see that the board was with him. They knew nothing, God for GM, and they nodded me out o' the line after 20 years, after 20 years. I went out and sat down by the hall porter to get my wits again. I'm thinking I swore at the board. Then old McCrimmon, O'Macnaughton and McCrimmon, came, out o' his office, that's on the same floor, and looked at me, propping up one eyelid wi' his forefinger. Ye know they call him the blind devil, for by he onything but blind, and no devil in his dealings wi' me, McCrimmon o' the Blackbird line. What's here, Mr. McPhee? Said he. I was past praying for by then. A chief engineer sacked after 20 years' service because he'll not risk the Breslau on the new Timon, and be damned to ye, McCrimmon, I said. The old man sucked in his lips and whistled. Ah, said he, the new Timon. I see. He doddered into the boardroom I'd just left, and the dandy dog that is just his blind man's leader stayed wi' me. That was providential. In a minute he was back again. Ye cast your bread on the water, McPhee, and be damned to you, he says. Whar's my dog? My word, is he on your knee? There's more discernment in a dog than a Jew. What guard ye curse your board, McPhee? It's expensive. They'll pay more for the Breslau, I said. Get off my knee, ye smotherin' beast. Bearin's hot, eh? Said McCrimmon. It's 30 years since a man do curse me to my face. Time was I'd ha' cast ye doon the stairway for that. Fudge's all. I said. He was wearing to 80, as I knew. I was wrong, McCrimmon, but when a man's shown the door for doing his plain duty he's not always civil. So I hear, says McCrimmon. Ha' ye any objection to a tramp freighter? It's only 15 a month, but they say the blind devil feeds a man better than others. She's my kite. Come, Ben. Ye can thank Dandy, here. I'm no used to thanks. And new, says he, what possessed ye to throw up your berth wi' Holdick? The new Timon, said I, the Breslau will not stand it. Hoot, hoot, said he. Ye might ha' crammed her a little, enough to show ye were driving her, and brought her in TWA days behind. What's easier than to say ye slowed forbearance, eh? All my men do it, and, I believe 'em. McCrimmon, says I, what's her virginity to a lassie? He puckered his dry face and twisted in his chair. The Waldener, says he. My God, the Vara Waldener. But what ha' you or me to do wi' virginity, this late along? This, I said. There's just one thing that each one of us in his trade or profession will not do for any consideration whatever. If I run to time, I run to time, barring always the risks o' the high seas. Less than that, under God, I have not done. More than that, by God, I will not do. There's no trick o' the trade I'm not acquaint wi', so I've heard, says McCrimmon, dry as a biscuit. But yon matter o' fair running 's just my schkeena, Ye'll understand. I dunna tamper with that. Nursing weak engines is fair craftsmanship, but what the board ask is cheatin', with the risk o' manslaughter additional. Ye'll note I know my business. There was some more talk, and next week I went aboard the Kite, 2500 ton, simple compound, a blackbird tramp. The deeper she rode, the better she'd steam. I've snapped as much as 11 out of her, but 8.3 was her fare normal. Good food forward and better aft, all indents passed without marginal remarks, the best coal, new donkeys, and good crews. There was nothing the old man would not do, except paint. That was his difficulty. Ye could no more draw paint than his last teeth from him. He'd come down to dock, and his boat's a scandal all along the water, and he'd whine and cry and say they looked all he could desire. Every owner has his non plus ultra, I've observed. Paint was McCrimmon's. But you could get round his engines without risking your life, and, for all his blindness, I've seen him reject 5 flawed intermediates, one after the other, on a nod from me, and his cattle fittings were guaranteed for North Atlantic winter weather. Ye ken what that means. McCrimmon and the Blackbird line, God bless him. Oh, I forgot to say she would lie down and fill her forward deck green, and snore away into a 20-knot gale 45 to the minute, 3.5 knots an hour, the engines running sweet and true as a bairn breathing in its sleep. Bell was skipper, and forby there's no love lost between crews and owners. We were fond o' the old blind devil and his dog, and I'm thinking he liked us. He was worth the windy side o' $1 million sterling, and no friend to his own blood kin. Money's an awful thing, overmuch, for a lonely man. I'd taken her out twice, there and back again, when word came o' the Breslau's breakdown, just as I prophesied. Calder was her engineer. He's not fit to run a tug down the Solent, and he fairly lifted the engines off the bed plates, and they fell down in heaps, by what I heard. So she filled from the after stuffing box to the after bulkhead, and lay stargazing, with 79 squealing passengers in the saloon, till the Camerazamino Ramsey and Gold's Cartagena line gave her a tow to the tune of £5,740, we costs in the Admiralty Court. She was helpless, ye'll understand, and in no case to meet wunny weather. £5,740, with costs, and exclusive o' new engines. They'd done better to kept me on the old Timon. But, even so, the new board were all for retrenchment. Young Steiner, the Jew, was at the bottom of it. They sacked men right and left, that would not eat the dirt the board gave 'em. They cut down repairs, they fed crews wi' leavings and scrapings, and, reversing McCrimmon's practice, they hid their deficiencies wi' paint and cheap gilding. Cum Deus vult perador prius dementat, ye remember. In January we went to dry dock, and in the next dock lay the Grockow, their big freighter that was the Delabella o' Pegan and Walsh's line in '84, a Clyde-built iron boat, a flat-bottomed, pigeon-breasted, under-engined, bull-nosed bitch of a 5,000-ton freighter, that would neither steer, nor steam, nor stop when ye asked her. Whiles she'd attend to her helm, whiles she'd take charge, whiles she'd wait to scratch herself, and whiles she'd buttock into a dockhead. But Holduck and Steiner had bought her cheap, and painted her all over like the Hoa o' Babylon, and we called her the Hoa for short. By the way, McPhee kept to that name throughout the rest of his tale, so you must read accordingly. I went to see young Bannister. He had to take what the board gave him, and he and Calder were shifted together from the Breslau to this abortion, and talking to him I went into the dock under her. Her plates were pitted till the men that were paint, and her laughed at it. But the worst was at the last. She'd a great clumsy iron 12-foot thresher propeller. Aitchison designed the kites, and just on the tail o' the shaft, behind the boss, was a red weepin' crack ye could ha' put a penknife to. Man, it was an awful crack. When do ye ship a new tail shaft? I said to Bannister. He knew what I meant. Oh, yon's a superficial flaw, says he, not looking at me. Superficial Gehenna. I said. Ye'll not take her out wi' a solution o' continuity that like. They'll putty it up this evening, he said. I'm a married man, and ye used to know the board. IEN said what was guiding me in that hour. Ye know how a dreadlock echoes. I saw young Steiner standing listening above me, and, man, he used language provocative of a breach o' the peace. I was a spy and a disgraced employee, and a corrupter o' young Bannister's morals, and he'd prosecute me for libel. He went away when I ran up the steps. I'd ha' thrown him into the dock if I'd caught him, and there I met McCrimmon, we dandy pullin' on the chain, guidin' the old man among the railway lines. McPhee, said he, ye're no paid to fight Holduck, Steiner, Chase and Company, Limited, when ye meet. What's wrong between you? No more than a tail shaft rotten as a kale stump. For one's sakes go and look, McCrimmon. It's a comedietta. I'm feared o' yon conversational Hebrew, said he. Whar's the flaw, and what like? A 7-inch crack just behind the boss. There's no power on earth will fend it just jarring off. When? That's beyond my knowledge, I said. So it is, said McCrimmon. We've all our limitations. Ye're certain it was a crack? Man, it's a crevasse, I said, for there were no words to describe the magnitude of it. And young Bannister's saying it's no more than a superficial flaw. Well, I tak it or business is to mind or business. If ye've any friends aboard her, McPhee, why not bid them to a bit dinner at Radley's? I was thinking o' tea in the cuddy, I said. Engineers o' tramp freighters cannot afford hotel prices. Nah, says the old man, whimpering. Not the cuddy. They'll laugh at my kite, for she's no plastered with paint like the Hoa. Bid them to Radley's, McPhee, and send me the bill. Thank dandy, here, man. I'm no used to thanks. Then he turned him round. I was just thinking the very same thing. Mr. McPhee, said he, this is not senile dementia. Preserve S. I said, clean jump to missile. I was but thinking your fay, McCrimmon. Dodd, the old devil laughed till he nigh sat down on Dandy. Send me the bill, says he. I'm long past champagne, but tell me how it tastes the morn. Bell and I bid young Bannister and Calder to dinner at Radley's. They'll have no laughing and singing there, but we took a private room, like yacht owners for cows. McPhee grinned all over, and lay back to think. And then, said I, we were no drunk in one precise sense o' the word, but Radley's showed me the dead men. There were 6 magnums o' dry champagne and maybe a bottle o' whiskey. Do you mean to tell me that you 4 got away with a magnum and a half apiece, besides whiskey? I demanded. McPhee looked down upon me from between his shoulders with toleration. Man, we were not settin' down to drink, he said. They no more than made us swotty. To be sure, young Bannister laid his head on the table and greeted like a bairn, and Calder was all for calling on Steiner at 2 in the morn and painting him galla green, but they'd been drinking the afternoon. Lord, how they TWA cursed the board, and the grockow, and the tail shaft, and the engines, and they didna talk o' superficial flaws that night. I mind young Bannister and Calder shaking hands on a bond to be revenged on the board at one reasonable cost this side o' losing their certificates. Now mark ye how false economy ruins business. The board fed them like swine, I have good reason to know it, and I've observed wi' my ain people that if ye touch his stomach ye welcome the deal in a Scot. Men will tack a dredger across the Atlantic if they are well fed, and fetch her somewhere on the broad side o' the Americas, but bad food's bad service the world over. The bill went to McCrimmon, and he said no more to me till the weekend, when I was at him for more paint, for we'd heard the Kite was chartered Liverpool side. Bide whore ye reput, said the blind devil. Man, do ye wash in champagne? The Kite's no leaving here till I gie the order, and how am I to waste paint on her, with the Lammergeier docked for who knows how long She was our big freighter, McIntyre was engineer, and I knew she'd come from overhaul not 3 months. That morn I met McCrimmon's head clerk, ye'll not know him, fair bitin' his nails off wi' mortification. The old man's gonjit, says he. He's withdrawn the Lammergeier. Maybe he has reasons, says I. Reasons. He's daft. He'll no be daft till he begins to paint, I said. That's just what he's done, and South American freight's higher than we'll live to see them again. He's laid her up to paint her, to paint her, to paint her, says the little clerk, dancing like a hen on a hot plate. 5,000 ton o' potential freight rottin' in Dredock, man, and he do lean the paint out in quarter-pound tins, for it cuts him to the heart, mad though he is. And the grockow of all conceivable bottoms, soaking up every pound that should be ours at Liverpool. I was staggered with this folly, considerin' the dinner at Radley's in connection with the same. Ye may well stare, McPhee, says the head clerk. There's engines, and rolling stock, and iron bridges. Do ye know what freights are new, and pianos, and millinery, and fancy Brazil cargo o' every species pouring into the Grocow o' the Jerusalem firm, and the Lammergiers being painted. Losh, I thought he'd drop dead with the fits. I could say no more than obey orders, if ye break owners, but on the kite we believed McCrimmon was mad, and McIntyre of the Lammergier was for locking him up by some patent legal process he'd found in a book o' maritime law. And that week South American freights rose and rose. It was sinful. Bell got orders to tack the kite round to Liverpool in water ballast, and McCrimmon came to bid's goodbye, yammering and whining o'er the acres o' paint he'd lavished on the Lammergier. I look to you to retrieve it, says he. I look to you to reimburse me. For God, why are ye not cast off? Are ye dawdling in dock for a purpose? What odds, McCrimmon, says Bell. We'll be a day behind the fair at Liverpool. The Grocow's got all the freight that might ha' been ours and the Lammergier's. McCrimmon laughed and chuckled, the perfect image o' senile dementia. Ye ken his eyebrows walk up and down like a gorilla's. Ye re under sealed orders, said he, tee-hee-ine scratching himself. Yon's they, to be opened seriatim, says Bell, shuffling the envelopes when the old man had gone ashore. We're to creep round the south coast, standing in for orders, this weather, too. There's no question o' his lunacy now. Well, we buttocked the old kite along, vara bad weather we made, standing in all alongside for telegraphic orders, which are the curse o' skippers. We made over to Holyhead, and Bell opened the last envelope for the last instructions. I was wi' him in the cuddy, and he threw it over to me, crying, "Did ye ever know the like, Mac?" I'll no say what McCrimmon had written, but he was far from mad. There was a sou'wester brewing when we made the mouth o' the Mersey, a bitter cold morn wi' a grey-green sea and a grey-green sky, Liverpool weather, as they say, and there we lay chopping, and the crew swore. Ye canna keep secrets aboard ship. They thought McCrimmon was mad, too. We saw the Grocow rolling out on the top o' flood, deep and double deep, wi' her new painted funnel and her new painted boats and a. She looked her name, and, moreover, she coughed like it. Calder told me at Radley's what ailed his engines, but my own ear would ha' told me TWA mile awa', by the beat o' them. Round we came, plunging and squattering in her wake, and the wind cut we good promise o' more to come. By 6 it blew hard but clear, and before the middle watch it was a sou'wester in earnest. She'll edge into Ireland, this gate, says Bell. I was with him on the bridge, watching the Grocow's port light. Ye canna see green so far as red, or we'd ha' kept to leeward. We'd no passengers to consider, and, all eyes being on the Grocow, we fair walked into a line o' ramping home to Liverpool. Or, to be precise, Bell no more than twisted the kite out from under her bows, and there was a little damming betwixt the TWA bridges. Knew a passenger, McPhee regarded me benignantly, wad ha' told the papers that as soon as he got to the customs. We stuck to the Grocow's tail that night and the next TWA days. She slowed down to 5 knots by my reckoning and we lapped along the weary way to the Fastnet. But you don't go by the Fastnet to get to any South American port, do you? I said. We do not. We prefer to go as direct as may be. But we were following the Grocow, and she'd no walk into that gale for one consideration. Knowing what I did to her discredit, I couldna blame young Bannister. It was walking up to a North Atlantic winter gale, snow and sleet and a perishing wind. It was like the deal walking abroad o' the surface o' the deep, whopping off the top o' the waves before he made up his mind. They'd bore up against it so far, but the minute she was clear o' the skelligs she fair tucked up her skirts and ran for it by Dunmore Head. Wow, she rolled. She'll be marking Smerwick, says Bell. She'd tried for Ventry by new if she meant that, I said. They'll roll the funnel out o' her, this gate, says Bell. Why can a Bannister keep her head to sea? It's the tail shaft. One rolling's better than pitching wi' superficial cracks in the tail shaft. Calder knows that much, I said. It's ill walk retrieving steamers this weather, said Bell. His beard and whiskers were frozen to his oilskin, and the spray was white on the weather side of him. Perfect North Atlantic winter weather. One by one the sea raxed away our 3 boats, and the davits were crumpled like ram's horns. Yon's bad, said Bell, at the last. Ye canna pass a hawse wi'oot a boat. Bell was a vara judicious man, for an Aberdonian. I'm not one that fashes himself for eventualities outside the engine room, so I slipped down betwixt waves to see how the kite fared. Man, she's the best geared boat of her class that ever left Clyde. Kinloch, my second, knew her as well as I did. I found him drying his socks on the main steam, and combing his whiskers with the comb Janet guyed me last year, for the Waldener, as though we were in port. I tried the feed, speared into the stoke hole, thumbed all bearings, spat on the thrust for luck, guyed my blessing, and took Kinloch's socks before I went up to the bridge again. Then Bell handed me the wheel, and went below to warm himself. When he came up my gloves were frozen to the spokes and the ice clicked over my eyelids. Perfect North Atlantic winter weather, as I was saying. The gale blew out by night, but we lay in smothering cross seas that made the old kite chatter from stem to stern. I slowed to 34, I mind, no, 37. There was a long swell the morn, and the Grocow was heading into it westerward. She'll win to Rio yet, tail shaft or no tail shaft, says Bell. Last night shook her, I said. She'll jar it off yet, mark my word. We were then, maybe, 150 mile west-sou-west o' Sline Head, by dead reckoning. Next day we made 130, ye'll note we were not ricin boats, and the day after 161, and that made us, we'll say, 18 and a bittock west, and maybe 51 and a bittock north, crossin' all the North Atlantic liner lanes on the long slant, always in sight o' the Grocow, creepin' up by night and falling awa by day. After the gale it was cold weather we dark nights. I was in the engine room on Friday night, just before the middle watch, when Bell hustled down the tube. She's done it, and up I came. The Grokow was just a fair distance south, and one by one she ran up the 3 red lights in a vertical line, the sign of a steamer not under control. "Yon's a tow for us," said Bell, licking his chops. "She'll be worth more than the Breslau. We'll go down to her, Mphi." "Bide a while," I said. "The sea's fair throng we ships here." "Reason why," said Bell. "It's a fortune gone beggin'." "What do ye think, man?" "Guy her till daylight. She knows we're here. If Bannister needs help he'll loose a rocket." "What told ye Bannisters need?" "We'll ha' some rag and bone tramp snappin' her up under our nose," said he, and he put the wheel over. We were going slow. "Bannister would like better to go home on a liner and eat in the saloon. Mind ye what they said o' Holder and Steiner's food that night at Radley's. Keep her awa', man, keep her awa'. A tow's a tow, but a derelict's big salvage." Said Bell. "Yon's an in-shot o' yours, Mac. I love ye like a brother. We'll bide whoa we are till daylight," and he kept her awa'. Sign up went a rocket forward, and TWA on the bridge, and a blue light aft. Sign a tar barrel forward again. "She's sinkin'," said Bell. "It's all gone, and I'll get no more than a pair o' night glasses for picking up young Bannister, the fool." "Fair and soft again," I said. "She's signallin' to the south of us. Bannister knows as well as I that one rocket would bring the kite. He'll no be wastin' fireworks for nothing. Hear her ca." The Grokow hustled and hustled for 5 minutes, and then there were more fireworks, a regular exhibition. "That's no for men in the regular trade," says Bell. "Ye're right, Mac. That's for a cuddy full o' passengers." He blinked through the night glasses when it lay a bit thick to southward. "What do ye make of it?" I said. "Liner," he says. "Yon's her rocket. They've welcomed the gold-strapped skipper, and new they've welcomed the passengers. They're turnin' on the electrics, cabin by cabin. Yon's the rocket. They're coming up to help the perishin' in deep waters." "Gie me the glass," I said. But Bell danced on the bridge, clean demented. "Mails, mails, mails," said he. "Under contract with the government for the due conveyance o' the mails, and as such, Mac, ye'll note, she may rescue life at sea, but she canna tow, she canna tow. Yon's her night signal. She'll be up in half an hour." "Gowk," I said, "and we blaz in here wi' all our lights." "Oh, Bell, ye're a fool." He tumbled off the bridge forward, and I tumbled aft, and before ye could wink our lights were out. The engine room hatch was covered, and we lay pitch dark, watching the lights o' the liner come up that the Grokow been signallin' to. 20 knot an hour she came, every cabin lighted, and her boats swung awa'. It was grandly done, and in the inside of an hour. She stopped like Mrs. Holduck's machine. Down went the gangway, down went the boats, and in 10 minutes we heard the passengers cheerin', and away she fled. "They'll tell o' this all the days they live," said Belle. "A rescue at sea by night, as pretty as a play. Young Bannister and Calder will be drinking in the saloon, and 6 months hence the Bordeaux trade'll guy the skipper a pair o' binoculars. It's vara philanthropic all round. We'll lay by till day. Ye may think we waited for it. We saw eyes, and there sat the Grockow, her nose a bit cocked, just leerin' at us. She looked perfectly ridiculous. She'll be fillin' aft," says Belle, "for why is she down by the stern? The tail shaft's punched a hole in her, and we've no boats. There's £300,000 sterling, at a conservative estimate, drawn in before our eyes. What's to do?" And his bearin's got hot again in a minute. He was an incontinent man. "Run her as near as ye do," I said. "Gie me a jacket and a lifeline, and I'll swim for it." There was a bit lump of a sea, and it was cold in the wind, vara cold, but they'd gone overside like passengers, young Bannister and Calder and leaving the gangway down on the lee side. It would ha' been a flying in the face o' manifest providence to overlook the invitation. We were within 50 yards o' her while Kinloch was gummin' me all over wheel behind the galley, and as we ran past I went outboard for the salvage o' £300,000. Man, it was perishin' cold, but I'd done my job jugmatically, and came scraping all along her side slap onto the lower gratin o' the gangway. No one more astonished than me, I assure ye. Before I'd caught my breath I'd skinned both my knees on the gratin, and was climbing up before she rolled again. I made my line fast to the rail, and squatted aft to young Bannister's cabin, where I dried me wi' everything in his bunk, and put on every conceivable sort o' rig I found till the blood was circulating. 3 pair drawers, I mind I found, to begin upon, and I needed them all. It was the coldest cold I remember in all my experience. Syne I went aft to the engine room. The Grockow sat on her own tail, as they say. She was vara short-shafted, and her gear was all aft. There was 4 or 5 foot o' water in the engine room slumocking to and fro, black and greasy. Maybe there was 6 foot. The stokehold doors were screwed home, and the stokehold was tight enough, but for a minute the mess in the engine room deceived me. Only for a minute, though, and that was because I was not, in a manner o' speaking, as calm as ordinary. I looked again to make sure. Tea was just black wi' bilge, dead water that must ha' come in fortuitously, ye ken. "M'fee, I'm only a passenger," I said, "but you don't persuade me that 6 foot o' water can come into an engine room fortuitously." "Who's trying to persuade one way or the other?" M'fee retorted. "I'm statin' the facts o' the case, the simple, natural facts. 6 or 7 foot o' dead water in the engine room is a vara depressin' sight if ye think there's like to be more coming, but I did not consider that such was likely, and so, ye'll note, I was not depressed." "That's all very well, but I want to know about the water," I said. I've told ye. There was 6 feet or more there, we called as cap floatin' on top. Where did it come from? Wheel, in the confusion o' things after the propeller had dropped off and the engines were risin' it's vara possible that Calder might ha' lost it off his head and no troubled himself to pick it up again. I remember seeing that cap on him at Southampton. I don't want to know about the cap. I'm asking where the water came from and what it was doing there, and why you were so certain that it wasn't a leak, Mcphee. For good reason, for good and sufficient reason. Give it to me, then. Wheel, it's a reason that does not properly concern myself only. To be precise, I'm of opinion that it was due, the water, in part to an error o' judgment in another man. We can make mistakes. Oh, I beg your pardon. I got me to the rail again, and, what's wrang, said Bell, hailin'. She'll do, I said. Send for a hawser, and a man to steer. I'll pull him in by the lifeline. I could see heads bobbing back and forth, and a huff or two o' strong words. Then Bell said, they'll not trust themselves, one of 'em, in this water, except Kinloch, and I'll no spare him. The more salvage to me, then I said. I'll make shift solo. Says one dock rat, at this, do ye think she's safe? I'll guarantee ye nothing, I said, except maybe a hammering for keeping me this long. Then he sings out, there's no more than one lifebelt, and they canna find it, or I'd come. Throw him over, the Jezebel, I said, for I was out o' patience, and they took hold o' that volunteer before he knew what was in store, and hove him over, in the bight of my lifeline. So I hauled him upon the sag of it, hand over fist, a vara welcome recruit when I'd tilted the salt water out of him, for, by the way, he could na swim. Syne they bent a TWA-inch rope to the lifeline, and a hawser to that, and I laid the rope o'er the drum of a hand-winch forward, and we sweated the hawser inboard and made it fast to the grockhouse bights. Bell brought the kite so close I feared she'd roll in and do the grockhouse plates a mischief. He hove another lifeline to me, and went astern, and we had all the weary winch work to do again wi' a second hawser. For all that, Bell was right, we'd a long tow before us, and though Providence had helped us that far, there was no sense in leaving too much to its keeping. When the second hawser was fast, I was wet wi' sweat, and I cried Bell to tack up his slack and go home. The other man was by way o' helping the work wi' asking for drinks, but I told him he must hand reef and steer, beginning with steerin', for I was going to turn in. He steered, he steered, in a manner o' speaking. At the least, he gripped the spokes and twiddled 'em and looked wise, but I doubt if the hoer ever felt it. I turned in there and then, to young Bannister's bunk, and slept past expression. I welcomed ragin' wi' hunger, a fair lump o' sea running, the kite snoring o'er 4 knots an hour, and the grockhow slapping her nose under, and Ewan standing over at discretion. She was a most disgraceful tow. But the shameful thing of all was the food. I raxed me a meal for galley shelves and pantries and lazarettes and cubby holes that I would not ha guide to the mate of a Cardiff collier, and ye ken we say a Cardiff mate will eat clinkers to save waste. I'm saying it was simply vile. The crew had written what they thought of it on the new paint o' the for CSLE, but I had not a decent soul wi' me to complain on. There was nothing for me to do save watch the hawsers and the kite's tail squatterin' down in white water when she lifted to a sea, so I got steam on the after donkey pump, and pumped out the engine room. There's no sense in leaving water loose in a ship. When she was dry, I went down the shaft tunnel, and found she was leaking a little through the stuffing box, but nothing to make walk. The propeller had jarred off, as I knew it must, and Calder had been waiting for it to go wi' his hand on the gear. He told me as much when I met him ashore. There was nothing started or strained. It had just slipped awa to the bed o' the Atlantic as easy as a man dying wi' due warning, a most providential business for all concerned. Syne I took stock o' the Grocow's upper works. Her boats had been smashed on the davits, and here and there was the rail missing, and a ventilator or two had fetched awa, and the bridge rails were bent by the seas, but her hatches were tight, and she'd taken no sort of harm. I came to hate her like a human being, for I was 8 weary days aboard, starvin', within a cable's length o' plenty. All day I laid in the bunk reading The Woman Hater, the grandest book Charlie Reid ever wrote, and picking a toothful here and there. It was weary work. 8 days, man, I was aboard the Grocow, and not one full meal did I make. Sma blame her crew would not stay by her. The other man. Oh, I walked him wi' a vengeance to keep him warm. It came on to blow when we fetched soundings, and that kept me standing by the hawsers, lashed to the capstan, breathin' twixt green seas. I near died o' cold and hunger, for the Grocow towed like a barge, and Bell howkit her along through or over. It was vara thick up channel, too. We were standing in to make some sort o' light, and we near walked over TWA 3 fishin' boats, and they cried us we were over close to Falmouth. Then we were near cut down by a drunken foreign fruiter that was blunderin' between us and the shore, and it got thicker and thicker that night, and I could feel by the tow Bell did not know who he was. Losh, we knew in the morn, for the wind blew the fog out like a candle, and the sun came clear, and as surely as Macrimmon guyed me my check, the shadow o' the Eddystone lay across our tow rope. We were that near, we were that near. Bell fetched the kite round with the jerk that came close to tearin' the bites out o' the Grocow, and I mind I thanked my Maker in young Bannister's cabin when we were inside Plymouth breakwater. The first to come aboard was Macrimmon, we dandy. Did I tell you our orders were to take anything we found into Plymouth? The old deal had just come down overnight, putting 2 and 2 together from what Calder had told him when the liner landed the Grocow's men. He had precisely hit our time. I'd hailed Bell for something to eat, and he sent it o'er in the same boat wi' Macrimmon, when the old man came to me. He grinned and slapped his legs and worked his eyebrows the while I ate. "How do Holduck, Steiner and Chase feed their men?" said he. "Ye can see," I said, knocking the top off another beer bottle. "I did not sign to be starved, McCrimmon. Nor to swim, either," said he, for Bell had told him how I carried the line aboard. "Well, I'm thinking you'll be no loser. What freight could we put into the Lammergeier would equal salvage on £400,000, hull and cargo. M'fee. This cuts the liver out o' Holduck, Steiner, Chase and Company, Limited. M'fee. And I'm suffering from senile dementia now. M'fee. And I'm not daft, am I, till I begin to paint the Lammergeier. M'fee. Ye may weel lift your leg, dandy. I ha' the laugh o' them all. Ye found water in the engine room. To speak without prejudice, I said, there was some water. They thought she was sinking after the propeller went. She filled wi' extraordinary rapidity. Calder said it grieved him and Bannister to abandon her. I thought o' the dinner at Radley's, and what like o' food I'd eaten for 8 days. It would grieve them sore, I said. But the crew would not hear o' staying and working her back under canvas. They're gone up and down saying they'd starved first. They'd starved if they'd stayed, said I take it, for Calder's account, there was a mutiny a'most. Ye know more than I, McCrimmon, I said. Speaking without prejudice, for we're all in the same boat. Who opened the bilgecock? Oh, that's it, is it? Said the old man, and I could see he was surprised. A bilgecock, ye say? I believe it was a bilgecock. They were all shut when I came aboard, but someone had flooded the engine room 8 feet over all, and shut it off with the worm and wheel gear from the second grot-end afterwards. Losh, said McCrimmon. The iniquity o' man's beyond belief. But it's awful discreditable to Holduck, Steiner and Chase, if that came out in court. It's just my own curiosity, I said. Or eel, Dandy's afflicted with the same disease. Dandy, strive against curiosity, for it brings a little dog into traps and such like. Whore was the kite when yon painted liner took off the Grockhouse people? Just there or thereabouts, I said. And which outwa thought to cover your lights, said he, winking. Dandle, I said to the dog, we must both strive against curiosity. It's an unremunerative business. What's our chance o' salvage, Dandy? He laughed till he choked. Tak what I gie you, M'fee, and be content, he said. Lord, how a man wastes time when he gets old. Get aboard the kite, mon, as soon as ye can. I've clean forgot there's a Baltic charter yarmarin for you at London. That'll be your last voyage, I'm thinking, except by way o' pleasure. Steiner's men were coming aboard to take charge and tow her round, and I passed young Steiner in a boat as I went to the kite. He looked down his nose, but McCrimmon pipes up, here's the man ye owe the grog out to, at a price, Steiner, at a price. Let me introduce Mr. McPhee to you. Maybe you've met before, but you've a little luck in keeping your men ashore or afloat. Young Steiner looked angry enough to eat him as he chuckled and hustled in his dry old throat. You've not got your award yet, Steiner says. Nah, says the old man, in a screech ye could hear to the hoe, but I've £1 million, and no bones, ye judies appellat, if ye mean to fight, and I'll match ye £1 for £1 till the last £1's oot. Ye ken me, Steiner. I'm McCrimmon O'Macnaughton and McCrimmon. He said betwixt his teeth, sitting back in the boat, I've waited 14 year to break that Jew firm, and God be thank it I'll do it now. The kite was in the Baltic while the old man was walking his walks, but I know the assessors valued the Grocow, all told, at over 360,000, her manifest was a treat o' richness, and McCrimmon got a third for salvin an abandoned ship. Ye see, there's vast difference between towing a ship wi' men on her and picking up a derelict, a vast difference, in pounds sterling. Moreover, TWA30 the Grocow's crew were burning to testify about food, and there was a note o' calder to the board, in regard to the tail shaft, that would ha' been vara damagin if it had come into court. They knew better than to fight. Sign the kite came back, and McCrimmon paid off me and Bell personally, and the rest of the crew pro rata. I believe it's CA'd. My share, I should say, was just £25,000 sterling. At this point Janet jumped up and kissed him. £25,000 sterling. No, I'm for the north, and I'm not the like to fling money awa rashly, but I'd guy 6 months' pay, £120, to know who flooded the engine room of the Grocow. I'm fairly well acquainted wi' McCrimmon's idiosyncrasies, and he'd no hand in it. It was not Calder, for I've asked him, and he wanted to fight me. It would be in the highest degree unprofessional o' Calder, not fightin', but opening bilge cocks. But for a while I thought it was him. I judged it might be him, under temptation. What's your theory? I demanded. Well, I'm inclined to think it was one o' those singular providences that remind us we're in the hands o' higher powers. It couldn't open and shut itself. I did not mean that. But some half-starving oiler or, maybe, trimmer must ha' opened it a while to make sure o' leaving the Grocow. It's a demoralizing thing to see an engine room flood up after any accident to the gear, demoralizing and deceptive both. Or eel, the man got what he wanted, for they went aboard the liner crying that the Grocow was sinking. But it's curious to think o' the consequences. In a human probability, he's being damned in heaps at the present moment aboard another tramp freighter, and here am I, wi' £25,000 invested, resolute to go to sea no more. Providential's the precise word, except as a passenger, ye'll understand, Janet. McPhee kept his word. He and Janet went for a voyage as passengers in the first-class saloon. They paid £70 for their berths, and Janet found a very sick woman in the second-class saloon, so that for 16 days she lived below, and chatted with the stewardesses at the foot of the second saloon stairs while her patient slept. McPhee was a passenger for exactly 24 hours. Then the engineer's mess, where the oilcloth tables are, joyfully took him to its bosom, and for the rest of the voyage that company was richer by the unpaid services of a highly certificated engineer. An error in the fourth dimension. Before he was 30, he discovered that there was no one to play with him. Though the wealth of 3 toilsome generations stood to his account, though his tastes in the matter of books, bindings, rugs, swords, bronzes, lacquer, pictures, plate, statuary, horses, conservatories, and agriculture were educated and Catholic, the public opinion of his country wanted to know why he did not go to office daily, as his father had before him. So he fled, and they howled behind him that he was an unpatriotic Anglomaniac, born to consume fruits, one totally lacking in public spirit. He wore an eyeglass, he had built a wall round his country house, with a high gate that shut. Instead of inviting America to sit on his flower beds, he ordered his clothes from England, and the press of his abiding city cursed him, from his eyeglass to his trousers, for 2 consecutive days. When he rose to light again, it was where nothing less than the tents of an invading army in Piccadilly would make any difference to anybody. If he had money and leisure, England stood ready to give him all that money and leisure could buy. That price paid, she would ask no questions. He took his checkbook and accumulated things, warily at first, for he remembered that in America things own the man. To his delight, he discovered that in England he could put his belongings under his feet, for classes, ranks, and denominations of people rose, as it were, from the earth, and silently and discreetly took charge of his possessions. They had been born and bred for that sole purpose, servants of the checkbook. When that was at an end they would depart as mysteriously as they had come. The impenetrability of this regulated life irritated him, and he strove to learn something of the human side of these people. He retired baffled, to be trained by his menials. In America, the native demoralizes the English servant. In England, the servant educates the master. Wilton Sargent strove to learn all they taught as ardently as his father had striven to wreck, before capture, the railways of his native land, and it must have been some touch of the old bandit railway blood that bade him by, for a song, Holt Hangers, whose 40-acre lawn, as every one knows, sweeps down in velvet to the quadruple tracks of the Great Butchonian Railway. Their trains flew by almost continuously, with a bee-like drone in the day and a flutter of strong wings at night. The son of Merton Sargent had good right to be interested in them. He owned controlling interests in several thousand miles of track, not permanent way, built on altogether different plans, where locomotives eternally whistled for grade crossings, and parlor cars of fabulous expense and unrestful design skated round curves that the great Butchonian would have condemned as unsafe in a construction line. From the edge of his lawn he could trace the charred metals falling away, rigid as a bowstring, into the valley of the Prest, studded with the long perspective of the block signals, buttressed with stone, and carried, high above all possible risk, on a 40-foot embankment. Left to himself, he would have builded a private car, and kept it at the nearest railway station, Amberley Royal, 5 miles away. But those into whose hands he had committed himself for his English training had little knowledge of railways and less of private cars. The one they knew was something that existed in the scheme of things for their convenience. The other they held to be distinctly American, and, with the versatility of his race, Wilton Sargent had set out to be just a little more English than the English. He succeeded to admiration. He learned not to redecorate Holt hangers, though he warmed it, to leave his guests alone, to refrain from superfluous introductions, to abandon manners of which he had great store, and to hold fast by manner which can after labor be acquired. He learned to let other people, hired for the purpose, attend to the duties for which they were paid. He learned, this he got from a ditcher on the estate, that every man with whom he came in contact had his decreed position in the fabric of the realm, which position he would do well to consult. Last mystery of all, he learned to golf well, and when an American knows the innermost meaning of don't press, slow back, and keep your eye on the ball, he is, for practical purposes, denationalized. His other education proceeded on the pleasantest lines. Was he interested in any conceivable thing in heaven above, or the earth beneath, or the waters under the earth? Forthwith appeared at his table, guided by those safe hands into which he had fallen, the very men who had best said, done, written, explored, excavated, built, launched, created, or studied that one thing, herders of books and prints in the British Museum, specialists in scarabs, cartouches, and dynasties Egyptian, rovers and raiders from the heart of unknown lands, toxicologists, orchid hunters, monographers on flint implements, carpets, prehistoric man, or early Renaissance music. They came, and they played with him. They asked no questions, they cared not so much as a pin who or what he was. They demanded only that he should be able to talk and listen courteously. Their work was done elsewhere and out of his sight. There were also women. Never said Wilton Sargent to himself, has an American seen England as I'm seeing it, and he thought, blushing beneath the bedclothes, of the unregenerate and blatant days when he would steam to office, down the Hudson, in his 1,200-ton ocean-going steam yacht, and arrive, by gradations, at Bleecker Street, hanging on to a leather strap between an Irish washerwoman and a German anarchist. If any of his guests had seen him then they would have said, how distinctly American, and Wilton did not care for that tone. He had schooled himself to an English walk, and, so long as he did not raise it, an English voice. He did not gesticulate with his hands, he sat down on most of his enthusiasms, but he could not rid himself of the shibboleth. He would ask for the Worcestershire sauce, even Howard, his immaculate butler, could not break him of this. It was decreed that he should complete his education in a wild and wonderful manner, and, further, that I should be in at that death. Wilton had more than once asked me to hold hangers, for the purpose of showing how well the new life fitted him, and each time I had declared it creaseless. His third invitation was more informal than the others, and he hinted of some matter in which he was anxious for my sympathy or counsel, or both. There is room for an infinity of mistakes when a man begins to take liberties with his nationality, and I went down expecting things. A 7-foot dog-cart and a groom in the black Holt Hangers livery met me at Amberley Royal. At Holt Hangers I was received by a person of elegance and true reserve, and piloted to my luxurious chamber. There were no other guests in the house, and this set me thinking. Wilton came into my room about half an hour before dinner, and though his face was masked with a drop curtain of highly embroidered indifference, I could see that he was not at ease. In time, for he was then almost as difficult to move as one of my own countrymen, I extracted the tale, simple in its extravagance, extravagant in its simplicity. It seemed that Hackman of the British Museum had been staying with him about 10 days before, boasting of scarabs. Hackman has a way of carrying really priceless antiquities on his tie-ring and in his trouser pockets. Apparently, he had intercepted something on its way to the Bolak Museum which, he said, was a genuine Amenhotep Queen's scarab of the 4th dynasty. Now Wilton had bought from Cassavetti, whose reputation is not above suspicion, a scarab of much the same scarabiousness, and had left it in his London chambers. Hackman at a venture, but knowing Cassavetti, pronounced it an imposition. There was long discussion, savant versus millionaire, one saying, "But I know it cannot be," and the other, "But I can and will prove it." Wilton found it necessary for his soul's satisfaction to go up to town, then and there, a 40-mile run, and bring back the scarab before dinner. It was at this point that he began to cut corners with disastrous results. Amberley Royal Station being 5 miles away, and putting in of horses a matter of time, Wilton had told Howard, the immaculate butler, to signal the next train to stop, and Howard, who was more of a man of resource than his master gave him credit for, had, with the red flag of the 9th hole of the links which crossed the bottom of the lawn, signalled vehemently to the first down train, and it had stopped. Here Wilton's account became confused. He attempted, it seems, to get into that highly indignant express, but a guard restrained him with more or less force, hauled him, in fact, backyards from the window of a locked carriage. Wilton must have struck the gravel with some vehemence, for the consequences, he admitted, were a free fight on the line in which he lost his hat, and was at last dragged into the guard's van and set down breathless. He had pressed money upon the man, and very foolishly had explained everything but his name. This he clung to, for he had a vision of tall headlines in the New York papers, and well knew no son of Merton Sargent could expect mercy that side the water. The guard, to Wilton's amazement, refused the money on the grounds that this was a matter for the company to attend to. Wilton insisted on his incognito, and, therefore, found 2 policemen waiting for him at St. Botolph terminus. When he expressed a wish to buy a new hat and telegraph to his friends, Both policemen with one voice warned him that whatever he said would be used as evidence against him, and this had impressed Wilton tremendously. They were so infernally polite, he said. If they had clubbed me I wouldn't have cared, but it was, "Step this way, sir, and up those stairs, please, sir," till they jailed me like a common drunk, and I had to stay in a filthy little cubby hole of a cell all night. "That comes of not giving your name and not wiring your lawyer," I replied. "What did you get?" 40 shillings, or a month, said Wilton, promptly, next morning bright and early. They were working us off, 3 a minute. A girl in a pink hat, she was brought in at 3 in the morning, got 10 days. I suppose I was lucky. I must have knocked his senses out of the god. He told the old duck on the bench that I had told him I was a sergeant in the army, and that I was gathering beetles on the track. That comes of trying to explain to an Englishman. And you? Oh, I said nothing. I wanted to get out. I paid my fine, and bought a new hat, and came up here before noon next morning. There were a lot of people in the house, and I told them I'd been unavoidably detained, and then they began to recollect engagements elsewhere. Hackman must have seen the fight on the track and made a story of it. I suppose they thought it was distinctly American. Confound 'em. It's the only time in my life that I've ever flagged a train, and I wouldn't have done it but for that scarab. Tea wouldn't hurt their old trains to be held up once in a while. Well, it's all over now, I said, choking a little. And your name didn't get into the papers. It is rather transatlantic when you come to think of it. Over. Wilton grunted savagely. It's only just begun. That trouble with the guard was just common, ordinary assault, merely a little criminal business. The flagging of the train is civil, infernally civil, and means something quite different. They're after me for that now. Who? The great Buchonian. There was a man in court watching the case on behalf of the company. I gave him my name in a quiet corner before I bought my hat, and, come to dinner now, I'll show you the results afterwards. The telling of his wrongs had worked Wilton Sargent into a very fine temper, and I do not think that my conversation soothed him. In the course of the dinner, prompted by a devil of pure mischief, I dwelt with loving insistence on certain smells and sounds of New York which go straight to the heart of the native in foreign parts, and Wilton began to ask many questions about his associates aforetime, men of the New York Yacht Club, Storm King, or the Restigouche, owners of rivers, ranches, and shipping in their playtime, lords of railways, kerosene, wheat, and cattle in their offices. When the Green Mint came, I gave him a peculiarly oily and atrocious cigar, of the brand they sell in the tessellated, electric-lighted, with expensive pictures of the nude-adorned bar of the Pandemonium, and Wilton chewed the end for several minutes ere he lit it. The butler left us alone, and the chimney of the oak-panelled dining room began to smoke. "That's another," said he, poking the fire savagely, and I knew what he meant. One cannot put steam heat in houses where Queen Elizabeth slept. The steady beat of a night mail, whirling down the valley, recalled me to business. What about the great Buchonian? I said. Come into my study. That's all, as yet. It was a pile of sidelit powders-colored correspondence, perhaps 9 inches high, and it looked very businesslike. You can go through it, said Wilton. Now I could take a chair and a red flag and go into Hyde Park and say the most atrocious things about your queen, and preach anarchy and all that, why no, till I was hoarse, and no one would take any notice. The police, damn 'em, would protect me if I got into trouble. But for a little thing like flagging a dirty little sawed-off train, running through my own grounds, too, I get the whole British Constitution down on me as if I sold bombs. I don't understand it. No more does the great Buchonian, apparently. I was turning over the letters. Here's the traffic superintendent writing that it's utterly incomprehensible that any man should. Good heavens, Wilton, you have done it. I giggled, as I read on. What's funny now, said my host. It seems that you, or Howard for you, stopped the 340 Northern down. I ought to know that. They all had their knife into me, from the engine driver up. But it's the 340, the Indunner. Surely you've heard of the great Buchonians in Indunner. How the deuce am I to know one train from another? They come along about every 2 minutes. Quite so. But this happens to be the Indunner, the one train of the whole line. She's timed for 57 miles an hour. She was put on early in the 60s, and she has never been stopped, I know. Since William the Conqueror came over, or King Charles hid in her smokestack. You're as bad as the rest of these Britishers. If she's been run all that while, it's time she was flagged once or twice. The American was beginning to ooze out all over Wilton, and his small-boned hands were moving restlessly. Suppose you flagged the Empire State Express, or the Western Cyclone. Suppose I did. I know Otis Harvey, or used to. I'd send him a wire, and he'd understand it was a groundhog case with me. That's exactly what I told this British fossil company here. Have you been answering their letters without legal advice, then? Of course I have. Oh, my sainted country. Go ahead, Wilton. I wrote that I'd be very happy to see their president and explain to him in 3 words all about it, but that wouldn't do. Seems their president must be a god. He was too busy, and, well, you can read for yourself, they wanted explanations. The station master at Amberley Royal, and he grovels before me, as a rule, wanted an explanation, and quick, too. The head sachem at St. Botolphus wanted 3 or 4, and the Lord High Muckamuck that oils the locomotives wanted 1 every fine day. I've told 'em about 50 times, I stopped their holy and sacred train because I wanted to board her. Did they think I wanted to feel her pulse? You didn't say that. Feel her pulse? Of course not. No. Bored her. What else could I say? My dear Wilton, what is the use of Mrs. Sherborne, and the Clays, and all that lot working over you for 4 years to make an Englishman out of you, if the very first time you're rattled you go back to the vernacular? I'm through with Mrs. Sherborne and the rest of the crowd. America's good enough for me. What ought I to have said? Please or thanks or fly or how? There was no chance now of mistaking the man's nationality. Speech, gesture, and step, so carefully drilled into him, had gone away with the borrowed mask of indifference. It was a lawful son of the youngest people, whose predecessors were the Red Indian. His voice had risen to the high, throaty crow of his breed when they labor under excitement. His close-set eyes showed by turns unnecessary fear, annoyance beyond reason, rapid and purposeless flights of thought, the child's lust for immediate revenge, and the child's pathetic bewilderment, who knocks his head against the bad, wicked table. And on the other side, I knew, stood the company, as unable as Wilton to understand. And I could buy their old road 3 times over, he muttered, playing with a paper knife, and moving restlessly to and fro. You didn't tell em that, I hope? There was no answer, but as I went through the letters, I felt that Wilton must have told them many surprising things. The great Buchonian had first asked for an explanation of the stoppage of their indunner, and had found a certain levity in the explanation tendered. It then advised Mr. W. Sargent to refer his solicitor to their solicitor, or whatever the legal phrase is. And you didn't? I said, looking up. No. They were treating me exactly as if I had been a kid playing on the cable tracks. There was not the least necessity for any solicitor. 5 minutes' quiet talk would have settled everything. I returned to the correspondence. The great Buchonian regretted that, owing to pressure of business, none of their directors could accept Mr. W. Sargent's invitation to run down and discuss the difficulty. The great Buchonian was careful to point out that no animus underlay their action, nor was money their object. Their duty was to protect the interests of their line, and these interests could not be protected if a precedent were established whereby any of the Queen's subjects could stop a train in mid-career. Again, this was another branch of the correspondence, not more than 5 heads of departments being concerned. The company admitted that there was some reasonable doubt as to the duties of express trains in all crises, and the matter was open to settlement by process of law till an authoritative ruling was obtained, from the House of Lords, if necessary. That broke me all up, said Wilton, who was reading over my shoulder. I knew I'd struck the British Constitution at last. The House of Lords, my lord. And, anyway, I'm not one of the Queen's subjects. Why, I had a notion that you'd got yourself naturalized. Wilton blushed hotly as he explained that very many things must happen to the British Constitution ere he took out his papers. How does it all strike you? He said. Isn't the great Buchonian crazy? I don't know. You've done something that no one ever thought of doing before, and the company don't know what to make of it. I see they offer to send down their solicitor and another official of the company to talk things over informally. Then here's another letter suggesting that you put up a 14-foot wall, crowned with bottle glass, at the bottom of the garden. Talk of British insolence. The man who recommends that, he's another bloated functionary, says that I shall derive great pleasure from watching the wall going up day by day. Did you ever dream of such gall? I've offered money enough to buy a new set of cars and pension the driver for 3 generations, but that doesn't seem to be what they want. They expect me to go to the House of Lords and get a ruling, and build walls between times. Are they all stark, raving mad? One you'd think I made a profession of flagging trains. How in Tophet was I to know they're old indunner from a way train? I took the first that came along, and I've been jailed and fined for that once already. That was for slugging the guard. He had no right to haul me out when I was halfway through a window. What are you going to do about it? Their lawyer and the other official, can't they trust their men unless they send in pairs, are coming here tonight. I told I was busy, as a rule, till after dinner, but they might send along the entire directorate if it eased any. Now, after dinner visiting, for business or pleasure, is the custom of the smaller American town, and not that of England, where the end of the day is sacred to the owner, not the public. Verily, Wilton's sergeant had hoisted the striped flag of rebellion. Isn't it time that the humor of the situation began to strike you, Wilton? I asked. Where's the humor of baiting an American citizen just because he happens to be a millionaire, poor devil? He was silent for a little time, and then went on, of course,